shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. Fresh to death, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. You got me waiting all night long. You got me now I'm confused. Cause you are beautiful. Hold it down. You got me wrapped up all night long. Goodbye to the passion fruit. That's what you are. Beautiful. It feels like drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy with you, know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you looking for a vibe in your life. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know, baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 so I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner.
Take stock late night, take a view of the city. MC, are you with me? Are you getting down, 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 down? inside a castle. I caught you riding on the wrong side. So I'm moving like a salsa. When we close our eyes, we're only dreaming for a second. We're always living 'cause we can't say no. You got us screaming at the dance floor. We close our eyes, we're only dreaming. I get the fire. I get the fire. So cut me out, just watch me So cut me out, just watch me We close our eyes, we're only dreaming for a second. We're always leaving 'cause we can't say no. You got us screaming at the dance floor. When we close our eyes, we're only dreaming. So cut me out, just watch me So cut me out, just watch me touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, 'cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
You are the sweetest thing, yeah. I live on the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready for more?
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free.
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
while I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I would stop, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
you want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard?
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I would stop, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey.
The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution.
nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to death,
Hello and welcome everybody to match 8 here of the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you guys by Riot Games, Carry Live, and of course sponsored by iHotel. Today is a very exciting match. It is Team Impunity, who fell 2-3 in a reverse sweep to PSG, fall to the lower bracket now, and will take on Beyond in tonight's match, the loser of which will be eliminated, and the winner goes on to face Frank Esports. I'm your host for tonight's Shock, and I'm joined on the broadcast by a familiar face in Amelg.
Good to be back. You guys have been having a bit too much fun without me. Back to back 3-2s in a row.
You missed out.
Yeah, definitely seems like a crazy time. And I'm hoping tonight will be no different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if we get 4 in a row, but I would be kind of surprised. I mean, Impunity, they managed to push PSG to the limit in that 2-3, and they did actually start the series up 2 games. Unfortunately, did kind of fall off after that. But I think you're right. Like, Beyond are a pretty strong team as well, and I think it'll be real interesting to see how they actually match up. I think Beyond are a team that has very strong team fighting, especially a lot of that starts from their jungler Kongyue, but it could be interesting to see whether or not they can get through a very tough early game up against Impunity. As we will take a look at the playoff bracket, yesterday's match was Frank taking out DCG in a very close affair 3-2. As a reminder, the loser of today's series, Impunity and Beyond, will be eliminated, and the winner moves on to versus Frank. And then next week, it will start off with PSG versus CFO, which is going to be another absolute banger.
Yeah, banger indeed. And I'm really hoping that Impunity, they continue their good play that we've seen so far in the playoffs. During the regular season, they looked a little bit hot and cold, but it really feels like they've refined their play coming into these important matches and really started to craft their own team identity as well.
For sure, yeah. And I think one thing that could be something to look at between these two teams is they have a lot of shared champion priority, especially in the bot lane, right? There's huge focus on Zeri Lulu. And while, of course, that is just the meta, right? It's kind of a PCS thing. I think these two teams in particular have kind of prioritized it very highly. In the mid lane as well, I think both Mission and 1116 kind of prefer to be on those control mages. So that could be something to look at. Now, one thing that's come up a lot in the playoffs is the Vi priority. It's looked very, very strong. And I think a lot of the time, junglers start to get banned out because, you take away the Vi, suddenly it's matched by something like the Sejuani and Wukong, and a lot of the jungler options after that aren't so good.
Yeah.
But Kongyue, he's got 2 games on the Pantheon, and I think he had a 22 KDA on it when I looked, so he's been finding a lot of impact on that, and having that extra pick, I think, could go a long way, especially when there's kind of that weird blue side, red side dynamic. I don't know if you've seen that, but in yesterday's series, blue side won all 5 games, and pretty much every team has been picking blue side non-stop, although the exception of that is Team Impunity, who picked red. So interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting because you usually see sort of like the draft strategies start to sort of standardize a bit across the different teams. So it definitely is a big point from Impunity that they choose red side. I wonder what makes them so confident on that. But I do definitely agree that like the Pantheon pick in general is going to be interesting because it kind of feels like rock, paper, scissors, gun, with those 4 junglers.
Yeah.
I would definitely be happy to not see as much, Wukong, Sedge, and Via. I think Pantheon is a bit more exciting.
It is. It's very interesting to watch. And bringing it back to kind of that red side thing, I think the reason why Impunity do like it is because their solo laners are so strong, right? You've got Mission and Driver who, when they get their counter picks, are extremely potent on them. So we'll maybe look to that. But I would be interested to see if they do start to swap over to the blue side, because the kind of flexibility the blue side affords you, especially in those first 3 bans, seems to be worth it. And again, like answering the Vi pick, either by taking it away or banning it, I think becomes a lot easier on the blue side. And if you're prioritizing the Zeri as well, it's a champ that's hard countered by the Vi. So it might be something that they have to think about. I believe it is Impunity who do start the series with side select, given that they came down from the upper bracket. And side select, I think, normally might not be the biggest deal, but in a meta where blue side seems so heavily favored, you have to say it might have been the side selection that actually made the difference for Frank yesterday, who, got to choose blue in the game number 5 and ultimately took it away.
Yeah, I do feel like, especially, with Zeri Lulu, that huge priority on it, definitely brings an interesting dynamic to the draft. But let's take a look at the Impunity lineup for tonight. No surprises there. Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. And speaking of Atlan and Nature, these guys, they picked Zeri Lulu in games 3, 4, and 5 in their series against PSG and lost all of them. So a bit surprising to me seeing that, fail successively.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think they have looked good before on the Zeri Lulu, but it hasn't looked super good for them in playoffs. I don't want to say it was all on them, though. I think the picks from Mission in the latest series, going more towards the Victor as opposed to Ori, perhaps wasn't as good, but we might be seeing a change already, as Impunity did pick the blue side here. And we'll be really curious to see what they actually end up doing with it, because we haven't seen Impunity's blue side in a while, right? They have just kind of perma been playing red side, but maybe kind of look back at their PSG series and identify that as an issue. But on the other side of the rift, we have Beyond Gaming, Likai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. And when you look at this team, you're normally talking about Kongyue, kind of the KP king in the jungle, and certainly looked good in their last series. But I think the other members have kind of come online recently. I think it's been more of a team performance, but we still are looking at Kongyue to kind of be the one that gets things started for them.
Yeah, BYG has always seemed like a very explosive team to me. You know, they're always very on or off, and I think especially in BYG's series against the Chiefs. Unfortunately, the Chiefs did lose that one, but they took one crucial win for OCE. But I think Feng in that series looked, extremely comfortable, and he was doing very well in the bot lane. So it'll be exciting to see whether or not he can carry that forward into this series as well. Speaking of the Devil, him up against Atlan in this stats comparison. Wow, okay, that's pretty even, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like they are pretty even overall, and I think you're right that when both Atlan and Feng versus the Oceanic teams, they look like absolute gods. So it's, when they verse each other, we'll see how it goes. But you can kind of see here, kind of more towards the middle of the pack when it comes to the stats. And I think both of them have kind of had their moments for sure, but they have struggled, I think, a little bit to find consistency. There's been a lot of different kind of performances. For example, Feng prioritized the Varus very heavily early on. Atlan has had great games on the Draven. Recently, though, we've kind of seen it all go back towards those crit ADs as we head into the champ select. Impunity, their first two bans are Annie and the Gragas, so taking away some of those flexes. And Beyond, they have been known to flex quite a few champions. It is Vi and Sedge taken away on the side of Beyond, which maybe they feel like if they take away all the junglers, that's more of Kongyue's playground as opposed to Alex, who honestly is a bit of a meta slave. Xayah is the third ban, and will Beyond fully commit to the bans? Maybe ban away the Jace from Impunity. It's something that I think they would probably first pick.
Yeah, I mean, already I'm liking it a lot. BYG already making this draft pretty spicy, choosing to ban that Varus last instead. Okay.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Now, there's a lot of things up. You could pick Zeri with Viband. You could happily pick the Wukong away. Ooh, maybe take the Rakan, which is honestly a very interesting first pick. I think must be happy then to give over the Wukong, and giving Wukong to Kongyue is curious. It's looked like one of his best champions has found so many games where he's just single-handedly brought Beyond into the game with those 4 or 5-man Wukong ults. And what will be the answer from the side of Beyond?
Yeah, I feel like picking Rakan first is such a power move from Impunity. BYG responding with the Jace. Seems like they're looking at 80 carries now as well.
Okay.
Oh, it's like the Zeri?
Yeah, so they're looking at the Jace and the Zeri, and this is quite vulnerable to hard engage. Obviously, it's got quite a lot of poke, but with the Rakan already shown, I wouldn't be surprised to see Impunity build around this. Now, Xayah's off the board, but maybe you grab your jungler here. I mean, we could go something like the Wukong. It is kind of the obvious choice. And it is the hover here. Would not be surprised whatsoever to see it locked in. And I think you kind of have choices with your AD pick here. You don't necessarily have to pick AD. There are several ADs I think that work with the Rakan, but we might see it picked up if they want a hide pick. So it'll be real interesting to see what actually ends up getting paired with it. Okay, so it looks like they go for the Kai'Sa. So trying to get a lot of hard engage, maybe looking towards picks like the Orianna in that 4-5. And you'd have to think it should be the Lulu matched.
Yeah, surely before the second bed phase comes through, and BYG, they already know they want to be optimizing more towards, disengage the counter hard engage from the side of Impunity.
Maybe going towards the Maokai instead. So if this is locked in, that'll mean that the Lulu will not get picked up with the Zeri. Okay, and it is a lock-in. So looking towards second phase bans now, you have to feel like Beyond will probably target Mission or Driver, maybe take away the Ori that works so well with the Wukong. Talia could be another one as well. And then on the side of Impunity, I mean, do you just take the obvious ban and get rid of the Lulu? Kind of would make sense, and I think it can be hard to ban solo laners, especially with the Jace already picked up as that flex. And I'm a little worried for Jace in this game, honestly. There is a lot of threat to him. Always feels bad to play up against the Wukong. Kennen is the ban. So Kennen's something we've been seeing getting a lot of priority here in the PCS. Even saw a tank Kennen from Rest, which looked very, very good.
Is that a flex as well? Does that go into the mid lane too?
Possibly. I think it could be played into a melee champ, but I wouldn't expect it as a blind. But it is some flexibility that you would perhaps have. So now, 4-5, I mean, the Lulu is the obvious one, but I wonder, do you just want to take away some of Kino's melees? They do ban away the Lulu, and second ban there will be very interesting to see what they go for. I wonder now, do you target Driver more? I mean, you've got the Kennen away. Driver he's looked very good on a multitude of different champions, but the Cassante has maybe been something he's a bit weaker on, so can't ignore that. Something like the Jax maybe could be the play, although can always play the Jace into it. Have to see. Last ban will come out now. It is the Malphite,
okay.
so it's a known counter to the Jace, and that maybe suggests that, they do want the potential still of it going to the top side. And Impunity's second ban here, I mean, I think you should still target supports, but the question is which one. Could just ban away the Nautilus, but yeah, it's kind of difficult, I would say. They do go for the Nautilus, okay.
I wonder what the Zeri goes with now. It feels like there aren't too many good options left.
Yeah, maybe you just go for the Leona Thresh, kind of just what is kind of power picks in the meta.
Yeah.
And I would be a little surprised if they want to pick up their top laner here, because it feels like you should pick your support. And I wonder if there is any possibility of Maokai being flex support, because it's very strange not to pick up your support here. Okay, so they go for the Jax, and now it could just be a takeaway. Without the Jace or the Gragas or the Cannon available, options into the Jax are somewhat limited. Driver, he could go to the Gnar. He has looked very good on it, but it's not the super hard counter that you'd be thinking of. And you have to expect, if you lock in something like the Gnar Orianna or the Gnar Syndra here, even the Gnar Taliyah, you've got yourself such a strong team fight. And you'd have to, maybe looking towards a Rumble. It does hover it for a moment, but it is not locked in. Now, looking at Mission's last pick, I think it really is Orianna that's been kind of the linchpin for him in these playoffs, but again, something like the Syndra does very well against the Zeri. Taliyah works well with all the lockdown. The Orianna is hovered, and now the Syndra.
He's listening.
Yeah, no, he's very, very good in these champions. I think I prefer the Syndra. I really like it up against the Zeri, and you can also knock back the Jax. It will be against the Jace as well, and I think Syndra versus Jace is a little better, so most likely will be locked in. Now, looking at the last pick, will this Maokai end up being flex support, or what would be the red side 5P support? I mean, because it feels like it's so weird to just blind your top there. I mean, maybe they were just thinking of it as the takeaway.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like they were just using the Jax
Blitz is a bit odd for me.
They have played, I believe, the Blitz before. Now,
it was paired with the Kai'Sa last time. I feel like Zeri is a little bit different. Doesn't quite offer as much burst, but it's going to be the Leona in the end.
Yeah, so interesting combo, I think, coming out of BYG. Overall, I think I massively prefer the side of Impunity.
Yeah.
They certainly have the tools that they need to kill the Zeri, and I feel like Kongyue on Maokai is a bit of a mistake, almost. He is, I feel like, the strongest member of your team, so getting him on something that really has a lot of playmaking potential, I think, is good. Now, while Maokai still has the potential to, pressure the map early, has very strong ganks in the kind of mid to late game, doesn't always have the most impact, right?
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, overall, Beyond, they still have, I think, a fair amount of lane pressure, and with the Zeri, it's decent scaling, but honestly, just kind of curious overall. Feels like it isn't what I normally expect from Beyond, whereas I feel like Impunity, they kind of got everything right. They got Driver on a carry champ, Mission on control mage. They've got this insane 5v5 team comp, so I think they really checked all the boxes.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like Impunity, they picked a team comp that really lets them be in the driving seat for the majority of the game, whereas BYG, it's hard. I feel like the only real effective disengage they have is on the Maokai, and that's it feels like it's not really enough against the multitude of engaged opportunities that Impunity have for themselves.
And it is kind of a weird place that they put them in, almost they put themselves in, right? Because they banned away junglers and then didn't pick the Wukong in that first two. And what that meant is that then they were forced to go the Maokai because they didn't feel comfortable, I think, dropping jungler till later on. And it just feels like you almost banned yourself out, right? Because Kongyue, he has a good champion pool, right? But not many jungle champion pools can survive that second ban phase at the moment, as we will head on to the Rift for game number 1 of match 8 here. Team Impunity taking on Team Beyond. Any official prediction?
Oh, putting me on the spot. After seeing this draft, I am inclined to go for 3-1 for Impunity.
Okay, nice little safe.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 3-0 for Impunity.
3-0? Okay, buddy.
Maybe I'm just being hopeful. I mean, we'll see. But will there be any level 1 stuff that goes on? Now, interesting already is that the Dawn Shield was actually picked up by Jay. So normally in this sort of matchup, there's a variety of different options you can go for. Can obviously go for the longsword refillable. The Dawn Shield, more of a defensive option. Something I saw Chobi do in this matchup once was actually the boots with refillable, because all of Syndra's damage does come from those skill shots. Can just dodge them out. Across the rest of the Rift, though, things are looking pretty normal. Feng, he's gone for the Ghost, which could be a mistake, I feel like. It's kind of hard to tell. Having the barrier for extra kind of health up against the Syndra is always nice. At the same time, maybe just staying out of her range is the play. Will be a solo start here from Kongyue, is spotted out by, I believe it was Alex's ward, excuse me, on that Raptor pit. Both junglers starting on the Raptors, just allowing their lanes to kind of get their favorable lane states. See a lot of push coming out already from this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I like this as well from Fing, really pressuring that middle bush, which is often so important for those early game opportunities in bot. So BYG having control of it does mean they are sort of in the driving seat for the next few minutes, as they have control of the wave as well.
Looks like BYG, they're going to try and get the level 2 first. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to up against the Kai'Sa. Oh, I think level 2 is going to be, slightly here for Impunity. Can they do anything with it? They can. Look.
Ooh. Nature finds Fing with the knockup. It's going to be responded with the stun. And now Alan is going to be the target. Forced to flash away. Fing is on the chase as well. First blood going the way of BYG. Nature is going to survive this time, but wow, Impunity going for that engage when they really didn't have enough damage to be able to get anything more than that.
That was wild. Certainly not the start you wanted from Impunity there. They do go down on that 2v2, and Alan lost both his sums and still died. And importantly, BYG, they kept both their flash and ignite, so could just look for that again. And a little disrespect, I think, played from the Impunity bot side there. But Mission, he's doing what he does best, currently dominating this lane phase. Jace already pretty low on mana and doesn't have really any regen to speak of. Obviously does have it on the W passive, but can you actually access the wave against the Syndra? It kind of doesn't feel like it. Lakai, he's crashing this top wave. Maybe needs to be a little bit careful. He has the ward, but Alex is on his side of the map. Kongyue should be pretty comfortable, I think, entering this bot side as well. And look at already Feng. He's got himself the Vamp Scepter so early into this game. That just gives you so much lane pressure, especially when you're the one that has access to that wave first. Makes it so easy for yourself.
Yeah, and a big part that I didn't notice earlier is that Alan actually started off with the Cull. So it's interesting to see Impunity opt for that kind of trade when it seems like from the build they want to be taking it a bit more easy in the early stages of the game. And yeah, really just paying the price for their greediness.
They will, yeah, and you have to feel that that sort of initial bot lane lead could lead to more, right? Stuff like the Dragon obviously becomes a lot easier when you do have that winning bot lane. And even in the mid game, whoever has control of that mid wave, is able to kind of pressure the sides, be the one that has tempo on the map. Still though, we have to keep in mind the Impunity solo laners have been known to turn these leads around just off the back of their own laning prowess. And it looks like both mids did commit their TPs.
Ooh, Alex is on the way to bot lane. He's going to get spotted up by this ward over the wall from BYG, so they'll be able to play around it. Does get found out. BYG just playing it calm and collected for now. Kongyue moving towards the top side of the map, so BYG not wanting to risk too much on the bottom lane.
And most likely there, Alex showing it should allow this wave to be crashed safely. You'd have to think. Driver on the other side should be able to crash this as well. There isn't a huge amount of threat coming out of the Jax Maokai early. Mission shoved a little bit under tower here. But has himself a lot of mana and has picked up the Doran's ring as well. So went for even more laning pressure here.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? I always feel like, buying so many, I guess, like, non-buildable items early on kind of sets you back as you go into the mid game.
It does set you back for sure. If you can build up a big enough lead with it though, it does seem worth it. I am kind of curious he got it here though, because it kind of felt like you already have so much pressure over the lane. Honestly, could have gone, something more aggressive like a Darkseal or an Amptome even. But Kongyue, he will finish up his top side and will now cross back to the bot side. Dragon is up and available. I'd be kind of surprised if anyone really looked towards it just yet, although Impunity, they currently have both bot and mid priority, and 1116 is very
Oh, Kino gets found by Nature. It's going to survive quite a long time, though. I don't think that's going to be enough. Blastcone sends him all the way back. No flash available for Kino. Is going to go down to Alex this time. Impunity evening up the score for now, and now setting their sights on the Ocean Drake.
Nice pick there. Found from the side of Impunity. They did have to invest double flashes for it, but you have to think it's worth it. Grab that kill onto the Wukong and now get the Dragon and Mission as well with so much pressure over mid. The Jace just can't leave this lane whatsoever. He's just completely pinned to the tower. There are pings on the Dragon, so I wonder if Kongyue wants to contest, but it feels like it shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I feel like without Maokai 6, it's possible to even walk in close enough to the river. There's going to be Impunity who ultimately picks that one up without any contest from BYG. Let's take a look back at this mid lane trade?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened here. I mean, we get some nice QEW combo coming out of mid
there we
as
go.
we get on to Kino. So we enter the river without any priority on bot or mid, which is very, very risky. And I think probably could have done this from the side of Impunity with only one flash, but they probably both had the same idea of flash forward and hit the blast cone. And I think it's still worth it, right? The fact that you get this kill and the dragon still feels very good.
But BYG now looking in on Impunity. Not much going to come out of that though. Both teams disengaging quite quickly. But I have to say, you know, from that little catch onto Kino, I've been in that position so many times before. Oh wait, Likai actually might get traded on by a driver.
Ooh. Oh, the ult is actually down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
both
just
top lanes
going
gonna survive for now. But yeah, I've been in that situation so many times where it feels like the middle of the river is like the most dangerous place to be as a support because you can so easily get pincered from both sides, especially when you have no vision set up as well. Definitely a bit of a death trap. You know, paying the price that time. Now Alex, let's see if he can get even more. Kino's actually based. I'm not sure if Impunity know this. I probably think he's still there. They are probably going to clear the bush out now, though.
Bang, he does have both sums, so shouldn't really be under any threat. Now they know that the reset has come in from Kino. I think Impunity can feel safe crashing this wave. It is ahead of the Herald timing, although Fang, he's doing his best to contest this. Outland, though, has a lot of wave clearing. I wonder if this means that Impunity want to get this recall into the Herald. Have to see where the bot lane paths out of map. Alex is already pathing to the top side.
Yeah, Kino's already back in the bot lane as well, so it does seem like Impunity opting to look for Rift Herald right now. I wonder if Fang will try and contest. You know, he hasn't actually got a base off since his Vamp Scepter, so not as strong as he would like to be.
And from the way Nature's pathing, he is coming towards mid at least before going towards the Heralds. It looks like they want some sort of contest, and I think this is a fight that should favor the side of Impunity. Both supports are still level 5, but it's really Mission.
Oh, Mission getting looked on by 116. Gonna get knocked back, taking a good amount of damage, but not quite enough to turn the skirmish in favor of BYG, I think.
And pretty low mana on the Jace. I wonder, can the supports get level 6? Okay, Nature just takes the 6, and Kino shouldn't be far behind, perhaps off this cannon. Oh, actually does not get it. Fang has come here as well. Atlan's pretty far behind on tempo, so Alex, he probably needs to delay this, wait for his Kai'Sa to come. I still think it's a fight that should favor the side of Impunity. I think if you're beyond, it might be better just to trade plates onto your Zeri, but there's a lot of pings around here. Mission has to be careful of just getting flashed on by the Maokai.
Bing still in the area, coming around on the other side of the mid bush as well. Gonna look on the Mission, finds the flash route. Oh, Kino not quite going to connect the stun, but Nature is going to be the target instead. Kino picking that kill up for himself. Mission, now the target. Fing flashing forward, doesn't quite have enough damage to finish Mission off. Kongya too far away to follow up as well. BYG finding a kill and finding Mission very low as well. I wonder if they'll go for the Rift here. It feels still pretty risky.
Yeah, it might have just been too many tools invested, but I think a bit of a misplay out of Mission. Probably was a bit too far up in the lane. Kind of felt safe because he had members behind him, but ultimately was just forced to flash, very early on. And with Kongyue having the Aftershock, it made it very difficult to trade any damage back. As we'll kind of see, he's got Outland right next to him as well as Nature, so he probably feels safe. The problem is there's just as many members on the other side.
Yeah.
Flash was traded, and unfortunately it was Nature who kind of, paid for this as a result. He tried to get out, but was just chain CC'd. And Mission, probably should have gone down here.
Just barely surviving with his life. Now Impunity going to be picking up the Rift Shield as well, so actually not too bad for the side of Impunity in the end, to be honest. But now BYG looking on the bot side to try and see what they can get in return.
Yeah, can they look for any dive here? It doesn't look like it. Kongyue is committing to the reset. BYG, they're still getting quite aggressive. They can maybe get one plate for themselves here. They do grab it. And it is a pretty nice gold lead here for Feng. He's got himself a 20 CS lead as well as, a couple plates, although I believe both were shared. But it's still pretty nice to have your Zeri in a strong position early on. Still does need to be very careful, though. Will be the main target of all this engage that comes out of the side of Impunity. Now, there's a lot of pings on mid lane again. I wonder if 116 wants to play for that mid priority ahead of this dragon spawning in only 20 more seconds. This is the combo onto Cinderace, who might have to give up the wave priority as a result. Impunity, they're going to try regain some of this control.
Ooh, Kongyue's already here though. It's always so difficult trying to regain, especially around River, where there's so many bushes around to run into into the Maokai saplings, as we just saw.
Mission has no flash.
Ooh, no vision available. Alex goes over the wall, finds a knockup onto Kino, but that's not really who you want to be looking for. 1116, now the target, stunned up, forced to flash over the wall. Now Kino following suit as well. Kongya now the only one, but Fing is here. The hero saving the day, picking up the kill onto Alex's Wukong. It does mean that BYG, they're going to be looking like they're in a slightly better position for this Dragon. Atlan, though, still in the area. I wonder if Impunity are still going to try and contest this.
I think it should just go over, but maybe. Impunity.
Oh, Driver as well, trading in onto Likai in the top lane. Actually, BYG forced off of the Dragon for now.
Okay, yeah. Now they're trying to look back onto it, but the longer that Impunity can delay this, the more time it buys for Alex to get on the map. And while I admire the attempt there from Alex, I think team members were probably just a bit too far away. Admittedly, still did get 2 flashes there, but unfortunately did go down. And once again, it was Feng who picked up the kill on the Zeri. And Feng has looked like such a monster when he gets these kills on ADCs very early into the game.
Yeah, especially on Zeri, right? We've seen him, quite literally run away with the game in cases like these. See if he can pull off a similar feat in this game against Impunity, but Mission's going to be securing mid-prio for now.
Herald did not even get to hit the tower, but maybe they can use that priority to start up the drag. I think beyond, they want to contest. Mission still does not have flash and is very vulnerable.
Kongya doesn't quite have the ultimate up yet. It's going to be available very soon, though. Feng is in a good position to look on this as well. Alex doesn't have ultimate available. Feng ghosted. He's looking onto Atlan straight away. Knockout comes out, creates so much zone control. Alex getting picked off with no teammates available to defend a full Void Seeker. Not quite going to connect with the Dragon. It's going to be BYG picking up this one for themselves.
And now getting that first drag. And I think it is kind of surprising that Impunity felt so confident around that Dragon. Kind of feels like they weren't quite strong enough, right? You didn't yet have the Mythic on Atlan at that fight, so we're just kind of relying on the CC, but unfortunately, they don't really have the damage to back it up just yet. In the meantime, though, Driver is managing to trade quite a bit of gold in the top side, as now a 2-plate lead for himself, as well as a small CS lead. And I mean, looking at the player gold, right, you can see that Driver, he's ahead around 500 gold, but Feng is ahead even more. And having a very fed Zeri, I think, is much more difficult to deal with.
For sure. Already the shield bow completed. And yeah, it really does feel like Impunity biting off a bit more than they can chew in that Dragon fight. Both Alex and Nature didn't have their ults available, and they are pretty crucial for these early game skirmishes where they really need that CC to set up Mission for success.
Certainly do, as both the Impunity solo laners will commit their TPs back to the lanes, just going to keep farming up. And I think if you are Impunity here, definitely want to avoid fights until Mission completes his Ludens, especially because he's going to be the one that really needs to pump that damage onto Feng. Is already, I think, quite difficult to deal with, has the shield bow. But there is still so much lockdown from the side of Impunity that if they do find that engage, they can take him out. And something we were maybe questioning was Kongyue on the Maokai, but at least so far has doing a pretty good job of using that Nature's Grasp to kind of delay anyone from following up Alex into those fights. Ooh. Another Nature's Grasp comes out on the top side. Lakai was chunked very, very low from Driver as Nature. He's looking for something.
Going forwards onto Kino. Again, not the target you really want to be engaging on, but really trying to assert his dominance in this area. Alex accompanying him as well. And Kino and Feng actually forced out as well. Oh, it's a bit risky walking back in here, though.
Yeah, they don't have TP on top, and also their jungler's on the other side of the map. I feel like Feng kind of just has to walk away from the tower, and this is definitely a rough situation to be in.
Mission's here as well.
Yeah, Lakai getting chunked out on top lane forced Kongyue to stay in that lane for so long. And the punishment comes out from Impunity. They managed to deny a significant amount of CS on this bot side. It looks like Feng will be able to grab the majority of the rest of that wave, but towers are starting to get a little low here. I think all three... Actually, no, not the mid tower. The mid tower didn't actually get the Herald onto it.
116 now getting looked on. This knockup doesn't quite connect, but the charm finds its target stunned up. 116 dropped very low. That Syndicute's going to miss, so Alex forced to pick up that kill in place of his mid laner, but regardless, the kill is a kill going the way of Impunity.
The kill is a kill, but not the cleanest execution, you would say. As long as he goes down, though. There is a pretty significant trade that comes out as Impunity will lose their first tower. And the gold, the solo gold, importantly, goes over to Feng, so getting more and more ahead. Mission, though, obviously is quite strong now, and Driver, in what is pretty much just a 1v1, perhaps even a 1v2, manages to pick up a tower for himself, so a lot of credit to him. The Jax was taken away from him, and he answered with the Gnar. And even without Herald, and even without jungle pressure, just takes an entire tower in the 1v1, has himself an 1,000 gold lead here.
Yeah, that's a huge, self-obtained lead for Driver as well. That early Triforce really paying dividends for him and taking down the tower so early on in the game. Kongya looking towards the Rift here. His teammates are in the area, but they don't actually have mid-prio. Seems like Impunity are willing to give that one up though.
Yeah, gonna give it up. Trade instead more gold onto Mission. A very, very important. Feng, he's itemizing for the BT second. I don't think there's really any healing reduction that can come in from Impunity just yet. Instead, probably just want to play to burst him, inside a CC chain. Mission, he manages to crash that bot wave, and they have a lot of control in this bot side jungle. Driver maybe has to be a little careful, but with how strong he is, can still contest this wave.
Yeah, League actually going to be the one that forced off it, even though Kongya was just in the area. Driver really feeling himself.
It can continue to get more done in the side lane, and despite the kills favoring the side of Beyond, it is Impunity that have themselves a slight gold lead. Now, worth noting, though, is that mid-game is really where Beyond as a team kind of come online, so the fact they have managed to at least weather the storm of Impunity's strong lanes, and in fact even get the better of them in the bot lane, kind of bodes well for them. But we'll see on this second dragon here spawning in 15 seconds. It's Impunity that currently hold control of the river, and face checking a comp that has Rakan and Syndra. Can't be on your to-do list. TP comes in from the Kai on the bot side, so they are committing to the contest. He's going to be spotted out by Mission very early though, and might be looked at.
Likai
Okay.
gonna be able to get away from the Syndra for now. And yeah, BYG feels like the bar of execution for their comp is so high. They really need to be careful in every movement they make, because going a bit too far into the river could just spell disaster with Impunity having so many engaged tools available to them. They've actually started up the dragon already, but BYG, they don't have any vision yet. Malkael comes in. Likai's over the wall as well. Finds the stun onto 2. Gets rooted up. Mission might be the target. Kongya not able to find the flash route. Gets it onto Alex instead, but now Nature trying to buy as much time as he can. Now Likai, the only member in Impunity's backline, still dishing out so much damage. Alex taken out once again, and now Impunity, they're on the run.
Was just much better executed macro-wise from the side of BYG. They dropped that Herald mid and forced Driver to respond. Then they managed to find the engage while Driver wastes his Mega on that mid wave. Now it looks like there might still be a contest. Mission comes in with a TP. 116 is going to match. Lakai does not have it available, so it's very low. And this is looking good for Impunity.
Oh, I don't know. They don't have their ults available. Kino finding a look onto Driver, forcing him to hop out of there. Mission finds a stun onto Feng. That's a lot of damage onto the ADC, but Nature is going to go down for his sins. Now Mission, the target, dropping down very low. Feng on a killing spree. Now looking for Driver. He's gone Mega. Has the Mega Knight ult available as well. 116 is going to get stunned up, forced into the wall. But now Feng, that's his time to shine. Doesn't pick up the kill for himself. 116 finishing off the Gnar. And now BYG once again turning the sights to the Mountain Drake.
I think, unfortunately, there from the side of Impunity, perhaps could have won that in the 4v5 if they'd just kited back a little better. But unfortunately, do give the engage over to the side of Beyond, and now have themselves a very sizable lead, as we'll get a replay of what unfolded. So you can see here, this is when the TPs have come through. I think the fact that Driver is engaged on, loses so much health so early, as well as Mission commits the stun, but is then punished for using it. I really feel like if you're Impunity here, you have to play slower and wait for the Mega Gnar. Honestly, think it was probably a winnable 4v5, but they really mess it up. And while we were saying Impunity have the ease of execution, they fumble even that. And Beyond have to be very happy with the state of this game right now.
Yeah, Impunity, without the Rakan and Wukong ult available, it's definitely a different team comp, right? It does feel like BYG, at that point, they have a lot more ways to get in with the Maokai route, with the Jackson, and with the Leona engage as well. And Impunity really just not respecting that in that river fight.
Certainly did not. And now, it is a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Beyond. They managed to keep their mid tower up for now.
And this still looks good as well. Ooh.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp will come out. Mission does not have the flash, but
finds 2 roots. 116 finds a good chunk of damage as well. Mirror Mana and Eclipse completed for the Jace means that it's definitely starting to pack a bit more of a punch now.
Yeah, now can start to be quite strong. Now this mid tower could be in a bit of jeopardy here, as members are off the map. Lakai, he has a flank and he's looking for it. Syndra stun is used and is now vulnerable.
116 getting so much more damage onto Nature once again. Now Impunity force off their mid tower for now. BYG looking to make their move as well.
It feels like Impunity are sort of running out of options in this game. There is kind of a point where, despite having the strong engage, if you don't have any actual threat onto Feng, if you can't kill him on that initial engage, you quickly run out of steam. And it feels like it might have already reached that point. I wonder if Feng will go for something like the stopwatch, because all he really needs is, to stopwatch that one very difficult fight, and suddenly, it will be beyond with a massive lead. But we'll see. As Impunity, they're going to try regain some of this Baron control. Probably don't have enough DPS of their own to look at it, but do just want to maintain control over it. Nature needs to be a little careful. There's a lot of CC that can come out from this Leona and the Maokai.
And this thing is so tanky on this area with that Bloodthirster shield. Got more available HP than Kino actually on the Leona. They're definitely going to be a tough threat to take down for the side of Impunity. Especially if Kino opts for the Knight's Vow second as well. It's going to be quite a lot of EHP to get through.
Yeah, it feels so hard to kill him at this point, especially before Mission kind of gets towards those second and third items. Really just doesn't pack the punch needed to take him out. And now, it is only 2 more minutes until this next Dragon. There's still a lot of fighting for this mid-wave. Can Atlan maybe get towards 2 items before this Dragon? I'm not too sure how much gold he's sitting on. But if he can get the Navori, would be a lot stronger in the upcoming fight. And you think that it really has to be Kai'Sa and Syndra who kind of provide the damage on to Feng Zeri. Maybe Driver now has the Black Cleaver, can add something as well. And a significant CS lead in the top lane for Driver, as well as a level lead over Lakai. Has been doing a great job with this counter pick. It kind of feels like the rest of the map has sort of fallen apart around him.
I really would like to see Impunity in this next fight try and look for a bit of a better flank angle, because it feels like in these past fights has been them sort of forced into a front to back situation, which is a lot easier for BYG to deal with. Really going to be looking towards Alex and Driver to try and find some alternative engage for them.
Importantly though, it is the Navori that's picked up here by Atlan, and Feng, he goes for the Warhammer, so doesn't even want the stopwatch. Maybe feels like he doesn't need it as Driver. He might be in a bit of trouble. I think he can get out of this Nature's Grasp.
Oh yeah,
gonna
have
get
to
out of it.
Hop out of it. Kino and Feng.
That's a pretty significant cooldown use. Impunity, they're actually looking towards the Baron and Driver. I wonder if he'll TP into it. They have started it up, and I don't... BYG, they have to know they're on it. The blue trinket comes out. It's going down reasonably fast, but I think Impunity probably will have to get off it.
1116 getting caught. Gonna get stunned up and taken out by Mission. Easy as that. Impunity, they got what they wanted. They're gonna back off the Baron now. And with the Mountain Drake spawning in 40 seconds, almost exactly the same as 1116's death timer.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how good it is there for Impunity. Obviously, they get the kill, but he's going to be up in time.
Yeah, and he has a TP as well available, so definitely going to be there as soon as BYG needs them for the fight. And yeah, Mission not having ult available to burst down Feng on the Zeri is going to be a huge drawback for them.
Yeah, same with the Rakano, I believe, will still be down. So I think if you're Impunity here, you've really got to try delay this Dragon as much as you can. If you can wait until you've got those ults back up, you probably can find something in this fight, but currently it's looking like it should be Beyond's Dragon. TP does come in from the Jace here, going to get nice and set up, able to poke. The Shadow Flame now completed on Mission.
Yeah, Impunity now realizing they can't get into the bot side river, trying to lean towards the Baron instead.
It might just look to repeat, but this time are still missing the cooldowns. This is kind of good though. They bring Beyond away from the Dragon. They're just buying time for Rakan and Syndra to get their ults back.
They're pretty close.
Yeah, can maybe look for something again. I think if that happens in a team fight, though, it has to be on Feng. Driver.
Driver's in an awkward spot here. Kongya actually not going to look on him. Now both teams wrestling for their mid priority. Now Impunity, they have their ults back up. Rakano is available as well, so very much an even fight in this upcoming Dragon scenario. Kongya looking to see if he can try and control the rivers for as long as possible. Wow, Solar Eclipse actually goes wide. Now Kino going to get looked on. Nature forced to go away, but Feng finds the ultimate onto him. Now Likai coming in for the assist as well. Double kill picked up for Feng on the Zeri once again, almost untouched in that fight as well. I think you could even call it a fight.
Yeah, it felt more like it was just a massive misplay from Impunity. Massively fumbled that engage onto Feng. You know, I think the fact that Feng feels like he's able to flash forward is just something has gone very wrong in your comp. Driver, he grabs a 600 gold for himself in the side lane. And Impunity, importantly, with this pressure, they managed to stop Beyond from going towards the Baron, but it's still, they still managed to get the third drag as Kongwei's working on it now.
Driver looking to see how long he can survive for here. It's going to get taken out by now. Ooh, shutdown goes away with 116 as well. And of course, the Mountain Drake going to be picked up shortly by Kongya.
And I think the Mountain Drag as well.
It's big.
It makes Feng a lot tankier, right? Even though he doesn't have a ton of resistances, has a lot of health to kind of back it up. And we'll see, I think Meccano was used and just couldn't quite get onto Feng. Yeah, the stun went wide and Nature popped it a bit too early and then decided to go back in. Was forced to flash defensively, and Feng, with all these cooldowns used, flashes forward. Mission left in no man's land, just got taken out. And I think the fact that you have drafted a comp that is so one-dimensional and still having trouble executing it is honestly worrying signs for Impunity.
Yeah, they keep finding these engages onto Kino, and the Leon is just going to press W and soak up all of that damage up, and then they look for the counter engage, and that's exactly what keeps happening over and over again. Nature just feeling too pressured to go on anyone, and yeah, once again, not turning out well for him. Ooh, stun.
This time.
Lots of CC coming out onto Feng, does get picked off without any recourse. Shutdown goes away of Mission as well. Now Impunity, with that crucial pick, might be able to look towards the Baron.
I think they could. Now, there is a lot of poke that can come out of the Jace, and Impunity, they're missing a lot of cooldowns. If they can bait BYG closer, they might look for a turn. The Cyclone's still up.
Oh, Kongya popping the next grasp now. Baron dropped down to 3k HP. Kongya's in the pit. Gonna go the way of Impunity. They pick up the Baron for themselves, and now BYG trying to see if they can pick up a fight, but they're actually gonna choose to opt out of that for now. Impunity, they're still quite low. BYG, it feels like they could look for something, but going to disengage and call that one a loss this time around, and now the gold lead is pretty much evened up.
Yeah, it does get evened up completely here, and you kind of see that is what Impunity's comp has been looking for the whole time. Feng, importantly, did flash forward in that previous fight. And so without the stopwatch, without the flash, was left very vulnerable. Mission, I believe, started that off with a stun. And I think also it was Mission that picked up the shutdown.
Yeah.
Kind of curious he's going towards the Void start, but we'll see here. Feng wasn't respecting the fact that did not have the vision here, and without anything up to react, was just taken out. And you can see, right, it's very unplayable once that comes through. Was even the flash from Kino, I think?
Yeah.
Or might have been a Hex flash over the wall. But anyway, yeah, now Shu is back on Impunity's foot. What can they get done with this Baron? There's a lot of standing gold to be taken. This mid-tier 1 will not be long for this world as it's gonna go down.
BYG now just trying to weather the Baron storm and see if they can, stem the bleeding as much as possible. Impunity, they're gonna try and keep pushing their advantage while they have it though. Mission gets spotted out.
Forced out a little bit. The top wave is being completely ignored here as Impunity. They will just keep playing for this mid wave.
Lee Kai though is in a good position for a flank. Atlan not going to get rooted up. There's going to be Driver instead rooted up and taken out before he can even pop Mega. Impunity on the run. Now Nature doesn't have the ultimate available anymore either. Only going to be Alex, Mission, and Atlan. And they're running all the way down to the bot lane.
Yeah, can't just go for the Baron resets though. Nature's grasps have been really, really good from Kongwei. I'm sorry I ever doubted him on the Maokai.
Yeah, it's finding ways to carry it even on the tree.
Yeah, did just take out Driver there before he could hit the Mega. And kind of interestingly, Driver goes for the Thornmail, so trying to be the one that can bring that healing reduction. I actually think it might not be the best choice, just because it feels like you can only ever kill Zeri here if you one-shot her. And I'm telling you, in that case, I'm not even sure you need the healing, but there is a lot of healing, so I definitely see why he went for it, but perhaps it's not the way the fight will play out. It is the 4th Dragon, though, for Beyond coming up in just a minute and a half, and I think did a great job of neutralizing this Baron. Once they got that pick on Driver, they shut down Impunity's options.
Yeah, this is a really important upcoming fight at the Dragon for BYG, and you can tell that from Feng picking up the stopwatch. It's going to be really big for him. I think his Flash is going to be up, and Ghost as well, so definitely does have a lot of tools at his disposal just to try and ensure he doesn't die in this fight.
It's going to be very hard to take out, but Nature will have the flash available as well. And I think he honestly could be flashed on and die before you even get the stopwatch out. The eyes on Feng really to be the one to carry this fight, and maybe Kongwei to peel him. Engage onto
Kino looking onto
Atlan.
Atlan, pops the cleanse. Kino now on the run, knocked up, dropped very low. Alex popping the Cyclone to try and finish him off. Atlan picking up that kill for himself. Now looking for a second one onto Kongya. Force the flash away. I wonder if Impunity, they're going to keep chasing. Finds a knockup once again. Nature's Grasp coming out to try and dissuade Impunity from any further engage. It is going to work for them for now. Nature actually dropped very low from the saplings again. Mission finding more damage onto Feng as well. Mission hits 16 as well, so he has so much burst potential at this point in the game.
is very, very strong. We'd love to see how many stacks he has at this point. A lot of poke traded over, though, and Impunity,
Damn.
they don't really have the lifesteal to back this up. Nature also got his recall cancelled. So despite Kino being late to this fight, I think it's still winnable here for the side of Beyond. Feng has to know that with the Rakan ult down, there's a lot less threat onto him. There still is Driver and Mission, though. Have to keep those in mind.
Yeah, it's so much easier for BYG to enter the river with those Maokai saplings to try and scout out those tiny pesky bushes in the way. Impunity starting up the Mountain Drake right now. Likai trying to look for a flank, but is going to get spotted out on a ward in the tri-bush. Kino as well with an angle of his own. Does have the Solar Eclipse available. Alex, on the other hand, doesn't have Cyclone. Finds a stun on Haunted Mission. That's a huge stun, but no follow-up available. Dragon is at half HP now.
Yeah, and I think 116, he's the one with the poke advantage here. If he hits another one onto Mission, it's blocked there by Alex. Likai is looking for the flank.
Oh, 3k HP. Kongya pops Nature's Grass to try and zone them off. Alex is going in, finds a Cyclone, but it's only onto one. Forced to run away now. Feng going forwards with the ultimate once again. BYG, they're cleaning up here. Alan trying his best to dish out as much damage as he can before he drops. Forces the flash. Feng, though, cleaning up. Triple kill for him. That's a clean ace for the side of BYG.
I think they might just be able to end off this. The TP comes out from Likai's Jax onto that mid wave, and they are just running straight down mid. It's 35 seconds on Mission, who is the wave clear here. And look at the damage in that fight. It was just the Jace, putting damage after damage into the side of Impunity, and they don't really have any lifesteal on their mid or their AD, so the poke's certainly stuck, and I think it will be here. Beyond somewhat unexpected, 17 kills to 5, 4 dragons to 1. They're going to pick up game number 1.
Yeah, such a dominant first game coming out from the side of BYG, especially in that last fight, completely dominating, showing off their team fighting prowess that has brought them this far, as is going to be the Nexus and the game for them. Huge performance from them.
Really was, yeah, especially on a comp that I feel like isn't the easiest to execute, but Feng comes up big once again. We were kind of saying, looks very good against the Oceanic teams, but how will he actually fare against other 80s in the PCS? And I think certainly past the form check is looking very good in the playoffs. And on the side of Impunity, I mean, it was pretty worrying signs, honestly. I think definitely did not play to their level where Solo killed in bot lane. Driver, despite having himself a big lead, was picked time and time again. And Mission as well. Crucial stuns going wide as well as, just caught out. So Beyond, they managed to win on that red side, which is, something that teams have struggled with in the past. And I'd be very curious in game number 2, do Impunity stay on the blue side or will they swap to red? Because they themselves have looked a lot better on red. Perhaps tried something different here, but the Rakan first pick was kind of honestly
Didn't
not
find
that
much
great.
value, yeah. It does feel like there were opportunities where it really came down to the player, executing in those team fights. It does feel like Nature just wasn't able to find those engages that are so important for Rakan to find, right? And that's why you're picking him in the first place. So to not be able to find any of those angles is really not a good look for him.
That's not, no. And I think that, especially when you have a comp that is that simple to execute, just kind of all run forward and press your alt buttons, there really isn't an excuse, I think, for that sort of performance out of Impunity. So it feels rough to be so harsh on them, but this is the team that took 2 games off PSG and forced them to game 5. I mean, that's nothing to be ashamed of in any means, right? Falling down to PSG in that game 5. So the fact that they come out here and lose to Beyond, I think Beyond were looking pretty solid towards the end of the regular season, and certainly not a weak team by any means, but the fact that, every one of these PCS playoff series ends up so competitive really speaks to the fact that the teams are just so close. And we kind of saw it again throughout the regular season, right? The standings were actually completely even in that kind of 2 through 6.
Yeah.
Pretty much almost up until the last week, and that's only then when they're separated by just a couple games. So looks like once again we have ourselves a series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, it has been neck and neck for a while between all these top teams, and this game was definitely no different as well. BYG really asserting their dominance, finding those early leads and carrying that through towards the win. It really does feel like Impunity, it's a disappointing look for them, disappointing and worrying. I feel like they were looking really shaky throughout the entire game, and the fact that they were relying on that one crucial misplay from Feng to try and even give themselves an opportunity back into the game is just not a good look at all.
Definitely not, and I think so much of that did kind of snowball off that 2v2 kill at pretty much level 1, right? But it was at level 2. I think, lost so much off that. The fact that Feng, didn't even have to flash. I believe Kino didn't have to ignite either. So just losing the 2v2 that hard, that early in the game, it's really troublesome. And maybe Impunity look at that and be like, okay, that game was a write-off. It's not going to happen again. We're just going to clean this up in the 3-1. I could definitely see them thinking that, but I think the blue side thing kind of does need to be thought about because the Rakan first pick without the Xayah feels like a big question mark.
Yeah, it feels like it also just kind of gives away what your team is going for from square one, right? Whenever you're picking Rakan, it feels like 99% of those cases you're looking for a hard engaged comp, with a lot of engaged opportunities. And the fact that they did have so many opportunities and weren't able to capitalize on any of them really just does make me wonder what Impunity should be going for in these drafts.
It does, yeah. And this was, I think, that fight that was 4v5 from Impunity. It's interesting the way they played it. I think just gave too much engage to the side of Beyond, but it is kind of difficult, right? Because if you play the fight too slow, you just end up getting poked out by the Jace. But if you play it too fast, you do just get engaged on. And to be honest, overall, Beyond just had the much cleaner team fights. We'll see that last fight of the game where the flank from Lakai found a massive stun. And just if you take a look as well at Feng, I don't think he even dropped below maybe 80% health in this fight. Had himself the stopwatch, the BT and the OVO. Okay, did get quite low towards the end, but really wasn't in any danger of dying. And you have a look, it was pretty much the poke coming out from the Jace. And it is a little surprising to me that Impunity didn't look to first pick that because they've had the Jace. I think it was banned against them by PSG the whole series long because Driver and Mission have just been flexing it non-stop. Give it over, and I don't think that's a mistake they're going to make again.
Yeah, 1116 looking so damn comfortable on the Jace, dishing out so much damage in those fights, and it really just playing them to perfection, to be honest. As soon as he hit that Eclipse and Mirror Miner, he was just dishing out so much damage.
It was, and the goal graph, I mean, for the most part, it was just BYG in control of the game. There were perhaps some moments where you're thinking, okay, Impunity, they found the engage onto Feng, they found the Baron, but really all it did was even up the gold, right? And then straight after, were punished. Now, it is the MVP that goes to Feng, and I think it's probably deserved given that, he's 9-1, did a lot of damage, and got that 2v2 kill. But I think, maybe 1116 on the Jace, with the amount of damage that he put out, would be between them two for sure. Nice performance out of him, though, Feng. He's been playing amazingly in the playoffs so far, and something that Impunity are going to have to be very worried about.
Yeah, he just looked so good on the Zeri, finding that early lead once again, and carrying it forward towards the end. I think as soon as he picks up that Bloodthirst as well, it just gives him so much survivability against the burst of Impunity, and he becomes a raid boss, to be honest. It's so hard to take him down, even when you have the Syndra burst available. It's rough.
It really is, and I think credit to him as well that managed to succeed with the Zeri without the Lulu, because I think we have seen in the PCS, obviously Zeri Lulu very strong, but some of the Zeris I think have struggled without the Lulu because it kind of makes it so that you have to play a bit more restrained, right? You can't just dash into 3 people and rely on the Lulu for all that, but Feng, I mean, he positions very, very well on it and only had himself the one death into a comp that was kind of designed to kill him, right? So you can almost forgive him for that one, and the fact that he managed to stay safe the entire rest of the time was very impressive.
For sure. I think as well, Kino did a very good job of peeling away. Although, I mean, to be fair, it feels like Impunity a lot of the time were engaging on him, which made his job very easy. He just survives the initial burst and turns around and finds the engage for himself. But still, executing his role in those team fights, very well.
Yeah, I think you could say that about pretty much the entire side of BYG, right? Like, Kai found great flanks on the Jax, and then there was even the Nature's Graphs coming out of Kanye that were very good.
Carrying so hard on the mount.
Yeah, I know, right? Really not. There's so many good things to say about Beyond in Game 1, but that is it for Game 1, and we'll see whether or not Beyond can keep that streak going, or if Impunity are going to tie things up in Game number 2.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy with you. No, things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you all by Riot Games, carried live and sponsored, of course, by iHotel. In a somewhat surprising turn of events, it is Beyond Gaming that currently lead the series against Impunity 1-0. Actually dominated game 1, right? It was 17-5, 4 Dragons to 1, and looked in control pretty much start to finish. Even got a 2v2 kill at level 2 in the bot lane. So very good signs for Beyond, and on the side of Impunity, perhaps a little worrying.
Yeah, not as good looks for Impunity, but Beyond Gaming definitely a good way to start off the series, especially when I think most people are considering them to be the underdogs after Impunity had such a strong showing against PSG earlier in the week. Yeah, a lot to think about for Impunity for sure.
Yeah, now they do swap to the red side, which I like because they kind of test the waters of the blue side, see if they can make it look as strong as the other teams do. But I think when you think of Impunity, they are just a lot stronger on that red side, right? They really make use of the fact that they have extremely strong solo laners. You look at the likes of Driver and Mission, and when they get themselves those winning matchups, it looks extremely good. And even in that game, I think where small leads found, right? Mission had maybe a 10 CS lead in the mid lane, and then Driver was doing even more on the top side. I think 40 CS and a tower taken. But if maybe they can kind of play towards that win condition a little more and not have the bot lane disaster, could be good. As we will head into game number 2's champ select, I will be interested to see if Jace gets targeted at all. And it's still the Sedge, Vi, and now the Syndra banned away from Beyond, which I like. I believe it was the Xayah last time, or that might have been banned by Impunity. By the way, it was taken away from before, so we will see where they go now. And I think banning away the Syndra and the Vi, it makes playing the Zeri a lot easier. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Zeri locked in, although with Xayah up, there is still that available as well. But I honestly think if you pick a Zeri, there isn't a lot of threat remaining into it. Jace is banned though. 3 flexes banned from Impunity, so really want to try and make sure that they know where those lanes are going when it comes down to that counter pick later in the draft. Okay, the first pick, yeah, you have to...
There it is.
Kind of those bans definitely signal it. So it'll be interesting now. How do you punish this as Impunity? Now, there is still other lockdowns, something like the Nautilus and the Talia. Could be something that you play, but a lot of that does hinge on something like the Vi to find that initial engage. Xayah Rakan could be the takeaway. This time with the Xayah, I think it looks a lot better than just having Rakan on its own. And I think, to be honest, last game, while Rakan first pick was perhaps not the best, I think the Rakan pick itself is still good.
Yeah.
Just wasn't executed on particularly well, but we'll have to see if Nature can redeem himself. They do take the Wukong away from Kongyue, and what will be the matching answer? It could just be the Maokai again, or maybe instead looking towards an AD jungler this time. Something like the Xin Zhao or the Pantheon could be in his wheelhouse.
Okay, Xin Zhao could be really interesting. It's going to be locked in. I think we've only seen this so far in the PCS playoffs from Why Not on Team Bliss. I don't know if we've seen it in any other matches, have we?
Not that I remember. Is a bit of an interesting pick that comes out. The Lulu obviously picked up, and looks like we're going to have very similar comps for the most part as Impunity once more go towards their engage. I wonder, will they really take the Kai'Sa over the Xayah? Okay, so they do go for it. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of it. We'll have to see what they back it up with, though.
Yeah, it's looking awfully similar to last game's team comp so far for the side of Impunity. Maybe they've cleaned up their act, who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they go for in the mid and top. I mean, do you take away the Jax this time? I think you might. Gragas, Kennen, and Jace all banned. I think Beyond should probably ban the Jax unless they want to play the Nara into it. But I kind of feel like with those bans available, just picking it up here for Driver, you know, will make things very, very difficult. Alternatively, maybe target stuff like the Talia and the Ori that work very well with that Wukong Rakan. It is the Orianna taken away, so it looks like they're going to go towards the mid bans. And Purity now, what do you ban away? Maybe... Actually quite hard to tell. I mean, if you go towards the second top, do you just ban something like the Cassante so that the Jax pick is even freer? Not that that matchup's really difficult, but just...
And we've seen it go 50-50, definitely.
Sion could be another one, right? Has been played into the Jax before. Or maybe if you don't want to pick it up, you ban it away. They ban the LeBlanc instead away from 116. Does work well with the Xin Zhao, obviously. And it is quite hard to engage on. So taking away some of that mobility. There is still the Ahri up if they did want to go that route. But we will see. Should be a second mid ban. I'd like to see the Talia, I think, banned away. Works very well again with that Wukong Rakan. It is quite annoying for Zeri to play into. Other bans, honestly, don't really spring to mind. It's the Jax or the Talia in my mind.
But geez, see what they go for here. It's going to be the Talia. Congratulations, Shock.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I think on Simon Impunity, do you just pick up the Jax? I think you do. There's all the counters are banned away, so it makes most sense to lock this in. And I think with so many mids banned, getting Mission the counter pick should be better. So 4-5, maybe you take the Sion into the Jax. The Cassante is the other option, and we've seen that matchup kind of go back and forth. I think I like the Sion the most, but you know, if they want to go the Cassante, I definitely wouldn't hate it. Sion is hovered. I mean, I'm getting a lot of these picks right.
Yeah, is it going to be 3 in a row for Big Shock?
Now, the Victor was being hovered there, and it's something that both mids have prioritized pretty heavily. And it's instead the Cassante picked up. I would be a little surprised to see the Victor picked up, just because it does seem very difficult to play into this sort of comp. I think maybe something like the Ahri is a better blind, but could maybe be difficult to play into Mission's pool. Something like TF, not seen in a while.
Also seems a little bit difficult, especially against, you know, Jax with the counter strike and just so many hard engage angles, but potentially can try and dissuade some of those with the gold card.
Okay, does go back to the Victor, and there aren't a whole lot of mage options left available. Something like the Galio pairs very well with the composition, and it is locked in here for Mission, but not something that we normally see him on, right? And in fact, a losing lane in that mid lane, which is, you know, it's always interesting because I think Galio still has the better skirmishing. He probably gets pushed, but it is Victor that kind of punishes you very heavily in the health trades and definitely outscales you. So Impunity, they're really looking to repeat, or sort of repeat last game's game plan, but execute it on it better. I think you do certainly have the tools, right, with the, again, the Wukong Rakan, and now the Jax and the Galio come in too. So you've got more. I guess they've got even more stuff to throw at Feng this game. But does have himself a Lulu. So once again, very interesting comps coming out. And I am kind of surprised, I guess, that Impunity have gone for this again. Not because it's bad, but just because I guess they've gone into the series and been like, okay, you know, Feng is a really big problem and we want to make the game as difficult as possible for him. And they've just picked as much hard engage as they can possibly manage.
Yeah, we have to see if they can pull it off this time. Impunity really looking to try and claw back control in this best of 5 series. And Feng as well, I think he was still opting for the Ghost over the clear, so still, you know, feeling really ballsy, a lot of confidence coming out from him. Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's a big move.
Now, I'd be kind of curious to see how this top matchup goes, because this is the matchup we've seen time and time again in the PCS, and Depending on who you talk to, you know, kind of depends how the matchup goes, right? It seems sometimes that Jax just ends up winning out, but K'Sante always finds a way kind of back into solo kill. And K'Sante's kind of fallen off in the playoffs a little bit in terms of performance. Is still being picked a lot, but hasn't found the same impact that he did towards the tail end of the regular season as we now head on to the Rift for game number 2 of Beyond versus Impunity. Can Impunity tie up the series 1-1 with their full engage comp? They're running it back. Is it the salty run back, do you think? Or is it more of an optimistic run back?
Oh, man, I have no idea. I mean, maybe Impunity, they're just giving the first 2 games they can do a reverse sweep of their own, potentially. You know, they want to feel the same way that PSG felt.
That could be the play, actually. It is perhaps a bit riskier for them, though, right? Because if you do fall down in the series, you are just completely eliminated from playoffs. And some interesting stuff picked up already. It is the Flash on the Kai as opposed to the Ghost, as well as double Ghost on the ADCs. Phase Rush on the Galio is kind of an interesting one. A lot of the time on the Galio, you see a bunch of different keystones, the Phase Rush, Spellbook, and the Aftershock, all for different reasons, but goes to Phase Rush with the Darkseer, which I think is kind of an adaptation against Victor. It allows you to get out of that W, which is very important for avoiding taking a lot of that damage back. The Darkseer was a pretty greedy option, but we'll see if he can make it work, as looks like Alex is going to get himself a leech, and Kongyue, the jungle slave, is going to have to solo start.
Dude, yeah, forced to take on that red buff by himself. BYG, on the other hand, their bot lane looking to set as much dominance in the bot lane at level 1 as possible. Kino sitting in that far bush.
It is the Cull once again picked up by Atlan. Going to respect this level 2 a bit harder this time. Zeri Lulu obviously doesn't have quite the same all-in as the Zeri Leona might, but it still is very, very strong in lane, can poke you down very heavily. And mid lane as well, 116, he's gone for that first strike, so is playing for a bit more scaling and should kind of have pressure over this lane no matter what, although misses the first laser of the game. Never a good omen.
I think Driver just missed 2 CS as well.
Do get that on the big jobs. And it looks like Fang and Kino, they're trying to get very aggressive once again. And this is the thing with the Kai'Sa, is that can kind of feel, you know, while you are strong in those skirmishes, before you get your upgrades, you don't really come online and do have a bit of time. You know, versus that Zeri Lulu, you can kind of match the scaling in a way. And it's really a different form of scaling, right? You kind of have your very strong dive potential, but perhaps don't do as well in a pure front to back.
Yeah.
For the most part, though, lanes are going as expected. I'll be looking a lot towards the mid-jungle of Impunity post-level 6 and see if they can find anything by moving around the map. And I think if you can't manage to kill Feng with this composition, you're not going to be able to kill him with anything, because they really have chosen pretty much the best possible champs for doing this.
I think we said that last game as well.
Yeah. It was pretty close. Driver, he's the one getting priority up here. Is going to be pushing in, look for a little bit of a trade onto Likai, and Alex is in the river, so most likely we'll just be looking towards that top scuttle. Is perhaps going to drop a ward or maybe just clear this one out first, and yeah, does drop that ward over the wall. Should be just a scuttle trade here, as both junglers will pick up scuttles on the sides of respective prio.
Yeah, he's going to be walking in as well. The bot lane is kind of stranded on an island, but I don't think there's enough dive potential for BYG to be able to pressure them. And they have got a wave stacking up as well.
Yeah, it is pushing back out, and they are going to need Alex to reset back to this bot side, probably to shadow them as they try and crash it in, although might just actually be pushed back from the side of BYG. We'll have to see what they end up going for. And mid lane, you know, so far, Mission hasn't really fallen behind at all. It's getting priority, but the priority doesn't really turn into anything early. It does now take quite a lot of damage, and this is always the dynamic you have with Galio and Victor. You need to try and get enough done in kind of those, you know, pre-20-minute fights before Victor really hits his stride. Alex is in the area, and I think the pink actually reveals him here.
Yeah, I wonder if BYG have even picked up on this. It does seem like they're playing a little bit safely. Oh, Nature gonna look for the grand entrance, but not gonna connect onto Feng.
And most likely were aware of it.
Yeah, I feel like Alex could have potentially gotten off, you know, gotten away with something if he didn't drop the pink, but I guess he kind of has to make sure that he's not sitting on a ward.
Yeah, always the risk versus reward there, and unfortunately did not pay off for him. His dragon will now spawn, and Victor is going to be forced to reset. And currently they have mid and bot priority on the side of Impunity. Resets haven't come through, though, from bot lane, so I wonder if they will look towards this dragon or not. As trades are coming out in bot lane, and it is I think Alex, who is actually going to return to bot, maybe.
Yeah, starting up the Dragon as well. Impunity, they have the bot priority available. Mission as well on the move. He's hit level 6 already as well. So 1116 out of mana and forced under his turret. Not going to be able to return much of his own.
A lot of damage traded back, though, as it looks like this first Dragon will most likely be picked up here very early into the game. And Driver is getting very, very low. Was actually forced to flash in that 1v1.
Yeah,
and could be in trouble.
Ooh, Kongya might be able to find him.
Ooh,
Tries to hit him with the spear, but not quite going to connect.
Maybe Mission can come top?
Yeah, Likai's all-out is running out, so I think they're going to back away from now.
Yeah, didn't have any mana. Does wisely choose to back off. Mission is going to go for a reset of his own again. And with that first Dragon picked up and no trade on the other side of the map, you do feel good about that as the side of Impunity. Want to try and get these Dragons stacked up nice and early. Force Zeri Lulu to fight before they're really well and truly online. So far, no kills picked up. It is just kind of standard laning. And the only sum has been burned in that top lane was Driver losing the flash just in the 1v1. Lost Chapter now here for 1116. Does give him the mana in order to contest some of this Galio wave clear. Even has the Chaos Storm if he needs to kind of get the priority at a moment's notice. But once Mission gets more points in his queue, the wave clear really adds up. As nature, he's just going to grab that ward before returning back to bot lane most likely. And it is Noon Quivers picked up for both ADCs. Fang base with more gold than last game. Just didn't pick up that Vamp Scepter. Also probably doesn't need it, just with the Lulu here as well. Should be mitigating a lot of that damage just through the shields as Mission spots out Kongyue, yoinks away just one Raptor.
Funny moves from Mission. Gold lead though, still very much even on both sides. Not much action yet to happen.
Ooh, trades coming out in top. It is the Sheen here for Driver and actually the Barmies for Lokai. Seen a lot of different Cassante builds, but sometimes just pick up the Sheen early for a bit more early pressure. Not to be this game though. And now Herald is spawning in another 30 seconds, and I would kind of expect.
Ooh, Nature finds a great entrance, connects the Void Seeker as well. Feng taking a bit of damage, but giving some back in return as well. Overall trade going to go pretty evenly.
Oh, very heavy
Alex
trades.
is here though. Ooh. Not quite going to be close enough to find the engage.
No, it's going to need to back away, and I think that Alex probably will want to reset to that top side and start up the Herald with the Galio. We'll need to be careful though. There is a trade. Kongyue Ghost is burned so early.
Being going forwards, yeah, super early. Kongyue wasn't even on the same screen yet and gets spotted up by the ward as well. So he's going to be cupping a base for now, I think, as both junglers start to path towards the Rift Herald.
And I want to say this Rift Herald should be going the way of Impunity, especially with this Galio. Although, Mission is going for the reset, so it won't be on the map with that priority just yet. And bot lane as well, as the side of Beyond that resets first. Will Kino path towards the Herald? He's pathing towards mid, so giving himself options. And where will Fang go? I'd expect him just to go straight bot, but maybe, yeah, it looks like he is just going to path straight bot. Keep himself farming, has that Vamp Scepter picked up now as well. And I think the longer you can stall here as Beyond, the better it gets for you. You don't really want too many fights when you have the Zeri and the Victor, at least until you complete your Mythics. Pretty heavy trades coming out in the top side, and currently going the way of Lakai. That flash is not yet up for Driver, and Kongyue is going to look to do something about that. Kino pathing up here as well. It's currently a 3v2. Alex thinks he has the gank.
Oh, this could be really bad for Alex. He has no idea that Kongyue is already in the bush. Will probably spot out Kino. Actually, no, doesn't even spot out Kino either. He's going straight in onto Likai, tunneling completely on. Oh, the sweeper spots him out, finds a Cyclone, but now First Blood going the way of Driver. Oh, going... taking out Driver, rather.
Taking out Driver, and... I think, Alex, you're right, realized with the sweeper, but I'm not sure Driver did as he continued to kind of go aggressively into that bush. And I think that's a very, very big pickup there for Beyond, because off that, they should be able to pick up a Herald. And when you're picking up first Herald as a team that has Victor Zeri, extremely greedy scaling, this is such a big win for you already.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't even have to pull up Feng either. He's just been chilling on bot lane the whole time. I have to imagine Mission is going to try and pressure him off that tower and deny as much CS as he can in return, but Kino's already on his way back.
Now, Kongyue, I wonder, will he just look to base and drop the Herald bot side? There was one plate, I believe, already taken in this bot lane. So if you can get even more gold onto Feng, would be good. And now, it doesn't even look like there's going to be any trade, because Alex was so late back on the map, Mission, has the priority, but hasn't really been able to turn it into anything. A lot of it, I think, because of how, the top play went there. And while this wave will crash, there's no one really around to back it up. Atlan, I think, can't even get a plate here. Is probably going to be forced away. And now Kongyue around is spotted out on that ward. But you should kind of expect him just to drop Herald in the lane.
Well, Mission trading aggressively onto 116. We see that phase rush coming to use in that little scuffle. But actually not dealing too much damage of his own, to be honest.
No, certainly not. And Kongyue needs to be kind of careful, I think, entering the river. I don't think you actually want a 3v3. His heal just got used by Kino.
Huh.
Yeah, okay, so they're posturing for the 4v4 around the dragon, but if I'm BYG, I think you probably don't want this fight. It feels like your Victor and Zeri aren't quite strong enough yet.
Yeah, I think if they can bait out like 1 or 2 ults from the side of Impunity, the fight can go in their favor, but without that, I feel like Impunity have too many tools to really win out in these skirmishes.
I think wise decision here by BYG. They decide instead, looks like they are just going to maybe try and drop the Herald bot. Although, actually it looks like Kongyue goes for the no, he cancels the bait, so he's just going to wait in that bush and maybe try gank Impunity's bot lane on the way back to lane.
Ooh.
Actually has himself in a very good position here, and Alex is pathing back towards mid.
Yeah, they have no idea. Oh my god, Nature's going to walk straight into 2. Kongyue finds 2 with Crescent Sweep as well, picks up a kill onto Nature. Atlan now going to go down as well, pops the ultimate. I don't know, wasn't quite able to make it over the wall. Double kill going the way of Kongyue.
Insane angle, I think, found there by Kongyue. Managed to just hide in that bush, and that's going to be so much gold going over to BYG. While it is 2 kills that go over to the Zen, the Herald dropped as well, and it's such a massive lead. Impunity, it's not the lead that you can kind of afford to give over. As now BYG, down 2 dragons, but have to feel like looking towards that 3rd dragon when you're in a very nice position. And Impunity, they were none the wiser that Kongyue just had the flank. And the fact that they not only managed to pick up both, but they got all the sums from the Kai'Sa. As Alan tried his best to get out, but unfortunately could not. And Kongyue, he's very happy with that angle.
Yeah, really good call from him, realizing that Impunity, their bot lane might just walk back into the lane and pretend nothing happened, and paying the price for it. 2 kills for 0. And not only Kongyue, but also Fing is very happy about that as well, being able to pick up a couple plates for himself as well. Just huge gold swing for them.
It really is, especially considering that they're the ones that you'd have to favor in the scaling. And something kind of interesting is that Mission has gone for the Rod of Ages, which, the options on the Galio are typically the Rod of Ages or the Everfrost. It's going to try and match with a bit more scaling, but I wonder if it's the correct choice given that, maybe Everfrost follow-up CC onto Fang could be nice on that engage. And I'm not sure you win out on the scaling anyway up against Victor, Zeri, Lulu. If they can pop one of those carries, it can be good, but will they have the damage to kind of back it up after that? I'm not sure they will, as this bot tower, it's getting very, very low. I have to feel like we'll fall in just a couple more waves, but are going to be able to keep it alive for now. And so far, this Galio hasn't been able to find any impact on the map. Maybe looking for something now.
Kongyue going to get taunted and charmed, knocked up, completely taken out. Shutdown goes the way of Atlan. Now the Galio coming out, forcing Kino to flash. Fing escaping out of the back of the pit as well. Big pickup there for Impunity.
Definitely was nice. The shutdown was picked up there as well. Driver's even gobbling up some plates. And the other side of the map is going to have to jump away and might get chased. Does dodge out there. So it was just Kongyue going a bit too far in without the flash. No flashes even needed to be burned from Impunity. Was just a Galio W that started that out. And I think importantly, the shutdown goes to Atlan, which is very, very important. And he's actually got himself a nice CS lead as Fang is forced away from a lot of these waves in the meantime. And while might still be down in gold overall, just given the Herald that was dropped bot before, has come back pretty nicely, and the blue buff yoinked away from Driver, Leandri, so it cancels him.
Oh, Driver actually might be in trouble here. Lee Kai is now here as well to try and push Driver away. I wonder if we'll be able to find it actually. No, they're going to do a little switcheroo. Driver's going to force
the great escape.
The great escape. Yeah, force the flash over the wall, but most importantly, he does survive this time.
He does, yeah. And now gold lead. Oh,
maybe I spoke too soon. Lee Kai's gone all out. He's looking for the kill onto Driver. Well, not quite enough damage to finish him off. The Divine Sundray healing, keeping Driver alive for now. But Mission trying to see if he can get revenge. First top lane comrade finds the taunt, finds the Q. Not quite. Oh, actually the last tick does find him. Mission picking up a nice freebie for himself.
Very impressive, I think, that Mission knew, or maybe didn't know. Maybe he guessed that he had the damage to kill him. I think I would have flashed for that one, but Mission, he manages to keep the flash and gets that kill as well. And now he can take this top towers. That's a big gold injection. And Galio, I think, as your solo AP here, isn't actually a bad person to put the gold into. Maybe doesn't scale as well as a Victor, but does a surprising amount of damage, especially when he gets fed. So Impunity, they take a small gold lead here, and they are the ones that have this dragon threat already, and that will mean that BYG will be forced to contest this third dragon in only a minute. I wonder if they'll give it up and try and wait for 2 items on their carriers, because that is the risk. When you play both the Victor and the Zeri, there is no real bridge from the carries that can kind of allow you to scale for free. Instead, it's kind of on Kongyue and Lee Kai to carry this fight, but it might be difficult.
Yeah, it does feel like Impunity had a bit of a wobbly early game, to be honest, but despite that, you know, they're ahead in gold. They've got 2 dragons to their name. And you know, somehow they're looking like they're the favorites to win out in this next dragon fight as well. It feels like, you know, Lee Kai, after picking up the early kill for himself, hasn't been able to find much from it. Kongyue getting locked on by Alex. Charm is going to find him as well. Knock up as well, you have to assume. Oh, actually does survive with his life. That Lulu ult coming in handy for making sure his jungler stays alive. Fing going a little bit too far forward. It's going to stay alive for now. Taunted up. No Cyclone available anymore. Dropped very low. 1 hit away from death. Dashing over the wall. Nature, though, going in so far. Driver doesn't find a counter-strike onto anyone. Alex dropped very low. Kongyue going back in, finds a kill, trades his life for it. 1-on-1-6, now picking up another one for himself as well. It's so back and forth, 3 for 3.
Yeah, wow, what an absolute mess of a team fight. I couldn't even really follow what was happening. It looks like it is Impunity who have the health bars high enough after to start up this Herald, but maybe need to be a little careful. If they invest too much tempo into this, could find themselves with no setup onto that dragon. And I'd be really interested to see the damage numbers for that fight, because Feng, you know, he ended up flashing forward, but got so low and then, you know, couldn't really DPS. So initial engage comes out onto Alex. And it was a nice re-engage, but look how much time Kongyue with the wild growth on him buys. Just tanks up multiple members here for so long, and the Galio, you have to feel like, was a little wasted. Feng, I think, you know, was feeling himself perhaps a bit too much. You know, went in and without the cleanse, you know, was CC'd up for a long time, felt very, very low, just managed to get out. And so much CC getting traded back and forth. 1-1-6 also really benefiting from the fact they were all grouped up there. Managed to snipe himself a kill onto Atlan at the very end. I really hope we return to live soon, because I want to see what's happening around this dragon.
Well, BYG, it looks like they've established control for themselves. 3 control wards in the river means that they have a lot of space to work with. Impunity, though, look at Driver, though.
He's got a great flank.
Such a good flank. The water's going to swat him out. You know, going to see him. But now BYG, they're in a bit of a tricky situation. They can't move forward too far, otherwise Driver will have a really good angle onto their backline. Driver going to jump away for now. Dragon now at 3k HP. Alex looking for the smite. Charm comes out. Nature not going to find anyone with the grand entrance, though. Kino going to be the target, forced to flash away. Lee Kai going to get taken out by Alex. And now BYG, they're looking for the re-engage. Impunity forced back for now. Dragon still sitting at now 2k HP. Alex, he doesn't have the smite available. Neither, Kongyue does have it up. It's going to take that one away from Impunity. Third dragon going the way of BYG. Now Kongyue finding a shutdown onto Mission. Driver running away for his life. Atlan doing the same thing. Feng looking for the chase. Dashing over the wall. Atlan, he doesn't quite have the ultimate available. It's going to be available now. Flash 2. Going to be forced out of him to try and get out of that fight. The dragon. Big dragon there for BYG, and the fight went their way as well.
It did. I think massive win there for the side of BYG. They managed to get the shutdowns, have themselves a gold lead, and get their first dragon, which definitely slows down Impunity's dragon win condition here. And you kind of saw in the damage charts for that fight, I believe it was 1-1-1-6's Victor, who did almost 5,000 damage. And crucially, the Galio ult was not yet up here, as well as the Kai'Sa ult. So while this engage comes out, there's no follow-up, and also did not manage to catch Feng. You can kind of see Mission kind of just spend the fight playing almost like a mage, because he just doesn't have the ult. It's just poking with Q. And then Impunity, they kind of get stuck trying to go forward, but Feng on the Zeri, they just don't have the threat onto him anymore. And once again, it feels like Impunity, they have the tools, but they just don't quite line them up well enough. And so it is Beyond, who I think find themselves with a lead in this game now. The strongest scaling comp and picking up that drag as well as a gold lead. Feel very comfortable with your position.
Yeah, Impunity, as you said, they have all the tools they need to be able to pick off Feng, but they're not quite able to connect the puzzle pieces well enough in their execution. And you know, as soon as Feng sees those key abilities go on cooldown, he has the freest fight of his life, as long as he's not you know, flashing forward into the front line, and really just making short work of Impunity.
Really does, yes. Looks now like we most likely will just be farming for the next 3 minutes, but I think that is something that favors the side of Beyond. Can just wait for all their sums as well as 2 items to be completed on both their carries. It is the Void Staff already picked up by the Victor, and it should be the Hurricane now completed for Feng. And so Impunity, you really have to find some sort of massive engage, but it honestly feels like time is sort of running out. I don't think you can scale nearly as well as the enemy comm. Now, they do have a Herald. Can they break mid with it? I'm not even sure they can do that.
I think it's not quite going to be enough. They might actually be able to take it out before it even hits the turret. It's going to be close. Kongya has the smite. Yeah, Reptile finds no value at all for Impunity. Especially considering they traded so much tempo on the Dragon for that. It's really, really sad state of events for them.
And maybe the last shining light in this game for Impunity is Driver. Has himself a very sizable lead over Lakai, despite the laning phase being a bit hit or miss.
Kongya dashing straight in on the minion wave. That's some Chad gameplay from him. Actually has to pop the ultimate, but I'm not too sure what he's going for there. He really wanted the mid prior, but got a little bit too excited. Nature,
oh, no.
Nature.
All right, we're banning this guy from Rakan. It's not looking the best, as Baron is actually getting started up. They know Kongyu and Lakai get chunked out, and I don't think BYG know. They're probably not expecting this. Now, they get the blue trinket, and TP will come in.
Oh, they know.
Rakan ult's missing, though. I think you back away from this as Impunity.
Yeah, this is such a desperation play for them. They are thankfully going to move away from the pit, but Kongyu, he's actually getting straight in. He's not had enough just quite yet. Now, BYG actually turned their sights on the Baron. I don't know if this really works out either. Impunity, they still have some key ultimates available. Alex looking for a side angle onto them in the Baron pit. It's now dropped at half HP. Alan and Mission waiting around the tri-bush as well. 5k HP, they're out on vision. They have to try and slow it down and try and force Atlan and Mission away. Nature trying to staunch them off. TP comes out, and now BYG, they're looking. Alan is way out of position. Mission trying to slow them down, finds a taunt onto 2, but the rest of the team members are completely separated. They find an engage onto 116, force the stopwatch. Likai hasn't gone all out quite yet. Cyclone finds a few, but Likai, he's gone all out. He's going crazy. Alan taken out. Double kill for the side of Feng. Now Nature, the only surviving member.
And just like that, it feels like Impunity's hopes in this game are just ripped away in a fight that was so massively favored there for Beyond. You know, we're missing again the Ricano, and Galliot wasn't even used for Mission. So they have this, you know, extremely straightforward one-dimensional comp, and they can't manage to line it up. It's now BYG who pick up the Baron and are really running away with the game. The next Dragon only in 35 more seconds, and that's one that Impunity, I don't think they will be able to contest. As we get a replay, now TP comes in from Driver very late, and I think nice by Atlan to kite that out, but Mission, he's kind of just stuck, you know, very far in. You can kind of see Feng can literally just run rings around him. Can't do much, and the Zhonya's from 116 buys so much time. I think didn't even eventually go down, managed to survive for so long. And, you know, Impunity, your whole game plan rests around killing one person in these team fights. And if you can't even find that, there's no way that you can match them in those extended DPS fights. Especially now, I mean, if you look at the damage, it just does favor the side of Beyond. And Kongyu as well managed to do 3,300 damage on the Xin Zhao. Very much a carry threat here as Impunity. They've got themselves a flank and they're looking for some last-ditch effort, but I think Feng, with the flash, should feel very, very safe. Can Nature finally
he's moving
find
so far forward. He really is feeling himself. And I think that a big defining point of that last fight was Nature. He actually found 3 with the Grand Entrance, but it was just too little too late. You know, they really have to find that onto Feng at the start of the fight. It's just not enough for them now. They're 4K behind. BYG, they've got complete control of the mid lane.
Oh, Nature, he's very, very low. Does get chunked out, and that should be Dragon going the way of Beyond. Mission has been in this bush for the last minute at least. Now, Driver is still very, very strong. He's got priority on that side wave, and that potentially gives him a way in. With the Ricano as well as the Galliot, there is always that engage.
Dragon's already taken out, going the way of BYG. Now the fight is ensuing. Mission, the first target, forced the stopwatch. Nature finds a few with his ultimate. Actually, Feng trapped into a corner. Likely going to have to flash over the wall. Atlan tries to flash over to find that kill. It's going to get shut down, actually. Impunity, they're looking like they're going to try and turn this one around. Now Kongya, the one forced to stopwatch. Tables have turned shut down this time, goes the way of Driver. And now Impunity, they might have found their way back into the game.
They certainly have. We're finding themselves down very far, but clearly not out. as they managed to somehow get a miracle team fight. Now, they did invest a lot of flashes for that. It was both carry flashes from the side of Impunity, but Feng's got traded out as well, and this will defuse the Baron completely. Somehow, the gold remains very close even now, so we'll get a replay of what happened. So it was multiple flank angles found here by Impunity, and so much committed onto mission initially. Feng found himself just completely locked in a corner, flashed away, but is crucially separated completely from his team. And it kind of felt like Beyond shouldn't have been able to lose this fight, but I think just the way they positioned in the river allowed too many angles from the side of Impunity, and it was a massive shutdown the driver picked up. Look at the lead he has now. 60 CS in that side lane, and a level lead as well.
He does really not want to lose this game.
Certainly does not, and you know, for the first time, I think Feng is out DPS pretty heavily, was just again, kind of stuck in the corner. Once again, somehow, Kongyue is the top damage for his team, which really goes to show he is the star player of this lineup. No matter what champ he's playing, finds so much impact. Engage on the nature.
We're not going to find too much this time, but dominance has been asserted.
And take a look now at those top lane items. It's pretty much a full item lead for Driver in the top side. He was doing a great job in the 1v1 in game 1, but couldn't translate it into the team fights. Here on the Jax, though, is looking a lot better. And Impunity, they would hate to be down 2 games to Beyond. If they can tie things up here in the 1-for-1, it would be good.
Definitely would be optimal for them.
Certainly hope so. Driver, he's going to move back towards this bot lane. You know, it does have pressure over the side lane, but it's so difficult to ever actually dive or take towers from the Cassante. Instead, we'll just be looking to kind of use that priority to continue to get flanks, and he's now going to find himself at level 16, a 2-level lead for him, and it's actually extremely difficult for Feng to deal with, especially given that he won't have the flash and Driver will. Objectives aren't up for another couple of minutes, so that gives time maybe for Feng to reach the Navori before then.
Yeah, definitely going to be rushing towards that, especially since Alan has already got 3 completed items to his name. Him and Driver really the main DPS forces behind their lineup. It's just on the rest of the team to try and fight those engages. Nature in the last fight, you know, he was set up for success by the 2 flanking members, but despite that, you know, able to find such a good grand entrance and force Feng into the corner that he found himself in. They need to try and reproduce that as closely as possible.
Yeah, I think the more flanks you can get, the better. Especially, as Driver, he's being looked at, does just manage to jump away. Now a 70 CS lead in the 1v1. Extremely nice for him. 2 more minutes until you have to feel everything will kind of come undone. Will be fights forced. Alex, he's got himself some sort of flank. Shirelia's, you know, he's been healing and Shirelia's and doing whatever he needs to really to prop the boys up. It is the Navori now completed for Feng, so that's a very big spike. But the Hurricane as well comes in from Atlan. So 80 carries pretty much matched for items. Really that top lane that you're kind of looking towards. And 3 items now completed for both mid laners as well, ahead of what is going to be a very crucial fight. I wonder as well if anyone looks towards the Baron instead. Baron, I think, can fall very, very quickly with how strong the ADCs are now. And given that it's up a full 30 seconds before the Dragon, it gives you quite a lot of time. Currently, Impunity are the ones that hold the control around that area. Kongyue is going to maybe try and take a little bit of this back, but has to be very careful face checking. It's kind of the only one of his team that can. Lee Kai is stuck in that side lane. Has been engaged on before. If he can take any ults for Feng, though, it would be very good, as it looks like BYG, they enter the river and will regain control. I wonder if they look to start this up and try to get Driver away from the split push. It looks like they do.
Yeah,
TP is available, and they have the flanks.
Well, Impunity, they have vision on it. TP comes out from Lee Kai. They're really committing a lot to this.
Beyond have to be very careful. They're once again kind of trapped between 2 sides. They need to collapse on one. They're looking on mission.
Oh, Impunity, they have BYG completely trapped into the river. Alex finding the initial engage onto 3 with the Cyclone, following up with the Galio ult. BYG, they're looking to try and get out of this. 1 kill goes down. Feng, crucially, Driver on a killing spree. Now Lee Kai trying to wreak as much havoc as he can on the backline. Mission flashing forward, but realizing he might be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Impunity, that's trying to shut down Lee Kai now. It's 2v1. Driver so strong now on the Jax. Level 17, finds a counter-strike, finds a great entrance. Another kill going the way of Driver, and Impunity once again. Well, it's a 2 for 2. I didn't expect that.
It was very, very close. I think Lee Kai managed to snipe 2 members in that backside. And also, the Victor was dealing so much damage, but I think it is kind of surprising. Like you said, Impunity, they basically had the perfect team fight set up, flanks from every angle. And I think Beyond have to be very careful positioning like this. If you're split like this, you need to chase down one side very early on. Instead, so much knockup has come through, but Konyue's ult actually stops Driver from getting in the fight for so long. Feng gets taken out very early, but pay attention to the Cassante. Single-handedly takes out the Kai'Sa on the backline, which was very, very important in this fight. Unfortunately, wasn't shown here, but Mission, he did flash in and forced to run away. And the Jax so strong. That 2-level lead as well as an entire item here. They just cleaned it all up as we return to live, and it looks like this third drag will go the way of Impunity. They now have themselves a gold lead once more.
Yeah, Impunity, their champions are looking more and more scary. 2 stopwatches for Driver and Alex respectively as well. Means that next fight is going to be even more interesting. They have so many more tools at their disposal. Definitely play a lot more freely.
Driver rapidly approaching the Flame Horizon in his 1v1 as well.
Oh
It's
my
so
goodness.
far ahead.
Oh,
Does not have
BYG.
the TP, so is actually going to have to get back here. I believe it is the Hextech drag, so he can take the portal, which he will.
BYG actually not committing too much to this. I think they're trying to bait in a fight from Impunity, but questionable whether or not they even want that. Impunity, they've got both sides once again. The Hexgate coming in with the flank as well. Driver's right behind them. BYG, they have to find a way out of here. Nature finds a great entrance onto 0 people. And now Feng trying to dish out as much DPS as he can. He is relatively uncertain, dashes away from Driver on the Jax, but he's not able to pump out quite as much as he would want. Kino forced to be separated away from his ADC, and now it's Feng, the only the remaining DPS from the side of BYG. Now Likai trying to do as much as he can as well, but Impunity flashing forward. Mission gets knocked up. Driver now forced to stopwatch as well. Fink hiding this out super well, but Void Seeker is going to end his life. Double kill for Atlan.
Impunity, I think they can play for the end. That bot wave is pushed in. There are no TPs available, but death time is along as they're going to path down towards that. And it looks like in a 31-minute game, Impunity, they might be looking for the win. Can they actually get it? Oh my god, look at the damage dealt by Feng in that team fight. Was almost 8,000. I think they've done it. There's no Victor up for 15 more seconds, so they are going to tie up the series 1-1. And honestly, I feel like Impunity had no business winning this game with the way it started, but an absolute 1v9 performance coming out from Driver. Has himself almost 100 CS lead in the side lane. What just a 1v9 machine.
Yeah, this guy has just been on fire so far this playoffs, and this game was definitely no exception. He just kept slowly and steadily building up his lead in that Jax versus Cassandra matchup. A matchup that we've seen go both ways, but not in his case.
No, certainly not. And I wonder, they, on the side of Impunity, they did manage to get this Jax on the red side, right? Which I think is, going through second phase bans. I think banning, it was the Talia as well as the Ori that were banned away. Maybe you drop one of those for the Jax because there were a lot of Jax counters banned away. But alternatively, I mean, it'll be real interesting to see which side do Beyond pick. Do you pick blue side thinking that's your stronger side? Or do you go for red just because it takes it away from Impunity? It's kind of a decision they're going to have to make. And we will see it, but Impunity, they fight back, do tie up the series 1-1. I still think it wasn't clean whatsoever, though. It was very, very close. And I think if Driver hadn't 1v9, it was looking real bad, honestly. They were falling behind to the scaling comp early, and I think one maybe big misplay from Beyond was the way they were kind of grouping up in the river. I think you either need to play towards one side of the river, don't give angles from both. And if there are multiple flanks, you need to collapse on one very early. Admittedly, it's quite hard. You have to be very decisive and find it early, but yeah, it was Impunity that come out on top.
Yeah, it does feel like in those last 2 fights especially, BYG making the same mistake, staying in the middle of the river and just getting flanked. Driver found the easiest Hexgate flank of his life, and it really just set them up for success.
The Hextech Gate, I think, really did wonderful things for the side of Impunity, right? It's really good for their comp. Just the fact that you can always find a guaranteed flank like that. And in that last fight, Driver was able to get behind them, jump onto the Victor, stun him, force the Zhonya's. It just bought so much time for his team. And that Victor was doing a lot of damage, but in the last fight, only did 1,000. Meanwhile, Feng, trying to really put the game on his back, did almost 8,000, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I mean, looking towards the next game, it does seem like the teams are very evenly matched. I'd potentially still be giving the edge to Beyond. They look a little cleaner overall. And I think if they do take away the Jax, it would have been a very different story. But it will be real interesting to see what adaptations there are. And I wonder, do you look to target away the Rakan at all? Because it is sort of the linchpin for a lot of this engage. At the same time, hasn't really found a lot of impact, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in those last 2 fights, once again, it did do its job finally. But it does look like Nature is kind of struggling on it. Like he's definitely relying on his team a lot to set him up, with those flanks to make sure they're all funneled into one spot. And really just, making his life easy as a support. But yeah, I will be really interested to see whether or not Impunity try and go for that again.
Yeah, me too. I think the Syndra ban in the first 3 was really to set up for trying to make Zeri a little more safer in the game, right? Taking away the Vi, the Syndra, takes away a lot of those point and click options. But if so many others already exist, right? You still have to ban the Taliyah Ori second phase. There's still the Galio that comes out, and I think admittedly didn't look as good as the Syndra might have. But is it worthy of a first phase ban? I'm not sure. Alternatively, maybe you ban away the Wukong, because I think Alex definitely doesn't have the same champion pool that Kongyue does. And I think if they don't get the Wukong, could perhaps find themselves in a bit of trouble. So we'll have to see if there will be any side adaptions or any pick ban adaptions. And on the gameplay front, like you said, kind of a bit of difficulty with their positioning. But overall, the lanes themselves have looked pretty good.
Yeah, and I think Kongyue as well on the jungle, finding so much DPS on the Zinja as well. Getting an early lead for himself and really just continuing to carry that forward over and over again was really paying dividends with BYG. But yeah, this was one of the fights where Impunity, they started to turn things around. Feng forced away from the rest of his team, forced over the wall where Atlan was easily able to finish him off. Just started to spell disaster for BYG.
It really did, and I think it really just wasn't good enough understanding from BYG of how they were going to win fights, because I think when you are giving so many flanks, right, you can kind of see here that after Driver takes the Hextech Gate, they basically have them surrounded from all sides, which is such a strange position to be in. As you look at 1116, right, didn't really have anywhere to go. It was forced to just Zhonya's and just BCC'd, and already had used the Chaos Storm prior to this, so didn't have all that damage coming out in the meantime. And while Feng really did his best, and especially with all these members grouped up, put out so much damage, unfortunately just wasn't enough. And I think particularly takes him a very, very long time to get through Driver.
Yeah.
And Driver is both a tank and a DPS threat at this point. So the fact that it took him so long, yeah, like you said, a spell disaster. As we take a look at the post game, and you can see there was a pretty sizable lead there for Beyond as a scaling comp, a 4,000 gold lead, but threw it all away. And I think MVP for me has to go to Driver.
Yeah, that guy was just an absolute menace on the Jax, just over and over again, not only finding good, flank and engage angles, but also just pumping out the damage as well. And, as you said, Flame Horizon, it's not easy.
No, it was very, very close to it. And I think the fact that he has found such sizable leads, both Game 1 and Game 2 in that 1v1, definitely bodes well for that top lane throughout the entirety of the series. And to no surprise, it is Driver that picks up that MVP. A 5,000 gold lead over his opponent. Very, very nice, particularly when his team was actually behind gold a lot of that, right? And still managed himself 81% KP, 29% damage, and couldn't really ask for more than him. And I wonder if that's a place that side of BYG looked to target.
Yeah, it does feel like for me, Driver is kind of the key player to watch in this series overall, right? Because he's just so consistently able to find those leads individually by himself, without much jungle intervention. It really just gives Impunity such a good opportunity to sort of build their own win condition during the game.
It does, and I want to see if they, despite winning this, I wonder if Impunity will just go for the hard engage comp again, because I think there are other ways to make the game difficult for Feng, right? You could look to target out ADC bans instead. It's obviously looked extremely good on the Zeri and the Xayah, and I still haven't, I mean, again, they picked up the win, but it felt like it was more off the back of Driver's performance as opposed to they really executed their comp well. I mean, I guess credit to them, they managed to find very good flanks later on, but it still feels like the Rakan Galio aren't really finding it, right? I'm not often seeing just the chain CC coming through, and I wonder, do you just look to kind of say, all right, we'll still get engaged from somewhere, but perhaps give ourselves a little more versatility? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested even to see a similar style of team come from both teams, because it feels like they've both been sort of gradually evolving, right? Impunity, they weren't able to quite figure it out, but during I guess the second half of that game, it really started to come together for them, and we'll have to see in Game 3 whether or not they'll be able to reproduce that success or not. We'll be back very soon.
Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You all in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life? touchdown, yeah, tag me with the pound. You all in the town. So tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around, round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RGX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest in around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like
Hello everyone and welcome back to this playoff series between Beyond and Impunity, brought to you guys by Riot Games, carried live and sponsored as well by iHotel. It is Impunity that hit back in game number 2, tying things up 1-1. Wasn't the cleanest way of doing it, but hey, a win's a win. And I think it's, you know, a nice little bit of confidence going into the next game, and I'm now looking to see what kind of adaptations come out. We've kind of seen both teams sort of run the same comps back to back, and it has been, you know, admittedly pretty close the whole time. I think game 1 was perhaps a bit more one-sided for Beyond. But yeah, now looking to see what goes on in this game, and particularly what side is chosen.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Impunity really came into their own towards the end of that second game, right? They kind of drafted similar team comps in games 1 and 2, but then, you know, started to understand how they wanted to play more, right? We saw them find so many flanks in those last fights against BYG. So that if they opt for the same kind of team comp again, I do expect BYG to try and go for something different, or at least, you know, make some adaptations of their own.
Yeah, could expect that to come through, and they choose the red side this time. So different pick for sure. And I wonder if now they're just going to try and, you know, make sure they have a good matchup in the top side, because it feels like Driver is the one who's going to break this game open for the side of Impunity as we head into Select. Xayah is banned away. So I think on blue side, Impunity don't ban Gragas and they ban Xayah instead. I wonder, will they take away the Jace? They do. So they didn't ban Jace in game 1, but they do now. Now Gragas is left open. And on the side of Beyond, what is your third ban? It was the Syndra last time, but honestly, and I think it was the Kennen game 1 from what I remember.
Yeah.
I have to see.
Ooh, I think that was in the second phase. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Might have been. Yeah, potentially.
My memory's not too great.
Okay, what will this third ban be? I mean, the Syndra again makes sense, but if you're not first picking the Zeri, maybe not as much. Okay, so they wisely ban away the Zeri. I think that makes sense because Xayah is taken away, which is the obvious answer, as well as the Vi to counter it. But this will give that Wukong once again over to Alex, and that's kind of the last remaining jungler of that trifecta with Vi and Sejuani both banned away. I wonder, does that get answered by a Gragas?
Yeah, definitely a lot of theories as to what BYG could be cooking now in the jungle. Kongya has, you know, pulled out some, I guess, like less seen picks so far, so I wouldn't be surprised to see another wild card in the jungle. But, you know, Alex on the other hand on the Wukong has looked pretty solid so far. Gragas is going to be locked in.
Gragas does get picked up, and Varus is being hovered here. Feng had a lot of priority on it throughout the regular season and is locked in, and I'm not sure how much I like it. I think if this is answered by something like the Aphelios Thresh, something that can build lifesteal, it can be very, very difficult, but it looks like Impunity, they're going to run it back and just play a super hard engage comp. I wonder now, will it be the Rakan? It is locked in, so same first three coming out of Impunity, and I think it's a lot easier to do this into a Varus. You know, is, I think, much more vulnerable, you know, than the likes of the Zeri. And what do you pick up here? I mean, do you just go something like the Heimerdinger maybe? Or are you going to try and get a melee support like the Nort Leona for some sort of peel?
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger always feels like it looks good, but we've definitely seen various Heimerdinger have, you know, pretty bad, you know, win rates, to be honest. So Nord's going to be locked in for Kino instead. I do like that a bit more. I think it does a good job of shutting down both Wukong and Rakan. And it's just, you know, ultimately very easy to execute as well.
It is. And second phase bans, I would expect to be mid bans probably from Beyond. They banned the Kennen instead, which is kind of curious. I mean, maybe they just don't want to play the Kennen-Gragas matchup, but probably don't need to ban the Jax anymore, given that Gragas can always go towards that top side. And on the side of Impunity, what will your bans be? I mean, you can target maybe AD mid, something like the Tristana could be taken away with the Gragas. They banned the Aurelia, could be setting up for a Gnar blind pick potentially, or might just be a flex. I don't think we've seen Beyond play Aurelia before, at least not that I remember. And what will be the last ban? Maybe you do ban away the Gnar, or you could look to take it away as well, but that would kind of reveal your hand pretty early. I mean, I guess we'll see. There's lots of options still here, but this will kind of give Mission pick of the litter if they don't ban any of his mids away. Last ban is that Gnar. Okay, so they do, I think it's a match to the Aurelia.
Yeah.
And now that kind of suggests that they want to counter pick top, the fact that they're banning away the Gnar. So Impunity, if you're expecting a mid 4P to come through, which one do you ban away? Remember that the Gragas can be flexed as well, so it's not as valuable. Okay, so they do ban away the Jax actually, which is, I guess, makes sense. If Gragas and Jax were both picked up, they wouldn't really have a good answer to it, especially not with Gnar off the board. And Viego being hovered, these could be jungle picks here for Kongyue, but it would reveal, obviously, Gragas going in one of those solo lanes wouldn't be flexed into the jungle. And I'm not sure how I feel about Viego. Honestly, has not looked very good in the PCS playoffs and could be very hard, I think, up against a comp that wants to heavily engage. They do pick it up, so now Impunity, they know that's going in one of the solo laners. And I think Syndra, it's an obvious choice here. Syndra or the Ori. Syndra, Ori, Taliyah, kind of those three champs that, you know, work very well with this comp. Could run it back with the Galio, but I think Mission looks a lot more comfortable on these. And personally, I'd like to see the Syndra picked up.
Yeah, I'm more looking towards the top lane pick. I wonder what Impunity are going to pick up here for Driver this time. As we've said before, he has been sort of the key player for them, you know, building up so many incremental advantages throughout the game. So hopefully he's on a pick that, you know, really suits their playstyle for him.
And the Cassante, kind of the obvious pick, but you're right, the Driver, he didn't look so good on it versus PSG. It's hard to say, is that just because of how strong PSG are, but this was his go-to pick up against the Gragas pretty much all series long. Something more aggressive, though, I think would pair very well with the composition. And I think this forces Gragas into top lane if you pick the Renekton, because I'm not sure. I guess you could play a tanker into it, something like the Cassante. But that would mean that Gragas being mid is kind of a free matchup for LeBlanc, or sorry, for Syndra. I was thinking of LeBlanc, because that might be a 5P answer here into the Syndra. They have a lot of pressure, but I'm kind of expecting it just to be a top tank and Gragas sent mid. I think that should favor the side of Impunity, though. BYG, what will be this final pick? We're waiting. We're waiting.
Oh, they're really down to the wire.
Oh my
The
god,
Fiora. Okay.
No tanks whatsoever.
Jeez.
That's very exciting, and it's definitely something different. I mean, Lakai, he's played it before, and he's honestly looked fairly good on it.
Yeah.
But it is a very different comp to what they've played in those previous games, right? We're kind of playing that 5v5 front to back. Now, have something more akin to a 4-1 with Fiora in that side lane. And that can be very scary, right? Playing a comp when you're reliant on split push, when the enemy team has such strong engage, you have to be so good at respecting that. And it's going to be so difficult for Feng, I think, once again, kind of finds himself as the target of all this for Impunity. And I think, unless Lakai comes up very big in this game, I prefer Impunity's draft overall. But the Fiora, it's always such a I guess, defining win condition,
Yeah.
right? Where if it gets ahead, it can just completely 1v9 the game.
And it's interesting seeing that from the side of BYG, especially when they've shown so much promise with those, 5v5 team fights. So to see them sort of opt away from that, they have to have something big planned for the guy.
They do, yeah, and I want to see how the top matchup goes because Fiora, can be ganked obviously early by the Renekton, but you think in the 1v1 should be winning out, maybe even early on. Honestly, not too sure how the early levels go. You're kind of expecting, I guess, Renekton to win most lanes early, but Fiora is, so strong in the 1v1 pretty much the entire game. I'm a little scared, though, for BYG. They've given Mission his Syndra once again, and, just the bot side especially, such strong engage.
Yeah, definitely expecting that to be very volatile. I wonder, which lane junglers are going to look more towards, because it feels like the top lane can go either way, the bot lane can go either way. Yeah, regardless, definitely expecting a lot of action in the early stages of this game.
You do, and I think mid is perhaps the only stable place of the map, right? And even then, there should be a lot of trading coming out back and forth. Something about the Syndra Gragas matchup as well is I think it does always force Gragas to go towards that Rod of Ages, which is completely fine on him, but does mean that you're going to have a little bit less pressure in some of those early skirmishes, which can be a little worrying as true to the Pause Championship Series. We do have a pause. At least we got to game number 3 before we got it.
Not bad.
Probably a new record, actually.
Yeah, usually it's in like game 1 or 2, so game 3 is definitely showing an improvement.
I wonder what it is then, because if it's something that hasn't been picked up earlier in the series, I wonder.
The vibes are off.
Yeah, it could be. Tactical pause. But yeah, I mean, once again, kind of probably looking towards this Fiora. I think something that I do want to bring up, actually, hold that thought. We will return straight back into the game. Level 1 coming out here from Beyond. They might find Driver in this bush.
Oh, this is a really good angle. Kino, Driver just instantly flashing away. I feel like he could have just started E or something and just
I wonder.
dashed away. I guess he already...
Did not have a skill point at all, so honestly was just very surprised, perhaps, but feels like there's multiple ways to do that, right? You can either trade flashes with the Nort hook, when it comes out, especially if Nort goes for that flash hook, or you can learn E, like you said, and unfortunately just instantly flashes, and that makes you very vulnerable to something like a 3-camp top from Kongyue. We'll have to see if he goes for that. I think a rough start here for our Renekton. First strike on Mission as well. Kind of makes sense in this lane. Not a lot you can do to actually completely chunk out the Gragas. Everything else, though, is looking relatively normal. Driver, he's going to lose a lot of... Oh, no. He's going to... Thought Lakai would have heavy traded that just to kind of set up for that 3-camp top. Even if you kind of come out worse on the health trade, getting Driver lower would set up for some kind of early gang. Now, Driver, he dropped the ward in the river, and that is going to keep him safe from any sort of 3-camp pressure. But we'll see. Perhaps Kongyue, he's found some very interesting angles before. Could maybe find them again. And it looks like mid-priority will go the way of Mission, kind of expected. Hook comes out bot, a little bit of damage traded back, but no one at level 2 means nothing more than just a little bit of damage traded over. Mission hits level 2, gets a nice little trade there in mid. And Kongyue, he picks up the red and I think probably will path towards bot, unless he wants to go for a top dive. But it feels like it's pretty difficult to dive a Renekton super early into the game. Most likely we'll just see him path away towards that bot side, but I'm keeping my eyes on him. 116 trading back a little bit in that midway. And then it looks like Kongyue will end up pathing towards the bot side, so Driver isn't going to be the victim of any sort of early pressure up here.
Or a top lane trade start. I think League actually found the parry onto Driver, which is really big in the Fiora versus Renekton matchup. Being able to parry that stun just gives you pretty much free reign over the rest of the trade.
Certainly does, and once again, the Impunity bot lane shoved in very heavily and down a massive amount of CS. Obviously, you have a huge wave to pick up, but it's not the easiest to just CS this up against the constant pressure from the Varus. Have to see how much Atlan can actually grab, and you're kind of expecting that, I think, out of the Kaiser Rakan. Obviously, not the strongest early lane, and something like the Varus, particularly with the Hail of Blades, has a lot of pressure, but you can see already has himself a full wave up in CS, and that's a great start here from the side of Beyond.
Yeah, BYG really flexing their muscles in the bot lane. Kino providing so much pressure with the Nautilus, even just sitting there. Impunity had to be so careful not to step a little bit out of place, because getting 1 kill onto the Varus early on can just snowball very quickly out of control.
Now, Kongyue, he's picking up that bot scuttle, and Alex could look for something top.
Driver finds the stun. That's the Fury stun as well. Likai ghosting away. It's going to make it out this time. They're going to take that one and run to the bank with that. Driver, somehow after losing his flash, still is, you know, trying to maintain equality in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think maybe if he did have the flash, could have been double flashes used to secure the kill into Lakai, but without that, won't be able to. It looks like Scuttle Crabs will just be traded. Kongwei grabbed the bot one, Alex now grabs the top one, and will cross mid, so will be revealed there, is pinged out. So far, Gold is slightly favoring the side of Beyond. It mainly is in that bot side. The Varus, you know, currently quite far ahead in CS, as is expected.
Oh, Kongwei's here.
Oh, Driver. He does not have the flash just yet.
This is really scary. He uses the E as well. I don't think he spotted. Oh, actually, he's going to be able to dash out of there with that second E charge. Causes a bit of damage for that, but Likai taking a lot of damage from the minions for himself as well. Pretty big that Driver actually manages to survive there.
Yeah, the wave is still in a very rough spot for him, though. I think maybe he's going to try crash it before Lakai gets the base off. Kongwei, he's pinging onto him, but it doesn't look like they're able to drive it. He's going to be able to crash that wave, which is very, very important for him. If this got frozen, would be in an extremely difficult position. But we'll just be able to get that reset, and you kind of have to think that early flash now has been pretty much mitigated completely.
Yeah. Really good looks from Driver, you know. It looked like a really rough start for him, but able to neutralize that. And, you know, not give anything away to the side of BYG. Kino finding the flash hook, but Mission going to trade flashes by himself. Still, definitely a very good look for BYG.
Especially when it kind of comes to that level 6.
Yeah.
It could be very gankable with the Gragas flash onto that immobile Syndra. We'll have to try and protect Mission with wards. It is the Dirk grabbed by Feng, and I wonder if that means he will just play Lethality. And I think that kind of makes sense in this game, just because if you're ever on the same screen as Impunity, you're going to be getting engaged on, so having more range for yourself does make a lot of sense. And they also have a lot of damage. As Kino, he's looking aggressive.
Ooh. It doesn't choose to throw the hook this time. But yeah, I definitely do agree. I feel like BYG, especially when they're looking for Viego resets as well, I feel like, you know, having that lethality Varus provides the extra bit of burst, you know, to find that first reset. Because that's really the hardest part when you're playing Viego, just getting that first, you know, set of abilities to play with.
And now Kongwei, he starts up the Strag, currently has a lot of that bot priority, especially with the strength of the Dirk Varus. This will be Dragon picked up nice and early, but perhaps there's a trade on the top side. Mission has priority and he's moving towards Lakai's lane. Most likely will just go back mid, but just the fact that he's not showing on the map makes Lakai feel very scared, walks away. Now, 116 has to be careful.
Oh, gets stunned up, Alex. Doesn't have 6 quite yet. Explosive cast expended, Alex forced to flash away. Driver now in the area, but disengage coming out from BYG. Explosive cast with flash is not too bad.
I wonder if that flash actually needed to be used. Had Driver fairly close by, but maybe just felt like it would take too much damage otherwise. That Gragasol being used, though, is pretty nice for Mission, who now, you know, definitely feels a lot less threat onto him while that flash is down. Heavy trades on bot side. Nature is so low.
Yeah, Ignite isn't quite going to get him.
2 plates already picked up as well, so the bot side for BYG is doing great. Did take a tower shot off the back end, has a lot of potions and even some cookies as well.
Yeah, that's actually quite big though. It means that Ellen is a lot more comfortable staying around for this wave, even when Feng had 6.
Yeah, most likely will just commit to that reset. So Alan, he's going to be able to kind of catch up a little bit in CS off of this, but the plate's already given over. And Varus probably won't relent on this. And something just about the lethality Varus in general is, it's honestly, hold that thought, we'll take a look at what happened bot side. It looks like a W onto Feng, the hook was matched. And so a lot of damage would have ended up being traded over onto Nature.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, he dropped very, very low. I did manage to get out, and Feng crucially took that tower shot. As we return to live, though, what I was saying about the Varus is the lethality Varus, I think, had a very low win rate in the PCS, but the main reason was because it was always matched by the lifesteal and healing that would come out of the Zeri. And I think that was even back in the Yuumi days as well, which made it even more difficult. And I think now, if you look at the side of Impunity, this poke should definitely stick. There's not going to be lifesteal or any sort of sustain to speak of for a pretty long time. And Feng, he did look very good on the pick, even when it was kind of struggling to find success. I might go as far as to say it's one of his best champions, probably in those top 3. So he's already got himself a sizable lead in the early game, and will he be able to find more?
Yeah, definitely very excited to see where this takes him in the mid game as well. We've yet to see him pop his first ult. I have to feel like that will kind of define the rest of the game for him, whether or not he's able to find value right off the bat. And it becomes a lot more scary for Impunity as well, you know, having to deal with that constant pressure of CC followed up by Kino's point and click stuff as well.
does seem difficult. Herald now is being looked at from the side of BYG. They currently have control over mid, and I think it's very difficult for Mission to face check. You can see where 1116 is positioning on the Gragas. There's no way Mission can walk this way, and with the BYG bot lane coming up as well, this should be Herald all but secured, and you have to think, Mission?
116, actually, yeah, body slams away, doesn't quite... Yeah, it doesn't feel like quite up to it, but wait, Driver's going in by himself. Likai trading onto him. Explosive cast once again flashed away. And BYG picking up a Rift Herald for themselves.
And that's kind of worrying, although a lot of gold, I think, was traded back by the Beyond bot lane. Looks like they, or sorry, by the Impunity bot lane, managed to pick up 2 plates of their own. Yeah, so pretty nice here, I think, is a trade, but that bot tower will most likely fall when the Herald comes in. Alex, he's very, very deep. That was maybe not the angle.
Yeah, Blast going straight over. Kino tries to look for the flash hook, but doesn't quite connect. Now going to be turning his sights to the rest of them, but is actually in range for the ult. Now Feng following up with the ultimate of his own. Nature trying to buy as much time as possible. Does get rooted just before he's able to touch with Feng, though, finding the first blood, going the way of 116, followed up by Feng as well, finding the snipe onto Nature.
And Nature, unfortunately there, he tried to get Alex out on the Wukong, and all he really did was make sure he died as well. Was very unfortunate. Maybe Mission can trade 1 plate back here, but that is now the gold lead found here. And it should be the bot tower most likely falling, as Herald is dropped there already. And this is going to be such a huge gold lead now for Feng. It's going to be so strong in any of these early game fights. As we get a replay, and I think Alex should have been out, but he hit the blast cone at the wrong angle. Did manage to dodge the hook, but does not have the flash. Remember, was kind of wasted in that top side. And Nature, you know, they could have just let Alex die, but they try to go for more. Did just get CC'd up by the Chain of Corruption and, you know, almost managed to make it out. Even committed the flash and was still sniped out by Feng at the end. And honestly, kind of disastrous there from Impunity. I think, honestly, could have both got out if they played it better.
Yeah, for sure. But BYG ultimately coming out on top with a small gold lead for themselves as well. And the first dragon picked up. Definitely a great start for them in this crucial Game 3.
Yeah, you have to think, with how strong this Varus is, there should be no way for Impunity to contest this next dragon. And most likely the second one will be started here, as there's a lot of BYG members in the area. Mission's going for his reset. I think going towards the Leandries. Should be picked up, you would have to think. Yeah, does now have a... And top lane is actually starting to go the way of Driver, kind of just showing, ooh, nice trade onto Lakai as well. You know, all series long has found himself advantages in the 1v1, and this game is no exception. Has this... Oh, Nature, he's looking on the Kino. Is that the right target, though?
Oh, gets taken down very low, but actually not that much at all. I take it back. Kongya looking for some damage of his own. Back onto Nature. Pops the ultimate, but isn't able to find that kill. BYG now looking for the Chemtech Drake. There is vision on it. Alex might look for the steal, but it's going to be secured by Kongya in the end.
You know, gets the hook onto the clone, but will be nothing more than that.
Body slam onto the clone as well.
Thunderstone is used as well. Needs to be a little careful. Does just have to path out on that top side. And actually, it's turret gold that somehow favors Impunity. They managed to get 3 top, 1 mid, and also 2 bot, I believe it was. So despite the fact that the Herald went over, they actually managed to trade up really just off the back of their solo laners. Particularly impressive, I think, for Driver, who, you know, was counterpicked, did lose his flash at level 1, and still finds himself with an advantage. Although it is BYG, who are in firm control of the game, have themselves a gold lead, as well as the 2 dragons to their name.
Mission is also slowly but surely getting stronger, finding so many good trades onto 1116 on the Gragas. Definitely what you'd expect from the matchup, but good to see the Mission as, you know, remaining that stabilizing force for Impunity.
Definitely is, and I think 1116 now does have that Rod of Ages, so we'll start scaling into this. And, you know, I think the combo of BYG well and truly online at this point, especially the Varus, has so much lethality before Atlan even has his Mythic. And that's going to make this next fight more difficult. Impunity probably going to be forced to contest the next one, and while they aren't particularly, you know, super far behind, they're not in a great spot. Perhaps still have the better 5v5, though. You can't feel like Lakai will want to come to these team fights at least too early. If they can maybe make it a 4v4 instead, bring Driver away from that fight, you might see that play out better for them. Second Herald spawning in just a minute 45, and I think if you can grab that on the side of Beyond, break that mid tower, it opens up the map a lot for the Varus. Kind of pressure a lot more aggressively. As Feng, he's getting orders on this tower.
Oh, actually it does get knocked up by Nature. Now Kino turning around and just evaporating him from the map. Completely deleted Fing, finding yet another kill for himself. Now 2-0 on the Varus with a 20 CS lead as well.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption even missed and Nature still went down. You've got to start me wondering, what on earth is this guy looking for? Because I think he's on a different rift than we are. As another hook might come out, does go wide onto Atlan. And 0-2 onto Nature. It hasn't looked particularly great on the Rakan, but has been prioritized very highly all series long. And now Driver, perhaps the trades with this Divine Sunray completed aren't going as well for him. His tower is looking very, very healthy though. Fiora hasn't managed to get anything just yet, and Fiora is one of those champs that is more of a time bomb in the side lane. Not expecting it to have a huge individual lead, perhaps, you know, can get a little bit of CS, but not going to be really clearing those towers until later on.
Yeah.
But Driver, I think, you know, credit to him, you have to feel he's just a stronger laner than Lakai overall, because even in those previous games, had himself very sizable leads, and taking 3 plates in the 1v1 is, you know, something you can be very, very happy about. His mission will be the one that moves towards top, so perhaps he can be the beneficiary of all that work that Driver got done and grab that top tower. Although Herald now 15 seconds away. Mission and Alex, they're in the river nice and early, but they can be engaged on. There's a lot of pick potential from the side of BYG.
Bing actually hasn't landed too much fun, but Kino flashing forward, finding not much actually. Now Alex looking for the counter engage. Kino dropped very low. Is going to get picked up by Alex there. Now BYG have got Impunity on 2 sides, but without Kino, that frontline force, it's so hard for him to enter the river.
A lot of sums used, and I really hope we get a replay of that because that was extremely well played from Impunity. Mission was actually standing on a ward and was engaged on. As Beyond, they might look to turn back on it. They're going to try and deny at least picking up the Herald. I think Nature should be able to get it and get out.
116 actually gets blocked with the Grand Entrance, forced to use his flash instead. Driver flashing forward, finding the stun onto Fing, forces the flash out of him as well. Now BYG, they're turning around, trying to see if they can find anything at all. But Impunity wisely backing off.
Looks like they will not. So nice win there from Impunity. I think managing to grab that Herald, especially ahead of the next Dragon, is very, very important. And crucially, while they are behind in their AD carry, overall, gold is looking fairly even for them, especially in that mid lane. A 40 CS lead currently for Mission is going to be a lot stronger than the Rod of Ages Gragas at this next drag, and that's really what you need out of Mission. We'll get this replay. So Mission, I believe he's on a ward, disengages, and then Alex blocks the next one and flashed out straight after. So really well played there from Alex. Nature, once again, didn't really find himself much, was just rooted up by the Chains of Corruption.
Hey, he tried his best.
He did at least zone off, to his credit. But it's so important that Mission managed to keep his flash for this fight because he is such an easy target for the side of Beyond as they have the control first.
Yeah. You talk about flashes as well. Beyond have none to their name for this upcoming fight as well. So it does feel a little bit scary for them. It's a lot easier for Nature to try and find an angle, and it kind of seems like he needs all the help he can get.
Really does. And I think Beyond, you probably give up this dragon and try let your Fiora push down top. Yeah, Fiora doesn't have TP, so there's no way she can join. This should... Ooh, nice cast.
So much damage on Nature.
Yeah, maybe Beyond can try contest 4v5. I think probably just want to play with them a little. Just try and waste their time.
Is it half HP? Driver looking for some sort of flank. Is a little bit late on this, but BYG, they're not actually able to enter the river too much. Dragon goes the way of Impunity, but Likai doing a little bit of damage in the top lane.
Yeah, he grabs the top tower, but I think the bot tower might fall here as well. So overall, it's just going to be a better trade for the side of Impunity. And while you do get gold on that Fiora, which helps you with split push win condition,
although this mid tower is really big for BYG.
It looks like it's just going to go down for free. So that's actually ended up pretty good there for Beyond. They managed to trade up 2 towers. It was a pretty extended kind of series of macro there, but I think Beyond overall do trade up a little in gold, and having 2 drags already does give you that ability to just trade one over for a little bit of gold back. And I wonder...
likely going to be the mid tower.
Another
cannon response. Destruction all across the rift.
Yeah, it looks like it will probably go down. There are no members around Konga. He's going to try what he can. Mission.
Mission finds a stun onto 2. Instant Cyclone to follow up. He's off the map. Fing shut down by Mission. Double kill for him as well. 116 doesn't connect the body slam with anyone. Konga now dealing a little bit of damage. 116 actually does find Mission with a huge fang from Likai as well. Picking up another kill for themselves, but still going to be a net positive for Impunity.
Yeah, it was that 2-for-1 And then also the top tower picked up there for Driver, and the mid tower did end up going down anyway. So overall, despite being down gold before that, Impunity actually pulled themselves ahead, as we'll see. Mission, he finds himself a nice flank, and Feng probably has no business being here. Did not respect at all the flank that can come out of Mission, and did not have members ready on the map. It was a double kill picked up by Mission. The solo AP of their team flashed out, but it was Lakai who kind of just, ended up in this fight. Mission, nowhere to go. I think Conway is the one who picked up the kill, but I feel like that might not be the best. I feel like the Viego doesn't really offer a whole lot at this point. It is Prowler's Claw now picked up by the Varus, but I think really the 5v5 should always go the way of Impunity from now on. It really comes down to how much can Lakai get done in the side lane, but Driver, a 30 CS lead as well as a level lead. I'm not sure if Fiora is going to actually get a lot done. Yeah, having that Bramble vest as well now really limits how much survivability Lakai has in the side lane. Really all on him to try and find something and build those advantages for BYG, but so far he hasn't had much to show for it. Really hasn't. Now the Gragas is kind of looking for some engage mid. Mission does not have his flash, so if he steps up too far, could find himself a victim of BYG's engage. There are a lot of members around though. I think Impunity want to force something before Fiora gets set up in the side. Oh, Driver might be in trouble here. Gets body slammed, stunned up. Dropped to half HP. Stuns up 116 as well. Nature is looking for something. Finds... actually doesn't find the grand entrance onto Mini. Does get taken down as well. 2 kills now for BYG. They're looking for more. Mission. There's the target now. Gets hooked by Kino. Cycling to try and defend against that thing. Dishing out a little bit of damage, but Kino actually gets taken out by Alex. Now Atlan getting looked on. Pops the ultimate as well. Has flash available too. Flashing over the wall. Lekai's still going to chase him down. Has the ghost popped. And it's going to make short work of Atlan now. Cleanse as well. Expended, but no luck for him. Lekai finding a kill for himself. BYG coming back into this game. It was very nice there. Mission might not be out of the woods just yet. He has Alex around him. Unfortunately, BYG, they don't have the DPS to do the Baron, especially with that poke Varus, but they get themselves some more gold, and this mid-tier 2 going down is a nice gold swing as well. And I kind of want to see how that happened. I mean, Nature maybe looking for something. TP comes in from Driver. Oh, this could be a big flank. I don't know if he's quite going to have enough. It's actually Mission. Doesn't connect the stun. I think that's going to be all she wrote. Impunity trying to get something on the back end of that while BYG weren't expecting it, but that stun missing is really all it takes. It is, and the replay, I mean, Driver, he thought he had himself a flank, wanted to try force Lakai away from the side lane, start a team fight, but was just taken out so early, and Nature, he again tried to follow up, but to be honest, there is just nothing behind him anyway. There isn't going to be any follow-up there, and Mission without the flash was just engaged on. This time, Alex couldn't block in time, admittedly was very, very close. But after this, Atlan unfortunately went a bit too far forward, and with the ghost from Lakai, can just always chase him down. Invested the ult, flash, and the cleanse, and still was chased down. Your things. Yeah, I think very nice pickup here, especially for Lakai. Needs all the gold he can get if he wants to take over the side lane. 30 seconds on what is the third drag here for BYG. I think potentially give this one up as well and just let Fiora keep going in the side. She doesn't have the ghost, so probably doesn't want a team fight. But she's not set up for that, and I wonder if this will just be a dragon given over for nothing. It is spawning in 15 seconds now. Both teams not really sure on which side they want to approach. BYG actually leaning more towards the Baron side of the map, clearing out a little bit of vision. Taking a look at the player gold, Feng so far ahead here, almost 2,000 gold, I think, ahead of Atlan. As well as, Driver around 600 ahead of the Fiora, still very important for that side lane matchup. It looks like the drag will just go the way of Impunity. Top tower is being looked at though, and Driver, I wonder if he's going to TP up to that, or if it will just be another top tower going the way of Beyond. It looks like it will. There's nothing to stop them here, and I think if you can give the Kai that gold, it's going to be very, very good. Might even be ahead of Driver in the 1v1 now. Yeah, I think that, giving away that Cloud Drag shards, it's not the best, but I think giving that little bit of extra boost to Lakai's build definitely is going to pay dividends in the near future. For sure. Now, I think the 5v5 should still go the way of Impunity, but it's not as clear-cut as before. There is just a lot of gold on the side of Beyond overall. And that split push win condition, it's starting to become more and more realistic as Fiora gets stronger and stronger. As well as Atlan is so far behind that unless they can kind of get some initial pick, I think they are going to get out DPS in the long run. While Kai'Sa has better DPS than Varus, is just so far behind in items. but it almost doesn't matter. Mission, though, maybe he can be the one to provide a lot of that, is now going towards that Zhonya's, so really feeling that up against the Nautilus as well as the Gragas engage does just need that.
Dang, missed the cannon.
Oh, it happens. It looks like it is BYG that have control over the Baron, and one kind of big weakness of having the Poke Varus is that it does make it quite difficult to start up these objectives. But do they really need to? We can just play for the team fights as well as the Fiora split push. Fiora's actually chasing Renekton on the bot side now. As Impunity, they're going to regain some of this control, and I wonder if they will try and force stuff early. It can be really hard, I think, to start the Baron, because while you want to do that to bring the Fiora away from the side, starting a Baron up against Gragas and Varus seems like a death sentence.
Yeah, and on top of that, definitely does feel like the tone of this top lane matchup has shifted a little bit. Likai, being the one to chase away Driver, really just goes to show his strength at this point in the game on the Fiora.
Isn't Navori now completed on the Kai'Sa? So Atlan, despite being down on items, I think has kind of hit his stride now. And I wonder, third drag isn't really a necessity for either team to contest at this point. Can give it away for something like the Baron or more towers as Alex. He needs to be really careful.
Yeah, he's really playing with fire. 1116 had the explosive cask available as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't get committed, honestly, given how low a cooldown it is.
Yeah.
But Wall's just held on to, and Lakai is going to be the one to gobble up this blue buff.
Oh, Fing, caught out position again. Actually flashes away, uses the heal as well, just for good luck. Nature expending his ultimate as well, but not able to get close enough to find the CC. Still, though, both summoners burned on Fing. It's going to be pretty big for the side of Impunity.
Definitely an important pickup. Having those sums on the Varus obviously has a lot of range, but does make positioning quite a bit more difficult. And the Kai is still down a level, but must be close to 15 himself. And it looks like the side of Impunity, Alex and Mission, they're pushing pretty hard on this top side. Actually going to look like they're going to back off. So beyond, now kind of controlling this top side jungle, like they may just back off here on Mission. Alex is actually quite far behind enemy lines. I think he's taking a red buff currently. He's going to be able to get that and get out. He has a really big flank on the Feng. TP comes out. Feng is in big trouble.
Oh, Fing once again getting locked on. Alex finds a Cyclone. Allen following up with the ultimate means that Fing is down for the count. 40-second death time on him. Impunity now turning their sights towards the Baron.
I think you have to start it up. You've got the Varus off the table and you need to bring this Fiora away from the side. I think Lakai will just look to keep going. And the rest of BYG, you want to delay this as much as you can, but I'm not sure there's anything that can be done. Maybe Kongyue can play for a steal.
Yeah, Baron is dropping very low now at 3k HP. 116 does have the explosive card still available. Doesn't quite find the smite. Impunity are going to secure that one. Kongyue forces the stopwatch. It's going to get shut down, and now a lot of Baron recalls coming out means that Likai isn't going to be able to finish off this turret unless...
I think he might get it, but it's going to have to run straight afterwards. Overall, it is still Beyond that are ahead in gold, but the Baron now picked up by Impunity. What can they get done with this? It makes it very hard for Fiora to actually pressure the map while this Baron is up. And I think as Impunity here, you try and take as much as you can. We'll see the replay. It was such a wide flank here coming out of Alex onto the flashless Varus, who was taken out with pretty much no fanfare at all. And after that, Impunity, they just managed to pick it up. We'll return to live. And I think very important that you put your Baron buff 3 damage done by Renekton. Very important, I think, that you put your Baron buff in the lane that Fiora is splitting. Try and make sure that she can't get anything done. And if you can, try and break open the base with this. Fiora, she is going to go for the reset. It looks like she's actually going to path out bot. So it's just going to be trying to play to defend the Baron, but not sure they really can.
Yeah.
Mid tier 2 goes over.
Impunity really just trying to boost up the pace as much as possible, choking BYG out, forcing them inside their base. And Likai as well, not able to deal as much damage in the side lane as he would want.
That is now the second tier 2 picked up, which again put Impunity back in the lead. I want to see the goal graph for this game. Feel like it has been an actual roller coaster. But can Impunity get anything more? They still have a minute and a half on Baron, and there isn't the best wave clear.
Kino finds the hook, followed up by the body slam as well. Explosive cast 2. Driver's is able to just dash out of there. Forces the flash though. Not too bad of a look there from BYG, and crucially as well, forcing them off that bot lane inhibitor turret.
Yeah, it looks like instead they will just go back towards this Cloud Dragon. And it will be the third one picked up for Impunity, but like you said, it's not the most... not the most crucial soul. I guess it's still playable into, although you know, on the likes of Rakan and Kai'Sa, can be quite hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Recalls will come through, though, and most likely that'll be it for the Baron. So it was a 2,000 Baron power play there for the side of Impunity, and I think definitely should feel very confident in the 5v5. It really comes down to Lakai, who now has the Hull Breaker. Should be well and truly ahead in the side lane now. Impunity, though, they're going to try push out these waves. I think if they can always put members in the lane that Fiora is pushing, can be very hard for Lakai to actually get a lot done. Now this Shirelli gets popped there for Nature.
You know, Fing's still, still a little bit ahead in that bot lane matchup, but you have to feel like this Varus is starting to slowly lose effectiveness as the game goes on. Hasn't started building his armor pin item as well. What's it called again?
Serelda's?
That's the one.
Yeah, hasn't even gone towards it yet, and I think that's such a big spike, especially if you look at the armor.
Yeah.
Even the kind of innate armor that comes out of Wukong's passive here is quite a big deal. Is like, he's in that bot side, but the wave is so far away. And Impunity, they're trying to force something before Fiora gets set up. They currently just have the top side control. Maybe they can break this top tier 2? Kind of see. Lakai's actually backing off, maybe scared of where Mission is. Isn't showing on the map currently, but will reveal himself here. And that should allow Lakai to pressure again. He's going to enter and find Alex. Ooh, so they run away from each other. Now, 1v1 is going on bot side. I think Lakai looked for a short trade. And now Outland pressuring this top tier 2. There's a lot of wave clear for 116. Has the explosive cask as well. It is so hard to get stuff done into the Gragas, especially without that Baron. And 2 more minutes on that. Have to kind of defend Lakai until then.
Yeah, Impunity committing a lot of members towards this top side, whereas Lakai wreaking a lot of havoc in the bot lane. He's so close to the base as well. And Driver, at this point in the game, isn't able to do much to shut him down. Lakai's just chasing him down.
Yeah, he's trading well, but isn't enough damage dealt to really get to the inhib. Kind of doesn't feel like it. It's just going to be forced to back away. And because Impunity has so much priority in the rest of the map, can always just be the ones to recall first. Put someone in the Kai's lane. And I'd really like to see the side of Impunity push out this bot wave really far ahead of the Baron. Try and make sure that you have as much time as possible to start it up before Lakai is in a position to force you into that kind of difficult position where you kind of have to just force the Baron down or else lose your base.
Yeah, it does feel like it's kind of like that disaster scenario where Fiora is able to sort of pull you between both places and really stretch you thin. BYG really hoping for that, but Lakai now kind of grouping up a little bit, but now heading back towards the bot lane, back to his sanctuary.
Yeah, and I wonder, there's members from Impunity going down bot side. It might be better if you honestly just ignore the Baron for now and just keep pressuring the Fiora lane, because if you can just make it so the Dragon is the next win con.
Yeah, Lakai has to be really careful here. A lot of control going down on the bot side for Impunity. Haven't spotted out now though, so Lakai is going to roughly know what's going on here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
so
never
Lakai,
mind.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, a lot of CC actually saved up for the parry. Now he's charmed up and I don't know if he's going to make it out. Actually shut down, picked up for Nature. Now Kino, ooh, Chains of Corruption do land. Now Allen taken out instantly. Oh, Nature's going to be the next target as well. Double kill in response from BYG. Big looks from them, especially after, Lakai gets caught out.
Yeah, 2 kills back on the side of Beyond, but I'm not sure they can actually do the Baron off of it. It always feels like if you grab 2 kills at this kind of point in the game, it should be the easiest Baron of your life. Kongre, though, he spotted out on the flank, and Mission, he needs to be very careful.
He has got Driver waiting in the wings as well, but Mission, ooh, 116 actually trades flashes with him, I think. Now Fing looking for Driver. 116 might get the body slam over the wall, does connect. Driver forces the ultimate out as well. They're going to slowly chase him down. Lots of damage coming out. It's hard to see Driver making it out of this alive. Is going to get taken out by Kongya in the end.
Buys himself a lot of time though, and Ping's coming back on the Baron. Lakai's about to be up with TP.
Oh, now Alex might be the target. Kino connects the hook. No decoy available now. GA is up and available for Alex, so Lakai taking him out. I don't think he's going to make it out of this one alive. Nature's going to try his best once again to save his jungler. The limited success, but wait, Allen, he's going straight in the backline, finding Fing as well, finding a shutdown onto him, and now he's cleaning up 116, now the target Kino as well. Oh, Lakai is turning his sights onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's cutting out so well, though he's by himself. Nature falls down, Allen is going to be next. Kino does fall, but Ultimately, BYG, they get the ace for themselves and likely the Baron as well.
They do, and heartbreak there for Atlan. Had himself an insane
He was
team
going
fight.
crazy.
Yeah, I think that could have been, for sure, a highlight reel play, especially if they won the fight. Something very crucial that happened in there was that the Syndra ult was actually eaten by the Viego passive. You know, when you pick up someone, you're temporarily invulnerable and didn't take all that damage, and I think that could have been the difference maker. So ultimately, beyond now with the Baron, the Fiora should be in an extremely good position, as we'll see. Alex, he's engaged on very early. TP comes in from Lakai. Did manage to buy himself a lot of time here, which allowed the rest of Impunity to come. And Nature, I think, you know, to his credit, actually did buy a lot of time as well.
Yeah.
But pay attention, I think, to the Syndra ult. You kind of see, you know, it's such a big cooldown at this point, but it's just completely deleted. And then Atlan, off the back end, you know, was giving himself pretty much a Uzi performance here. Dodged pretty much everything, and I really want to see how much damage he did in that fight, but just didn't have the teammates around him to do it. He actually dodged everything.
Oh, but look at the Dragon setup now. 116 actually caught out way out of position, forced the stopwatch as well, but there's no teammates available to protect him from there. Does dish out a lot of damage with the explosive cast. Kongyo, on the other hand, finds Driver. That's a huge pickup for them. Now Kino looking for Atlan. Atlan has a Guardian Angel available. Hook isn't going to be
nice
able to
stun.
be found. Now Kino forces stopwatch for himself. Lots of people going golden in this fight.
I think if you're BYG, you can play this slow.
Lee
Yeah,
Kai,
try and force mid with the Baron.
He's just going straight for the wave. He knows that they need more than one to answer him. And with Driver down for the count, it means that it's going to have to be Atlan and someone else.
Yeah, Atlan. Ooh. I
Makes
don't
the
think
Void
he can
Seeker.
go on in the 1v1, but
Yeah,
Dragon has started up.
Impunity
Ooh,
are
nice
still
stun.
looking to trade here. Fing forced the stopwatch by himself. Mission does have the ultimate available. It is going to take him out. Down for the count now. Kongya looking for the Dragon. It's at 3k. It's going to be reset. Alex is out, so BYG, there's no smite to contest them here. Kino, it's hard for him to look, though. Lee Kai is slowly making his way in on the flank. Kongya ulting away to safety. Now, Impunity, they're in a bit of a weird spot. Lee Kai, though, has turned his attention back towards the mid lane. BYG actually not caring much about this Dragon. Impunity is scared to finish it, though. Nature zoning him out so that Impunity can secure the Cloud Soul for themselves. Kongya going to try and buy as much time as he can here, while Lee Kai, he's taking down the base inhibitor. Guardian Angel popped. Kino, I don't know if he can do much here. Impunity 3 members. Kongya gets shut down by Atlan. Now going to try and recall 116. Going to do his best to try and disrupt as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, you can see Lee Kai is looking for that second inhibitor as well as Driver actually taking him down very, very low. But I think that is going to be the end of this play. BYG, it's pretty even on both sides.
Yeah, I think the game still remains on a knife's edge. It's 2 inhibs there picked up from the back end by Lakai, but this Dragon Soul was now picked up, and that's going to make Atlan even more difficult to deal with in the team fight. Was down 2,000 gold to Feng at some point, but now having himself great performances in the team fight. Importantly as well, Conrad lost his GA, which is a very big deal, I think, for the Viego especially. And now, but with 2 inhibs down, Fiora can just look to push, either just through one of those inhib lanes and threaten the Nexus towers, or even just push that last remaining lane. And it's so hard, I think, for Impunity to leave their base. Now, inhibs will respawn, I believe, at about the same time that the Elder Drag spawns. But this does make a very scary situation where those inhibs are going to be down, and Beyond could use that to pressure the Baron.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential for macro play here from BYG. They have to be really careful with how they play this. Impunity, on the other hand, going to be looking for some sort of pick as soon as possible to make sure that Lee Kai isn't able to roam freely in the bot lane. Or
They're going to look for something early before Lakai gets set up.
BYG, they know something's up. They're trying to stay as far away from that side bush as possible.
I think the engage now is so potent with that Cloud Soul.
Oh, Driver
Driver has
though.
a flank.
He's actually going to get spotted out. Kongya instantly flashing in, finds the root as well. Lots of damage coming out onto Driver. Is going to get taken out in the end. Kino finds the hook. Feng finding the kill for himself. Driver once again picked off before the fight can start. And Impunity now scrambling to see if they can try and regain some sort of control over the map.
They do have to back away very far and beyond.
Nature.
I think they could probably just chase them. If they can cancel more recalls here, it allows Lakai to just pressure the Nexus towers. Nature, I think he's out. And will do so, but Lakai, he has himself a massive wave here.
Kino might actually find Alex here. Oh, not quite.
Very close. Does not quite, and resets will all come through. Now, I don't think anything will actually come of that kill other than buying, just a little more time.
Yeah, Feng has to be really careful. He's all by himself in the mid lane, forced to flash away. Alex trying as quickly as he can to close the gap. Now Mission on the flank. 116 is going to find him though, followed up by the hook from Keno. Is going to get stopwatch. Kongan not able to connect the stun, but is likely going to finish Mission off here. Finding the reset for himself is going to be massive. Meanwhile, Likai still pressuring that bot lane. It means that Impunity, they can't look for any further picks.
I don't think they can, and their base is now in trouble. There's a lot of creeps coming in. The
teleport
TP as well from the Gragas.
Oh, this could be a potential game-end opportunity for BYG. Alex trying to pop out with the Cyclone to buy as much time as possible. GA forced once again, but his teammates can't follow up. It's going to decoy and flash out of there. Nature gets his grand entrance interrupted. Keno doesn't connect the hook. Alan taking so much damage. Finn actually finds Nature on the back end of that. Likai going in so deep. BYG, this could just be the game 3 for them. Alan trying to deal damage. But ultimately, BYG, 39 minutes in the game, picking up yet another win for themselves.
Yeah, now 2-1 in the series. Very nice there from BYG. Once again, win on that red side. You have to think now Impunity will be looking back on the red side for game 4. But that game, I mean, I felt like Impunity were actually in a pretty good spot there, but unfortunately threw it all away. I think, honestly, put way too much priority on that 4th Dragon when they could have just defended their inhibs and continued to win the 5v5s. Instead, once the inhib falls, it makes it very, very difficult. And even then at the end, they just got Varus' flash, right? It looked like it was in a pretty good spot for the upcoming Dragon. But instead, Mission, he goes for the flank, is caught out. And even if that works, the bot wave was like pretty much in their base, right? They were going to be forced to answer, not long after. So once again, I think we could, really be going the distance with this series.
Yeah, I think that last TP from Mission was really a bit of a head scratcher for me. Like you said, it feels like there's really no winning scenario for him when he goes for that. And especially going for that by himself when there's a Gragas who can very easily engage on him. It's just so rough.
Really is, yeah. And Mission, honestly, had a pretty nice, I want to say ups and downs, right? He found that really good flank on mid that blew open the game completely for Impunity, but, just at the same time was caught out of position a few times. And it's kind of something we've seen with Mission a lot. He finds a lot of leads in lane. He had a massive CS lead in that game, but unfortunately in the team fights is not quite as clean. Does get taken out a few times. And I think Driver, despite ending the game 0-4-0, he did actually delay the Fiora win condition for a very long time by finding himself a significant lead in that 1v1, but kind of gave it back when he too was caught off on the side multiple times, trying to find that flank and then just going down a bit too early. And Impunity, I mean, going into game 4, you will have that red side, and that will allow you to have, again, the better top side matchup. But I think you've got to be worried a little bit, right? Because Beyond, they look like a good team, but you were kind of thinking that Impunity's early game would really put a stop to them, but it's not looking like that. In fact, the early game remains very competitive all throughout, and it feels like Beyond are a bit better at team fighting.
Yeah, I think especially Feng as well continues to find those early leads for himself in the bot lane. And that Varus was really such a key sort of factor for Beyond Gaming and extending their lead. I mean, I feel like it didn't find as much value as the game went on, but still, giving that head start for BYG.
Yeah, for sure. And we obviously had question marks about the Varus because of its low win rate in the PCS, but I think if you are against a comp that doesn't have as much lifesteal, it can work. And I think also, when you've still got fairly good sustained damage from the rest of your team, right, you have stuff like the Viego and the Fiora that can, start those Barons up for you and can kind of deal with some of those tanks. You don't really need to be the one that's bringing all the sustained damage, and I think it was good for him to go poke in this game because, I mean, you saw even when he did play on his range, oftentimes would just get engaged on. And speaking of engage, I think Nature, big question marks around him. I feel like it's 3 games of Rakan now, and to be honest, none of them have really looked good as fumbled engages many, many times. And I wonder if they'll look to switch it up or if they're going to keep running back the hard engage comp.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, though, Keno has just looked really solid, I think, consistently on these engaged champions like the Nautilus. He's found so many good hooks, so many good ultimates as well, especially on the mission as well. Lots of key, I guess, engages for him, and really just instrumental in finding those picks.
And we'll see this replay of where Alex got that massive flank. I think initially this was just going to be... Oh no, there wasn't even a red buff. So he was actually just playing for the flank the entire time. Really well played by him. Gets himself in a massive position, and Feng is probably wondering, how on earth did he get there? And this was what, was one of those massive plays that kind of put Impunity in a good spot. Here at the end, oh no, this wasn't at the end. This was when, there was that big team fight from Atlan. You can see Alex engaged on very, very early. This was a 4v5, remember, Driver was dead, and they managed to buy quite a lot of time on Impunity, but you can see Atlan, he only gets into the fight after health bar's already so low, but really gave it a great go of it, right? This was an amazing team fight from the Kaiser. I think he dodged pretty much everything here. And, oh, man, he must have done so much damage in this fight. And it's so sad for him that he didn't manage to win this, because this is one of those ones that end up on Reddit. That kind of performance. It was big, but take a look at how much damage was put out consistently by Feng. The poke Varus got very ahead early and certainly looked good. And maybe a question mark for me is that Gragas actually did more damage than Syndra. Mission just taken out early in those fights way too often.
Yeah, it does feel like Mission was able to make a lot out of this, Syndra versus Gragas matchup in the lane, but 116 finding so much more success in the team fights themselves, and that's where it really counts.
Really is, and Mission, you have to feel like if he had better team fighting, could have maybe swung that game to the side of Impunity, but it was 39 minutes in, and it was kind of interesting because the Fiora, it did in a way win them the game, but as you see it get the MVP here, it wasn't like the typical way we see Fiora winning the game, right? It was more that when Impunity would overextend, Fiora would take a bit too much from them, as opposed to just winning straight through the side lane. But I think, kind of well-deserved here for Lakai. He did a great job of punishing Impunity's mistakes, and I think Impunity is a team that have struggled with decisiveness before, and a champion like Fiora that forces you to really be very clear about what you want to do, what decisions you want to make, it's a great punish against them.
Yeah, and I think props to BYG as well, speaking of decisiveness, around that, Cloud Soul, it was a really tough call to make, whether or not the Fiora should go and help in the 3v3 or pressure the base. Ultimately chooses to pressure the base, which leads to BYG having such a big advantage across the map in those later stages of the game, really just set them up for success.
Yeah, I liked it. I think it was a good decision. And Kongyue as well, he delayed a lot at that Dragon, which was nice. I think maybe he could have, played a little better and got out without losing the GA. But hey, it happens. And once again, they got the win. But that is it for game number 3. Currently, it is Beyond that lead the series 2-1 and come back in game 4 to see if we will be going once again to Silver Scrapes.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say that's a guy. I can feel that.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RGX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our Impunity Beyond series here in the PCS Spring Split Playoffs, brought to you guys by Riot Games, carried live and of course sponsored by iHotel. Beyond a 2-1 in the series, and in a bizarre twist of fate, Impunity potentially one game from being eliminated.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that they're in this position after having such a great series against PSG earlier in the upper bracket. It would be a shame to see them go out, but I do feel like it's not the same impunity that we've seen previously.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, given how strong they looked up against PSG, you really wouldn't expect them to be in this situation. And, how crazy as well would it be if we get 4 5-game series? Oof. As Impunity, they choose the red side, and they've looked very good on it. So, hey, I think Impunity are going to win this game, and we will go to game 5.
I mean, it has to happen, right? It can't just be 1-3-1. They have to all be 3-2s. Otherwise, where's the fun in that?
Really is, and just goes to show again how close these teams are. And I think it is a meta where it's, a fairly similar picks drafted every game. So there isn't like a whole lot of room for, huge draft wins. There are, I think, they still sometimes come out. But for the most part, we kind of just see standard stuff every game. And it really just comes down to, how well it's kind of the early game and the team fights played. And I wonder now, will we actually see any adaptations from the last time? Because when Impunity were on red before, they picked Jax 4th. And I kind of feel like that won't be let through this time. We will see. Same ban so far. The Gragas does get banned away on the red side and beyond. They go back to the Syndra ban, which they banned last blue side as well. So looking very, very similar. Oh, this time they take the Wukong. I think it's a great decision. So now this forces Alex into an uncomfortable position. What jungle will he play in? Kongwei, he's extremely good on the Wukong. They could answer away with the Zeri though, which is the first time. And they take the Rakan, which is an interesting takeaway. I mean, it does deny the Zyra Rakan, but once again, nature on the Rakan, I'm honestly not sure how I feel about it.
And Northern's locked in. Ooh, not quite, but yeah, locked in for BYG in response. Definitely a very strong bot lane. Lots of opportunities for finding the kills that they have so far in the series. And yeah, like you said, Nature's Rakan, I haven't really been impressed by it so far. So it's interesting to see them keep coming back to it over and over again.
It looks like it will just be that Maokai locked in. Now, second phase from Impunity. Do you just try and ban away? I don't even know what you ban away, because Beyond are playing something completely different. They're playing for that kind of engage call. Maybe you do take away stuff like that Talia, although you're kind of banning yourself out in that situation. We'll see, though. I mean, maybe you ban tops again. Yeah, so they banned the Cannon. This is setting up for the Jax, and I think Beyond won't let this happen again. 3 Jace counters banned, the Cannon, Jace, and the Gragas. There is still Nara available, which is a soft counter. Now Beyond, second phase I think last time it was the Ori Talia. I think maybe you ban Ori Jax, I think would be my guess, because I think Talia not as much of a problem for the likes of Xayah. Will it be though? Okay, so they banned the Jax first. I wonder if that means it will be 2 top bans or not. If they go for 2, I could maybe see the Nara banned away, although Impunity, maybe they want to ban Nara. Perhaps not as likely now that Jax is banned away, but what else would it be? Could ban away something like the Gwen and 4th pick a Sion perhaps, or even ban away the Fiora if they think it's that much of an issue.
Yeah, I really wonder about that. Lots of options here for Impunity, really running down the clock. There's going to be the Aurelia in the end, okay.
So maybe us setting up for that Gnar. And I think this does force Beyond to match with a Gnar ban.
Yeah.
And that will mean that Nature will, or sorry, the Mission once again will kind of have his pick of the litter for the red side 5P. Although if Gnar gets banned away, maybe you just blind pick for Mission instead. I think I'd actually like that more. They banned the Trist instead, so this should just be Gnar. I would expect locked in by Impunity, and maybe that means that Beyond have something into it. I have to see though, because it feels like most picks, I mean, it could maybe be the Yon or something, that we did see that previously. I think it was Hanabi that played it. I have to see though, 4-5. Maybe you just grab the Orianna. It does work very well, I think, with your composition. It's a bit of a denial pick. But really curious to see what they go for in the top lane. Could just grab a solid tank like the Cassante, but it's a fairly difficult matchup, and looks like they might opt into it.
Ooh,
so they grab the
Silas instead, okay. I like that. There's a lot of good ults there to sell.
For sure, yeah. The Maokai as well as the Naro especially. Very, very good on the Silas. And what will be the last pick then for your top laner? Maybe the Fiora again. I feel like it's a bit more difficult than the Naro. Okay, the Yon, like Hanabi. I'd be down to see it picked up. Does look good into this comp. And they have to feel like it's going to be locked in. Oh, they go back to the Cassante. Interesting. They still find themselves with pretty strong 5v5. And now, Mission, what do you punish the blind Silas with?
Yeah.
You know, something like the Cassio could be good, but it might be hard to play against the rest of the champ pool.
Talia's okay.
Yeah, Talia is a fairly solid matchup into the Silas, but can have difficulty up against the hard engage from the Wukong Nautilus. Mission, he's had trouble positioning all throughout the series, but he does have himself a very solid matchup here. And I think overall, you know, definitely very good solo lane matchups for Impunity, right? They've got the Talia versus Silas as well as the Gnar versus Cassante, but I think that Beyond comp is a bit more cohesive overall. I haven't been the biggest fan of Silas in the past. Feels like it's been a bait pick a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I'd maybe give the slight edge to Impunity for that reason, but I think taking away the Wukong from Alex was a great decision, and I mean, Nature being back on their Khan feels like almost a lost condition for Impunity. So this game, you know, very, very even. I wouldn't be, while I think Impunity are slightly favored, I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see BYG 3-1 this either.
Yeah, I'm really looking towards the Xayah Nautilus bot lane, especially for BYG. Fing and Kino, they've been looked pretty good all series, and I expect to see them continue that on against the slightly weaker lane of Zero Khan. You know, you don't really expect those, that duo rather, to be able to accomplish much in the early stages of the game.
No, you wouldn't expect so, and I think it is kind of interesting, these comps that they go for here, especially Impunity. You know, going to take away the Zeri and what is your essentially elimination game. If you don't win this one, you're out. So they take away the Zeri. I guess it does, you know, make things a little easier for yourself. And I can kind of understand taking away the Rakan, right? Like, you don't want to give over the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah.
But at the same time, has Nature looked that good at it? Not really, so...
Yeah, survey says no.
Survey indeed says no. Very interesting choices overall, and maybe question mark for Alex on the Maokai. I don't believe he's played it in a long time. Obviously, it isn't the most difficult champion to pilot, but you can kind of see if someone does know how to play it like Kongye did early on, the Nature's Grasp usage is definitely a kind of point of differentiation for these Maokais. But here we are, game number 4. If they win this, Beyond will move on to face Frank, and Impunity would be eliminated from the playoffs after taking PSG to game 5.
Oh, instantly, BYG looking for a big pick onto Nature. Nature starts the E and is able to make it out of there relatively scot-free.
Does, and some interesting runes I think picked up. I'm very surprised that Silas went for the first strike against so much range. Kind of feels like Zeri, Talia, Maokai, and Gnar are pretty much never going to let you proc that. I feel like the Conqueror would have just been better, but maybe just wants to get towards that first item a little quicker. Obviously does grant you the magic boots. Now, Ghost picked up by both ADCs. Could be a little scary for Feng, obviously not having the cleanse, but for the most part should be fine. I think if he plays far enough back.
Yeah.
I'll be looking a lot towards this top lane matchup as well. Kind of feels like Lakai opted into what is typically a losing matchup. And we've seen what Driver does in these even matchups. So what more can he get done here? He might be the one to put this team on his back and take Impunity to game number 5. Mission is just pushing this mid lane nice and early. It is the E start from Silas, so do have to be a bit respectful of that. But it feels like the Impunity solo laners have pretty much got what they wanted, and they're the ones that are going to need to carry this game for them. I think Alex might have a bit of difficulty, especially now that Wukong is taken away. And something I, of course, want to see is Kongyue in the team fights. So many times before has found massive Wukong engages. It's almost uncanny his ability to find them so consistently. And I think that'll be very important, right? Especially on the Zeri.
Ooh. Yeah, both bot lanes hitting to at pretty much the same time. BYG were looking pretty aggressive there. Hook goes wide. The BYG are forced to back off a little bit for now. Need to try to make the most out of that pressure.
And just a little bit of damage traded back, as in the mid lane, a lot of damage being taken here by the Stylus. Probably nothing will come of it. Sleater not really a champion that can hard pressure under the tower, but a nice little lead, and it looks like they're going to drop a ward for themselves on the top side. As long as they hug to that, should be safe. Does have to be careful though. Kongye's Wukong is on the other side. And both bots this time do go for the Doran's Blade. No greedy culls picked up this time. Has certainly been punished before, so you have to feel why. And it is Beyond, who currently have Prio in both the side lanes. I'm surprised that Cassandra is getting Prio over the Nara, but maybe just doesn't have enough pressure early on. Alex, though, he's looking towards top. There is a ward there, so I don't think Cassandra can really get ganked. Mid lane continues to go in Mission's favor, at least in the health trades. CS is very, very even, though.
Yeah, Likai has to be a little bit careful here. Alex is wrapping around for now, Likai. Definitely wise of him to back off for now.
Looks like it most likely will be that scuttle trade once again. TP comes in from the Silas. Does just grab himself the Ruby as well as the refillable. So a lot of extra sustain for himself here. And Mission, we'll have to see what build does he go for. Does he go for the tier or is he going for his Shadow Flame build? Looks like he will be skipping the tier. So more early game, maybe we'll be going something like the Liandry Shadow Flame than we saw him pick up before. Something like the Cosmic Drive could be very good in this game as well. Is going to need to be a lot of his team's damage in these fights.
Oh, Kino copying a lot of damage. No pots available for him anymore as well.
Yeah, it's gotten a little lower and is getting poked out a bit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see BYG actually coming out on the losing end of a lot of these trades.
They're still going to be the ones pushing though, and there are pings onto this bot wave. Alex is entering the river and can probably dodge this vision. Chuv comes out mid. A little bit of damage traded over, but again, Mission not really at the point where you can really force out of the lane, and I think Alex did show there. And that's going to allow Impunity's bot lane to regain a little bit of control here. They have themselves a CS lead, which is nice, and Lakai is getting very low on the top side. Driver's been getting some great trades onto him. Does need to be a little careful though, does Driver. Kongyue is on his side of the map, and currently Alex is on the opposite side.
Oh, 1116 on the Silas, out of mana, and TP already expended. He's in a pretty rough spot here.
I wonder if he will bring Kongyue mid to help him restay, or if he's just going to commit to giving up one of these waves. Mission, I think all series long, has been getting the better of him in lane, but it's the team fights. Alex, though, is looking.
Yeah, he's got a huge angle onto BYG. Definitely going to have to expend some summoners here. Feng, too greedy, gets knocked up and stunned, and is going to get pegged off by Atlan, their first blood, going the way of Impunity, and Feng still expends all of his summoner spells.
Mission, though, also takes a lot of damage in mid. He's going to live. Also forces the flash out of Kongyue. And this is a great early game start for Impunity. That first spot on the Atlan, both sums burned, and now a nice CS lead as well. And I think it was really well played by Alex. I think that Feng didn't really respect that coming out. Thought that Maokai would just be CC'd up by that the Nautilus hook, but unfortunately did not play out like that. And the cannon being lost as well was gobbled up there by Kino. But yeah, massive early game lead, I think, especially onto the right person. As we'll see this Alex, he finds himself a fabulous window. And I think Feng, again, he was kind of expecting that hook to connect. Unfortunately, the flash W comes out and was just chain CC locked up. And now, and he did have to invest his flash into that, but you'd have to say it's well worth it.
Yeah, definitely a very well-timed flash there from Alex. I think it deserves an Oscar for you know, for the acting. Yeah, really made Feng believe that the hook was going to hit him, but at the last second, finding that flash route and securing a kill for his ADC. Very, very good start to the game for Impunity. I think that flash off on Kongya as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it potentially does make it harder to look for any sort of early game plays, and so many of Beyond's early game plays do come from that jungler in Kongya. Nature has to be careful.
Yeah, they're looking for something to return that with, but Nature's just gonna dash to safety. Pretty much unscathed from that.
Yeah, it does manage to just get away without too much happening, and looks like Dragon is actually started up here by Kongya. I'd be kind of surprised if they commit to this. I mean, do currently have the priority, but with the Weaver's Wall, this fight can be split up. I think Impunity probably will want to fight this.
Yeah, Mission has a really good angle here for an ultimate.
Is he going to go for it? No.
Wow, BYG actually are able to secure it without any contest from Impunity. That's really surprising. I thought for sure Impunity would try something there.
Yeah, I wonder if they just felt like Atlan wasn't yet level 6. And again, it's not the biggest deal in the world. You do have very strong scaling, I think, with the Talia and the Zeri. So I guess maybe just didn't feel the need to risk it. And I can definitely respect that. Have a nice goalie for themselves.
AFK.
Oh, that's problematic. I wonder if this will get chrono breaked, because that's really bad. He was stuck in that bush just sitting there for so long. Oof, very awkward.
That is really awkward. I thought he was going to try for something, but really just not able to move.
Yeah, and if they do force the game to resume from this point, Keto's pretty much dead to rights. I don't think there's any way he can get out, not with Alex here in the wings. And we could be in for a very extended pause if this ends up being a chrono break. We'll have to see, though. I mean, it's definitely a bit of an awkward situation. You hate when someone DCs, especially in a crucial fight or a crucial moment.
Yeah. And it's such an important best of 5 as well. Yeah. I feel like it's already annoying enough having someone DC in my solo queue game, but this is obviously a very different ballpark.
Oh, it must feel so bad. And I feel like no matter what happens, someone feels cheated out of this, in a way that Kino probably thinks that there's no way I'd be that far up if I hadn't DC'd, and maybe, Impunity are thinking that he's dead anyway, sort of thing. So we'll see what ends up happening. I wonder if it just gets resumed. I mean, it's a real tough situation. I guess let's just talk as if nothing's happened, and we'll see where it kind of goes from here.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
But it was the Dragon that was picked up for the side of BYG, and I think that given that they probably do get outscaled ultra late game, it could be, a nice pickup, but honestly don't think scaling will be much of a factor in this game, just because most likely, I feel like it always comes down to the 80 carry scaling for the most part, and I think both Zai and Zeri scale, very well into this game, and while there is the added scaling, I suppose, coming from Mission's Talia, I think it will just come down to the teamfight composition once again. Apparently, there's a problem with the game itself.
Well, I have many issues with the game itself personally, but I mean, Yumi still exists. Maybe that's the issue.
It could be it. Although, no, we haven't seen it in the playoffs. I believe it has been disabled the whole time, fortunately.
I guess it isn't in the game.
No. Not for now. Otherwise, we'll be getting played all too much, I'm sure. But I mean, man, what a series it would be for... Oh, as we are going back to us on the desk. I was not ready for that. I was actually lounging back, but yeah, okay.
You're having too good of a time.
I certainly was. And I mean, coming back to Beyond, if they do manage to win this series 3-1, I think they're looking very, very good going up against Frank, right? Because this is an Impunity, remember, that took PSG to 5 games, which is, very, very solid. But it looks like we will be heading to a 10-minute break as we get this issue sorted. So please join us again after the break.
Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. All my youth Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up Greek god. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. They wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Take a view of the city. And say, are you with me? gonna sell all that you had before you. You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Welcome, guys, back to our playoffs here after our 10-minute break. Now, we have been informed it's going to be a chrono break to 7 minutes and 49 seconds in the game.
I actually remember that number.
I did.
couldn't.
And I'm not quite sure what exactly that means. I think that's after the Baron died. And as we're going straight into the game, apparently, yeah, okay, so it looks like the Dragon did die. Although...
Oh, deja vu. Oh my goodness, Konga now going to be the target, actually. Is going to get taken out by Alan. This is even worse than before the chrono break. Now Kino, ignited, does find the root, but it's not going to mean much. Double kill going the way of Atlan. Does get rooted in the end, but of course there's no follow-up available because his teammates are all dead.
And how on earth did that happen? We had 10 minutes, fellas, to think about that, and still somehow it's Alan that comes away with 2 kills. And like you said, I think it was worse than what would have happened if the game were chrono break, so very interesting there. But it's now Atlan who's 3-0 on the Zeri.
That is a very scary Zeri.
It really is in such a good spot, I think, to carry this game. Wow, I mean, I just can't believe
That's a lot to take in.
It is, yeah. Now, trying to reconnect myself with what's happening in this game as we have a pause.
Maybe we'll chrono break a second earlier and see.
Yeah, we'll have another one. Round 3 of getting to play again. But no, most likely is just going to be something else. Would really over the game, isn't it, chrono break? Especially not when Atlan's 3-0 on the Zeri. And almost certainly with that, you know, can bring us to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, already a 2K gold lead for Impunity. Not even 10 minutes in the game yet as well. It's just such a monumental lead, especially when all that gold is on your 80 carry as well. On your scaling 80 carry.
Yeah.
That's it's rough if you're BYG.
Definitely, and I think that, especially, you know, the Zeri getting a lot of kills early, it makes it very difficult for the likes of Kazante and Silence, right? Those melees that kind of have to be in range of Zeri no matter what, and it's just like, you can't kill her whatsoever, and instead you're just kind of getting kited around, you can't get through the lifesteal. It accelerates that point to where Zeri gets so much lifesteal that you no longer deal any damage to her, and it just makes that come so much sooner. But yeah, the 3 kills so early, and looks like it's probably something to do with Kongyue.
That would make a bit more sense.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he even ended up there, because like, he was backing away, I believe, in the original game, right? In the original universe, before any of this happened. I think he was backing away and wasn't even in that bush, right? It was just Alex there, and then they were looking onto Kino. But then after the chrono break, somehow both of them were in that bush. Not quite sure, and why not telling him something?
Why not?
Yeah, remember that image? No, maybe. I'll show you later. Bit of an inside joke, though. Yeah, Kongyue.
Do you want to describe it for the fans back home? Or is it...
It's too hard to describe. It was basically just when they were doing the, you know, pre-setup. Oh, as we return back into the game, we're getting a replay of Kongyue getting engaged on. And both of them end up going down.
But...
Yeah, I guess they're... I'm not quite sure. Did anything go wrong? Because Kongyue's the one with the issue. I didn't really see if anything off happened to
other than him, you know, dying.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay,
but
I'm not really sure what it was.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll get chrono broken again. I feel like I've never seen 2 chrono breaks in such quick succession. It's like we're exploring the multiverse at this point and branching timelines.
This will be game 3. No, this is going to be a 7-game series. Crazy.
Oh man. But okay, assuming it doesn't get chrono broken again, Impunity obviously in a very good spot to continue on, you know, with their lead so far. What do you think BYG need to do to try and bring it back?
Oh, I think probably need to try accelerate the Silas, or maybe somehow get some gold onto Feng Zaya. I mean, Feng has had some amazing games on the Zaya previously, and Kai not too happy with the current pause situation. Shakes his fist angrily.
I feel like you need that sort of endurance as a top laner, yeah. That's the roughest lane to play.
Bro, it's just the role summed up there.
Yeah, just hitting himself in the head.
That's
Yeah,
so funny, man. And no one's really happy with this, unfortunately. But no, I guess Atlan might be pretty happy given that he's 3-0. And I wonder, I mean, if it does get chrono broken again, when would it be? You know, would they just go back to before the dragon? 7:48, 1 second back. Or is there a point where you just say, hey, we need a remake?
yeah. I mean, that would
you'd
really
hope
suck
not.
that would really suck for Impunity, especially when they were able to find, you know, that initial first blood as well. Really just set the ball rolling for them, and to have that reset would definitely suck, but obviously not, you know, an easy call to make from behind the scenes either.
No, it really isn't. And if the game did end up being remade, they probably would play it with the same draft, I would assume. But obviously a lot can still change, right? Even with that. Because there's been a lot of things that have happened in this game, right? A lot of flashes blown. Like in the mid lane, for example, there were 2 flashes lost. And then now all these kills bought. Even that early gank onto Feng. You know, it all adds up. And someone will always feel, you know, hard done by whatever decision is made. And it's very, very difficult. You kind of got to just stick to whatever the kind of game rules specify. Obviously, in a game like League, it can be very difficult.
What's with that paper cup? Why does it look like someone's been chewing it? He got hungry.
I don't know. Maybe it's just started disintegrating, or you know, maybe that's what he does in between games.
That's like when you know how like sometimes in like time travel movies, there's like glitches that happen. Maybe that's one of them.
Thing with the chrono break.
Yeah. It's like somehow
chewed on.
Yeah, it's like set the cup back in time too far to when it was like being manufactured.
All right. Now you're off the deep end at this point.
I need something to talk about.
Yeah, no, we can't really talk much about the game because we honestly don't know what's going on. I guess maybe we could talk about what would happen in tomorrow's series. So either of these teams coming up against Frank, you know, how would you kind of fancy their chances? Because I think, you know, Frank also had an extremely close series up against DCG.
That's a tough one. I feel like I definitely prefer, I mean, it seems so obvious because they're up in the series, but definitely for BYG, it feels like they've looked a lot more stable and a lot more solid than Impunity have in terms of just, I guess, overall gameplay and mistakes that have been made. It feels like BYG have been in the driving seat for the majority of like the game time overall. But again, you know, I feel like Frank having such a close series against DCG, I feel like DCG were definitely one of the outliers for me in the sort of the playoffs pack. So to see them have such a close series is a little bit worrying for them, especially because I had them as, you know, one of the top 3 contenders.
Yeah, for sure.
Tough call. I feel like teams are kind of changing up how they're playing in the playoffs as well. Some, you know, for example, like Impunity, which doesn't play so well against PSG, now they're kind of crumbling to the likes of BYG. I don't know. My answer is I don't know.
Yeah, well, for me, you know, this would be a bit more of a selfish one, but I'd really like to see Impunity win just so we can see the drive of his solo kill matchup.
Yes.
I think those are our two, you know, premier carry tops. And solo kill yesterday, you know, he said in his interview that he was sick of getting picked tank champions, and he said that he needs carries. So we could have a very explosive matchup. And I think Impunity vs Frank is one that, you know, would definitely deliver. Am I sure that Impunity is a better team than Beyond like you? I think no, I'm not really sure. But I would be super hyped for Impunity vs Frank, and it would be kind of sad for one of those teams to be eliminated. But
yeah,
ultimately, there aren't that many more chances, right? After tonight's best of, I believe there are only 4 best of 5 series remaining.
Indeed.
It's kind of crazy how quick we're getting through them. This is the 8th best of 5 in playoffs.
Oh my.
Wow, that cup has also been gobbled up. I don't know if they're sharing them or... No, they must just be disintegrating, right? There's no way they chew them between games.
That guy clearly didn't take biscuits in his runes.
True.
My man's hungry.
And looks like deep review into what Kongyue saw here.
Check him computer.
Check him computer. Like that. The thing is, we still don't actually know what went wrong. You know, I assume it was something that happened in that play, but we didn't really get to see in the replay what it was, or at least, you know, whatever it is, I didn't get to see it.
I like that ref's hair.
Looking good.
Sorry, that's a bit
What do we
out
even
of left
talk about?
field.
Are you gonna go see the new Super Mario movie?
What a random question. I am.
Well, I keep seeing the ad on Twitch. You
I
are
thought-
gonna go see it.
I feel like we shouldn't talk about it because we haven't been sponsored by Nintendo. And also, they're a competing franchise.
Well, what else can we
Ooh.
talk about?
Are you gonna go see season 2 of Arcane when it comes out? Let's talk about Arcane. I know how much you love Arcane. Tell us
Ooh.
about your Arcane experience.
I love Arcane Batchest. Jinx is my favorite. No, Powder, excuse me, is my favorite character.
Her name is actually Powder,
Uh.
not Jinx.
Actually, on the Jinx note, we haven't really seen Jinx much in playoffs. Oh, and it looks like it is coming back to us all of a
We're
sudden.
ready this time.
Yeah, we were a little bit more ready than before. But okay, on the Jinx note, yeah, I think we saw one Jinx yesterday, but it's had such high priority overseas, and PCS for the most part has ignored it, kind of in the favor of the Zeri and the Xayah. And I mean, I think for good reason, in the PCS at least, the Zeri and the Xayah do look almost untouchable. There have been some comps where, you know, you kind of pick as many things as possible to throw at Zeri and take her out that way, but yeah. And unfortunately, we still don't know what the issue is.
It sucks because I'm getting a little bit sick of Zeri, to be honest. I feel like we've
Really?
seen it for pretty much the whole split.
Okay.
And I feel like Jinx, and it's not like the most exciting ADK to watch, sure, but it's definitely like a welcome change of pace. Anything but Zeri. At least it's not Zeri Lulu.
True. I think Zeri Yumi was by far the worst.
Oh,
At least
yeah, no,
that's
that
gone.
sucked.
Week 1 and 2 was a bit of an issue with that. What AD carries would you like to see meta then? You mentioned the Jinx, but are we looking for a Kalista Lucian Draven meta from you or what?
I would really like... Oh, that's a tough one. I like Jhin.
Jhin? Oh no, man. No shot.
What? What's wrong with
I
Jhin?
swear Jhin is the AD carry for people that can't play AD carry.
Well, yeah, that's why I like him.
I don't know. I mean, I guess watching Jhin is sort of exciting.
I feel like every time Jhin ults, it's always interesting.
Really? I don't know. At the moment, Jhin just does no damage. That's what I kind of feel like.
true.
I saw a tweet the other day that was saying about how it feels like the first 3 bullets from Jhin are just a glorified slow, and then the 4th one is a tactical nuke. And apparently, Konge's recall got cancelled due to the chrono break, which is, you know, definitely could see that. So I wonder if they will chrono break further back. We're not too sure.
Yeah, we're about to chrono break ourselves into another 10-minute break, but we will be back with the game eventually. Catch you guys soon.
But I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded. But get up in the vibe. Ooh. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. In a dream, is
looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人一间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
上路在打的同时也打了起来，10等开了一个武器中师，配上大妈触手，再躲在一个 Q 技能，再躲触手，再躲，致命节奏怕不出来，直接躲，反击风暴怕开，杀最后一下杀出技能 ，Driver 上路拿下单杀。前面的话开团都是 Alex 猪女那个大就直接甩出去，现在的话稍微有点怕了，弯娜找到一个射箭不错的位置，闪现过来抬，配上一个天剑雨都炸，直接炸到所有人，雷拳要倒地的同时，大招甚至没有交出来，龙兽拿到 double kill， 天赋类终于找到一波反打的时机。
闭眼他们想抓水精灵，但水精灵就在前面摇，有一只鸟，
小球杀手
来了，遇3个，打到瑞空的台，瞬间提兵直接倒了个辅助，后面水精灵开始收，拿了一个 double， 拿了一个 triple， 前面就是 Panda， 他想要说个往前闪现就杀，
让一下，
尼玛死在右边，交了一个闪现走了，正面想要杀，这个夸爪就在眼前，还是可以先拿，连续的普攻，这是来自水精灵夸爪兼 ace。
把视野先巩固住，不要有机会给 BYG 开。
空月大绕背，扫眼好像是没有被扫到了，这里很想开啊，空月出来开，4个全部人都开到了，又断了无极风暴，现在搭配的是自己队友的一个进场1-6
看好像不够吗？
两边去打了一个互换，但是小炮不在啊，这里随着辛朵拉的倒地，自己的 AD 是还没有参战，Firepaper 击到塔下带一个电磁炮的接近，最后一下的普攻学习的反击风暴想要晕，但 BYG 打赢了这波团战。关这里开到领域了，直接举了进去，直接硬举关。
瑞尔开到3个人，
看一下 Baby 掉到了半血，不过116的话已经快要倒地了。后面有一个太阳阵线直接插到，不过瑞才在一个很完美的输出位置，先拿下一个 double kill， 但是一个116的回刮，
绑住了凯撒，
又是击杀掉了对方的一个成员。凯撒被打出了一个绝技，站起来之后直接被风给拿下了下场。这场比赛，差雅成为队上的救世主。
在脚不行的，放在脚，你要是哦。哎，你们下路可不可以帮开啊？在脚可以帮，你们帮，然后如果真的没机会我就上去，我觉得这样挺好的。好，就在脚了，你要帮我卖哦。然后我打2炮，带脚，带脚，什么啊？就很爽。谁带脚？我带脚。刚刚带脚就有不好的回忆。带脚是什么？跳我的耳机。你上路等我一下，我中路这波通了，我们下去开先锋，他猴子加入。OK。你要去哪开？下路。知道了。东野，等下先来这边看我一眼，有机会蹲到猴子的，看我。可以，等我来了。我不在了，找我的。没事，我可以来，我现在可以踩进来。哎，他露露要回，我们这波丢先锋吧，你们别踩，直接下来。我这里要踩，我要打猴，看我，可以打猴子。看我。那露露回的哦。看一下，他往右边了。看一下，我不行。哎，看一下，可以。延续亮机了，我跟不了。没事，慢点来，拉出来，慢点来，先拉，回来，可以了。猴子没闪没到，延续没踢。先走，很赚了，这样很赚。舒服了。这么多看，位置还不错。我还没，我来了。我在偷牌耶。位置很好，能看我吗？我可以看。位置能看吗？哎，延续看一下。能看 AD 吗？看 AD，看 AD，看 AD 倒了，拉一下， 打第一个，再看，可以拿，圆圈，回来，尝试吃一下好不好？我可以去乱吃，要吃。
听我说，
我去找猴子吧，
我去找，然后其他人帮忙扛龙，9桶帮扛龙，我踩着点草，我不一定好踩，我会被赶走。
听一下，直接看猴子下来，我开他先杀他好不好？我开他先杀他。你能看猴子吗？我能看。吃猴子，吃掉，可以打，我有带，不用拉，逼了去龙，逼了去龙。可以走，灭我龙。看这里，我再推一下，来看我打枪了。哎，我等下推完这波我能绕哦。哎，你先拉一下，慢慢来。准备，我再跟绕，看位置，准备看，追出去。哎，来，同时看猴子，放一个，快点拉回来。可以。快点，我5秒1，我可以看。我踢完，追着，我踢完。哎，着力大绝，急不急？追着，追着，我可以追，我可以追。一直追，微波，这一波，追着，这个杀了吗？能杀吗？杀了，这一波，谁追啊？这样地啊？来，听了。可以，不是，咱别急啊，抱好啊。是我跟同学拉扯，还有人说我们2个没拉扯，我抱一起的。哎，这也多急啊，怎么不拉了？都可以了。怕还能追，来上了，大哥，nice，完了哈。
Okay, yeah, nice here out of the side of Team Blitz. I feel like, as we have a top lane fight.
As pop the ultimate. Oh, as Driver actually sidestepping so many of these tentacles. Doesn't sidestep those ones. Liv actually going to get taken down in the end. Losing out on that 1v1. Driver. A little bit hesitant to keep hitting at this Baron.
Well, why not? He's going to try to find a creative
finds the angle. Then we try to follow, finds the charm, doesn't find the grand interest on anyone, unfortunately, but Nature dropping so low. This Asol doing so much damage. Oh, goes golden. Right on the edge is not going to get picked off. Zone in the mid lane means that Team Blitz are going to try and walk up, but Nesty is waiting in the wings. Team Blitz have no idea. 3-man ultimate, so much damage coming out. Followed up by the grand entrance. Hana now looking onto Lemus, making sure he can't DPS the rest of his team. Oh no, it's disaster. Triple kill here for Cascada. Lemus going to get picked off. Oh, actually does survive for now, but Hana be flashing forward to get that kill. Now Dace the last surviving member, but not for long. Cascada's going to find that last kill. 8 for DCG.
The 24 minutes, Conway, he has a great flank once again.
We've seen him find these angles time and time again. Kise has to be so careful here. It will be found. 4-man knock-up from the Cyclone, as well as cease and desist now onto Kise. Can they turn this? 1 kill does go down, but Feng is going. We just go down bottom, but Feng will find a second. Biopanther now getting chased down. Slow will land. It will be a third now found from Feng. And it goes disastrously bad. Nice, as we do see Barbet going onto him, will find it. What is Ray's doing here? Who is he hitting? He's getting 1-1-1-6. He does find the kill. Kino will be found as well. That's a double kill for the AD carry of Chiefs. Feng, however, pulling a massive shroud down and taking out 2. They will find a third, and Kise on the side going down to Kongyue as well.
非常感谢 I Hotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方。 们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
上路在打的同时也打了起来，10等看那个武器中斯配上大发触手，再躲掉一个 Q 技能，再躲触手，再躲致命诀都怕不出来，直接躲反击风暴怕开，杀最后一下杀出技能 ，Driver 上路打下单杀。前面的话开团都是 Alex 猪女那个大就直接甩出去，现在的话稍微有点怕了，弯娜找那个射箭的不错的位置。闪现过来，台配上一个天剑雨都炸到所有人。雷锤要倒地的同时，大招甚至没有交出来，龙舟拿到 double kill， 天赋类终于找到一波反打的时机。
闭眼他们想抓水精灵，但水精灵就在前面摇，有一只鸟，
小熊杀手
来了，遇3个，打到瑞空的台，瞬间提兵直接倒了个辅助。后面水精灵开始收，拿了一个 double， 拿了一个 triple， 前面就是佩塔，他想要说个往前闪现就杀，让一下，尼玛死在右边，交了一个闪现走了，正面想要杀，这个夸爪就在眼前，还是可以先拿，连续的普攻，这是来自水精灵夸爪先 ace。
把视野先巩固住，不要有机会给BYG开。空月大绕背，扫野好像是没有被扫到了，这里很想开啊，空月出来开，4个全部人都开到了，又断了无极风暴，现在搭配的是自己队友的一个进场1-6看好像不够吗？两边去打了一个互换，但是小炮不在啊，这里随着辛朵拉的倒地，自己的 AD 这还没有参战，Biopaper 进到塔下带一个电磁炮的贴近，最后一下的普攻崛起的反击风暴想要运，但 BYG 打赢了这波团战。关这开掉领域了，直接举了进去，直接硬举关。瑞尔开到3个人，看一下飞品掉到了半血，不过116的话已经快要倒地了。后面有一个太阳阵列直接插到，不过瑞才在一个很完美的输出位置，先拿下一个double kill，但是一个116的回刮，
绑住了凯撒，
又是击杀掉了对方的一个成员。凯撒被打出了一个绝技，站起来之后直接被风给拿下了刷掌。这场比赛，帕雅成为对上的救世主。
在脚不行的，放在脚，是哦。
你们下路可不可以帮开啊？
在脚可以帮，
你们帮，然后如果真的没机会我就上去，我觉得这样挺好的。
好，就在脚了，
你要帮我卖哦。然后
我
打2
带脚了，带脚，什么啊？就很爽。谁带脚？我带脚。看到带脚就有不好的回忆。
带脚是什么？跳我的耳机。你上路等我一下，我中路这波痛了，我们下去开先锋，看我怎样。OK。
Oh, and just like that, it's back to us after some delays. So to kind of remind you guys where we're at, it's beyond 2-1 up in this series, but Impunity are currently 3-0 in this game. And the reasoning for the pause is that, as we saw, Kongyue and Kino both died there, and Kongyue said apparently that his recall was cancelled by the chrono break, and so that had to be checked by officials, and I believe they determined that Kongyue was the one that cancelled his recall, not the chrono break. So presumably, we are just resuming from the current game state after all that, but it's definitely messed with the momentum of the game quite a lot, and you have to think that players' mentalities as well, because it's tough to just sit there for that long, right, kind of thinking about, what could happen, what do you do next and all that. So, yeah, we're just going to have to see what kind of game state we end up being in.
Yeah, ultimately taking stock it was, if we do end up resuming, it was Impunity with a 2k gold lead at around about the 8-minute mark, which is obviously a pretty hefty gold lead to have at that point in the game, and a lot of that gold is on the AD carry on the Zeri as well, so definitely not where you want to be if you're BYG, as you'll see there.
Okay, yeah, looks like we return to that good game state there for Impunity. And I think, obviously, while it's very early into this game, it's a good sign for them for sure, right? 3-0 on the Zeri is very hard, I think, for the side of Beyond to deal with. Particularly the Silas and the Cassante are going to have such a hard time. We'll have to see if Kongyue can find those engages. Has already picked up a Dragon for his team, is now starting up the Herald. And the way Impunity are moving on the map right now, it looks like they're going to try trade bot maybe? No, Alex is around. Mission was hovering towards bot. Has mid priority, so should be able to force them away.
Yeah, Kongyun does get spotted. Drags the Rift Herald quite far out, but is going to be reset. Wow, that's a weird interaction.
Yeah, Rift Herald's wild and...
He's also not happy about the pause.
Surely not. Now, there are a lot of members around mid, so trying to get supports around for this Herald maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Impunity just play for the trade on bot side, because even if you give up the Herald here, Feng looks very, very diveable.
Feng might just go down there. Actually forces out the Feather Storm. Atlan making use of his gold lead so far to pressure Feng, and now Nature is here.
No Ignite.
No Summoners, no Feather Storm available. Nature likely going to be able to pick up the kill here. Oh, Kino's coming in. Nature waits a very long time, finds a great entrance, finds the Q. The last auto doesn't quite connect. Does ultimately find the kill though in the end. Nature dropped very low. Alex is in the area now as well. Might actually look into Kino now. BYG on the top side of the map do pick up the Rift Herald, but Kino's going to be forced off the top. I guess he survives.
Yeah, it does look like he get out, but from bad to worse here for the side of Beyond, the gold lead continues to build, and while they did grab that Herald, there's not really a good place to put it, and look what's happening to the bot tower.
No.
Feng was solo killed out by Nature, even without the Ignite, and has been denied so much, and after all that, we kind of end up in the exact same game state we were prior to all this. Except it's even worse for Beyond. Maybe they can trade something back. Kongyui's on the bot side, and I think probably wants to Herald bot. Alex's flash was burned. Maybe can look to Herald bot before the Impunity recalls come in, but even at best, you feel like it's only a couple plates, and it really can't equalize what is a monstrous gold lead at only 11 minutes here.
Yes, 3,000. The gold lead just keeps getting bigger and bigger, but wait, Kongya bringing some of it back. Not too sure how that happened, but there's going to be a shutdown going his way, and now, finally, BYG on the board. They're going to drop the Rift Herald down as well. Feng is going to pick up a lot of this gold too.
And it's a nice pickup, but it's honestly probably not in the place you really need it to be. I think you need Feng on the Xayah to be the one getting this gold. Otherwise, it's just going to be at an extreme 80 carry item deficit all game long. It is the shield bow already completed, as we'll get a replay. It looks like court shopping, maybe?
Yeah, Kongya
did spot him out.
Walks around the corner, the last second of the recall, and actually cancels the dash over the wall as well from Atlan with the Cyclone, so crucial there to picking up that kill.
It was just that flash trade. I got the kill, 600 gold there for himself, and did manage to Herald bot, so at least got a little bit of gold. But
he's got the Sunder as well, so actually pretty good power spike for him.
Yeah, I was about to say Mythics are being completed, right? You got the Mythic on the Cassante, the Wukong, and the Silas. But really, not having it on Feng is going to make future fights difficult. They do have a Dragon already, so they can kind of afford to play this out a little slower. But it's definitely not the game state you want here.
Yeah, Impunity just keep pushing down where it hurts. Mission
used.
Yeah, Kino is now pretty much defenseless. Mission is in the area as well. Nature pops the ultimate, but isn't going to find anything just yet. Does charm up and knock up Feng, and he's down for the count. Flash available, but no chance to use it at all. But now 1-1-6, looking to see what he can do in the back end. Steals a recount, finds Alex. Now looking on Atlan. Atlan has no summoners available. BYG, Kino's hook just goes wide. And it's going to get picked up by Mission. Now Impunity, they've turned it around yet again. 1-1-6 and Kongya now the targets. 1-1-6 picks up a kill for his troubles, but not before he is taken out. Atlan once again picking up so many kills.
He's on 5 kills now, and he's about to grab the solo tower gold for himself, as well as 5 full plates here at just 13 minutes. And while it was nice, I think, for 1-1-1-6 on the Silas to grab 2 kills, you have to feel overall things go from bad to worse to much worse.
Yeah.
As Atlan now 5 kills and so far ahead.
It actually looked like a pretty good turnaround from BYG, but then the turnaround around from Impunity ultimately seals the deal for them. Let's have a look at how this all played out.
Yeah, I mean, the hook being used so early from Kino, I feel like honestly just needed to save that for the dive. They did a good job of delaying Nature, but ultimately got CC'd up. And then 1-1-6, he came down. Honestly, I think he played this probably as well as he could have. Used their quickness to great effect here, but really just don't have the damage after that, right? The hook doesn't quite connect. Kino just gets taken out by a random Talia Q. The flash forward as well. Manages to secure both of these kills. And you kind of feel like the game is almost unlosable for Impunity. A 4,000, excuse me, gold lead.
Don't do maths.
Don't do maths in public. At 14 minutes. And look how ahead this area is, halfway to 2 items. And Feng hasn't even completed the Mythic.
Oh, it's so rough for Feng especially. They've tried their best to try and find some kills to get themselves back in the game, but it's just not enough. Impunity, they're too strong at this point.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. And something we haven't really talked about all game long is this top lane matchup, which has been quietly going in Driver's favor. Nature's Grasp is committed. Ooh.
Yeah, 2 Nature's Grasp. They're crisscrossing.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was like perfect
That's a bit
90-degree
aesthetic,
angle.
yeah.
The ref's getting a bit of a glow up, but not much is going to come from either of those ultimates. Impunity, they're getting mid priority for now.
And it will be Driver TPing back top. He has himself the Triforce now, so he can start getting stuff done. Mid tower's taking a bit of damage, and I'd be surprised if Beyond can find any sort of fight anytime soon. At the same time, I don't think you really outscale in this game, and not with the state that Feng's in.
Yeah.
So what is your play? I mean, maybe you just try and make some crazy engage with Kongyue and the Nordal.
Yeah, it feels like 1116 has to find some sort of creative angle as well. We did see him, wreak havoc on that bot lane skirmish. Hopefully he can find something like that again. But yeah, I guess the biggest question is just, do we have enough damage to even kill the members of Impunity?
It doesn't really feel like it, right? Now 2 items on the Zarya.
Oh
Full
my
item ahead
goodness.
at only 15 minutes. Yeah, you kind of got to think that any fight that Beyond take is just going to be losing unless they can find some sort of pick onto Atlan before the fight. Maybe on the Alex, though.
116 tries to find the chains, but Alex flashes away just before they're able to connect. Kongyue has a bit of a juicy angle here.
Atlan almost has the flashback up, and it looks like Nature actually will not spot him out. Kongyue narrowly avoids the vision, but will just go back to his own side of the jungle.
We have seen BYG, really flex their muscles in these team fights, so potentially they can just outplay Impunity and make that their way back into the game, but definitely is going to be a tall order. Weaver's Wall comes out from mission, zones BYG off the turret.
And the Nature's Grasp as well.
Yeah, easy pickings for Impunity. Having that mid lane tower down so early creates so much space. Driver now looking on 1116. Is going to walk that one off for now.
Your shots did go a little bit wide there, but not to matter. Now, cooldowns were used, right? There's a lot of ults down from the side of Impunity. Perhaps Beyond could actually find a window here when they have the ult advantage. You still have to feel that the only way you can win a fight is if you can somehow kill Atlan. Maybe with the stolen Gnarl, the Cyclone, and the depth charge, they could find a way. But if they lose this fight, they're in big trouble.
Yeah. Oh, actually finding a pick on the Driver. Take him out before he even reaches Mega. Now BYG, it's 5 versus 4. This might be the chance back into the game. Depth charge finds all the members of Impunity. Now Likai on the flank. They're going to get knocked out by Nature. Takes... Oh my god, he's gone all out.
I think
now,
Zarya wins
oh my
this.
god, Atlan doing so much damage. He's chasing down so many members. 3 kills, double kill for Mission, single kill for Atlan as well. He's now on a killing spree. And somehow Impunity, they just slap BYG with their wallets and run away with that teamfight win.
It really is, yeah. I think the start of the teamfight pretty nice there from the side of Beyond, but look how much damage comes out of the Impunity carries. And importantly, pretty much all the cooldowns were used on killing Driver and Alex, I think it was. And then after that, you've just got nothing left. Probably should have just taken the 2 kills and run. And said they try and chase for more. It really didn't work out. So we'll kind of see here. There's so much used onto the Gnar, I think is a little questionable. The quickness was wasted once again by Nature, and Alex jumps down, but just look now. What have you really got to continue to chase? They looks good because it's 5v3, but Atlan is full HP this entire time and just does so much damage so early in the game. And I don't know. I think you do feel pretty desperate here as Beyond. You have to try and make stuff happen. Unfortunately, couldn't. And you almost feel like with that your chances in this game are sort of running out. As even the Magi is picked up now by Mission. Working on that Navori is Atlan. Actually, looks like he's reasonably close to it. Has a Herald as well. I didn't even notice he yoinked that.
He's got everything under his belt, and especially that Runins in that last fight really did wonders for him. When you have 4 members running straight at you, you get so much value out of those extra bolts from your auto attacks. Now things zoned off once again with the Weaver's Wall. Impunity turning their sights towards the second mid lane turret.
Let's go down Beyond, maybe looking for something.
Oh, Keno finds the hook onto Alex. Gonna get rooted up as well. 1116 waiting on the sidelines with the Rakano available. Does charm up one. Alex gonna actually get taken out. Shut down for Likai as well on the side of that. Picks off Mission. And now BYG once again might have a look into this fight, but Feng is already down for the count. That's probably the main DPS now. Likai gonna be the target. Driver is about to go Mega. Nature dropped very low. Kongyue and 1116 now on the run. Driver, he's gonna be looking for some sort of CC to get Atlan going, but Kongyue gonna flash over the wall all the way to safety. Impunity might turn their sights to the Hextech Drake now.
It looks like they won't. In the meantime, 2 towers went down. I think it was the mid-tier 1 and the top, or sorry, the mid-tier 3 and the top tier 1, which was kind of strange. I guess the Herald was still going mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now Dragon should be picked up here, and you almost think that Atlan will for sure have the Navori
my goodness.
before 20 minutes, which is, you know, it's one of those starts you kind of only get really in solo queue. You very rarely see just this sort of lead, especially in a series that has been so competitive, you know, all series long. So we're going to replay of that fight. Importantly, Atlan doesn't have his sums for this fight, so it has to be a little bit more muted.
Oh no, the Rift Herald as well on the side just gets completely ignored from both teams.
Yeah, it was just damaging. And Mission got taken on a journey, lost all 10 of his Magi stacks, which doesn't feel too good. But once again, Atlan just feels untouchable in these fights. And you can kill as many other members as you want, but unless this area goes down, there really is no chance, I think, that you come away with the victory in those fights. Another tower falls. Navori completed. Doesn't matter you've got 0 stacks on the Magi's for Mission because you have a 3-item ADC at 20 minutes.
Definitely a huge threat on the side of Impunity, and now a 7k gold lead for them. Atlan is having he's having fun.
He really is, yeah. Can just run this game over from now on. Alex, he's being looked at again.
Oh, Alex might get caught out. Does get hooked. Flashes away with the Nature's Grasp as well to dissuade any further engage. And now Likai is in the middle of 4. He's not going to survive for too long here. Does go down before he is able to go all out. Kino now going to likely be the sacrifice here. But BYG might actually have 1-on-1 going down as well. Does dodge away from the shove, but now goes golden in front of 4 people once again. Taken out by Alex. And now Impunity going to be looking towards the Baron.
Yeah, it looks like they should be able to grab this, and you kind of feel like the game won't last too much longer beyond this because on the side of BYG,
beyond this,
they really can't stand up to just the sheer amount of gold that Impunity has, particularly on Atlan, who they just honestly don't have the damage for him, right?
Yeah.
They can't take him out. He just lifesteals too much and has too much peel on his side. Alex kind of keeps being that target, but you know, realistically, it would be nice to kill him, but if it comes at the cost of using all your cooldowns,
not really worth it, eh?
Yeah, no, but to be
What else
honest,
can you do?
yeah, there is nothing else you can do. It is just such a lost cause here. Down 11,000 gold at 21 minutes. Impunity, I think, could play to end the game with this Baron. Do they need to? Probably not, but I think they should. It looks like Atlan is working on probably the BT as his next item is going to go from unkillable to extra unkillable. As you would say. Shadow Flame now completed as well for the Talia. Even Redemption picked up on Alex. He knows what role he's playing this game.
Yeah, truly the support king, and that just provides so much extra healing. Actually, the double Redemption, okay, that's a bit weird.
That's going to be a lot of healing.
That is a lot of healing. I think it does get reduced for the second one in a short period of time, but regardless, Atlan, I would be very surprised to see him die at all for the rest of this game.
Yeah, kind of feels like there is no way to touch him, maybe with the Nord ult, but you really just don't have the follow-up damage for as towers are being sieged. And remember that mid inhib is already open from the Herald before.
Hook just barely soaked up by Alex. Almost hit Atlan there. Could have potentially been some sort of entry point. But really, you know, opportunities for BYG are rapidly diminishing in this game. Impunity at 22 minutes already knocking on the mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, it's getting taken very low as that top tier 2 finally goes down. Impunity, if they can find some engage, will, as we say,
Nature's Grasp and Weaver's Wall once again being used to zone BYG off of the turrets.
Kino flashed, I think. Hook comes out.
Oh, Kino finds a depth charge, but Atlan going to flash away to safety all the way into his backline. Very comfortable now. He's going to start chasing them down already. Godlike finds 1, finds 2. Will he be able to find more? Likai and Fing forced to sit under the Nexus Tower as the last remaining bastion of hope. Kong here finds a couple with a Cyclone, but it's not going to matter too much. Alex going straight into the back line. Likai actually finds 2 knockups, but Fing flashing away, not doing too much damage to the driver. It's going to get picked up on Mission in the end. Nature as well, just kind of zoning BYG all the way back to the fountain. But what do you know? Impunity taking out Game 4, and we're going to Silver Scrapes.
Oh, we certainly are. It is Game 5 for the 4th day in a row here in the PCS. And that game, I mean, it did get away from Beyond very early on, and there's always a little asterisk on that game, right, of what would have happened if not for, you know, all the pauses and all the chrono breaks. And it's something you actually have to worry about, I think, for Beyond in Game 5, because how can you maintain a good mental state after, you know, that sort of game? It's really tough. Now, importantly, they will get to choose sides, and you have to think red side has been looking good for them, so they most likely will look to it. But, you know, Game 5, I kind of feel like the momentum favors Impunity pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's so hard to, you know, be able to reset from a tough game like that. You know, you fall behind so early on, potentially, you know, out of some, you know, weird League of Legends witchcraft. But yeah, ultimately Impunity taking out Game 4 in a very dominating fashion.
They do, and I think that going on to Game 5, Impunity, they did kind of find some good stuff there. Like, they were on the red side, which was, you know, again, their favorite side. But I really liked that they took the Zeri.
Yeah.
I think it actually worked out very, very well for them. And I think also it kind of showed us that they don't need the Wukong so much. I was a bit worried when Kongwei picked up the Wukong. Obviously, he's very good at it. But Alex, he looked, again, completely fine on the Maokai, and I think he can just facilitate, be that supportive role for his team, and his carries will certainly back him up for it. I'm a little bit worried, perhaps, on game number 5, just, again, how they will function on the blue side, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe look towards that Zeri. Now, I believe last time they're on blue, it was banned away, but maybe they'll try and, you know, change the draft up a little bit so they can, you know, maybe take the Xayah first pick or move the priority away from Rakan. I am a bit worried because that's the 4th game of Rakan, and it was okay.
It was
He did get a solo kill.
He did. That's big for him. But yeah, it really does feel hard to analyze that game outside of Champs League, honestly, because the rest of it just kind of feels like an anomaly. You know, when stuff goes wrong so early on, it feels like the rest of it is just, you know, all she wrote.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of those games that once Zeri is 3-0, in theory, Beyond can win, but like realistically, with how clean the Zeris and PCS have looked, kind of feels like a foregone conclusion. And maybe there was a couple fights where if the CC had instead been saved for the Zeri, or if they'd kind of taken the small win, BYG, and walked away with it, could have maybe found a way, but you're really looking for the 1%, right? It was a game that you felt like was decided fairly early on, and Beyond, when they moved back to that red side, I'll be curious to see kind of how they answer back and see, you know, again, maybe what solo lane matchups we get, because I think this game, obviously the solo laners didn't really become a factor because Alan was so far ahead, but I think Impunity, they got the Narvis Cassante, which is good, and they also got Talia's Silas, and you saw how much pressure Mission had over the map. And I think that felt very bad, right? Even in the skirmishes when Silas looked strong, the problem was he'd come to them so late that it didn't really matter. So I think that on that red side, obviously it's a bit easier for Beyond, and hopefully they can fix that up, but we're in for a very competitive Game 5.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Beyond are able to bounce back from that, because I don't really blame them for that loss, to be honest. Like, sure, they messed up once, and it feels like the momentum instantly was just all taken out of their sails right from that moment, but other than that, looking at the previous 3 games, they've been pretty solid, and I have faith that they'll be able to really take the fight to Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still worried a little bit about the mental, because just the fact that it wasn't only like a crushing defeat, but also that there was a pause on top of all that, you know? Like, that really messes with you, I think, especially if Kongwei feels like, you know, he wasn't the one that cancelled the recall, and that all of that kind of happened as a result. Like, you can't help but feel hard done by, right? Yeah, be interesting.
Definitely will be. Who do you think? I wonder if there'll be. Who do you think is the MVP for this game?
Ooh.
It's hard to say.
Well, I wonder. No, surely it goes over to Alan, right? He is 3-0, and he played the team fights very well. To be honest, it feels like if once you're 3-0 on Zeri, the game sort of plays itself in a way. But I mean, Alan, he certainly delivered.
He
on it, right?
He didn't mess up.
No, he didn't. It should go to him. I mean, if not him, maybe give it to Alex for being able to find those initial picks, right? Because it felt like a lot of those did come from him. And I think also was the target of a lot of the picks coming out of Beyond, and either was able to tank them or trade enough cooldowns back over that it normally ended up fine. And we head over to the replay, and this was when Kino, he invested that hook very early. And then the 4-man dive that comes out of Impunity, a product of not having that mid priority, plus how far behind bot already is, there really isn't a way for Beyond to do much about it. And while they try and trade some kills back, 2 picked up here by the Silas, it was very well played, I think, here from the side of Impunity. And after this, they walked away with, I don't know what the gold lead was after this tower drop. It was something like 5,000. And it kind of feels like now the game is pretty much over.
I definitely feel like it was a valiant attempt from BYG, especially from 1-1-1-6. I feel like he played that fight super well, but it's just, you know, when the Zeri is just chunking you so much with every auto, what can you really do? That I think that damage graph just tells the whole story, really.
Yeah, 10 towers to 0 as well. Pretty impressive. There was only 3 dragons as well. The game was just that short. You know, all series long, it's kind of gone the distance with both the game time as well as the dragons. And kind of crazy still how many kills there were. I mean, Impunity, once they got that far ahead, could just, you know, continue to engage. And there wasn't a whole lot Beyond could do about it. So really, not much more to say about that game. We'll just be looking towards that game 5 and everything on the line for both teams. It's going to be super hype game, and I just hope that Beyond find a way to reset.
Do you think we'll see a Rakan again?
I think we will, right?
Do you think Impunity will pick it up again?
Yeah, they should. I think just based on the fact that they've picked it up all the rest of the series. But to no one's surprise, really, it is Atlan that grabs that MVP. 6,700 gold over your opponent as an AD carry is a wild stat because that's just 2 full items. An absurd amount of gold, 33% of his team's damage as well as 94% of the KP. So much of that, you know, was just in those early fights and, you know, he was a part of the rest of them. No surprise, really.
Yeah, tearing it up. It did seem like, you know, BYG were able to find some good looks, even in those later fights, but like you mentioned, you know, if you can't kill the Zeri, ultimately it's not going to mean that much. He's just going to clean you up anyway.
No, it really isn't. And I mean, I think Atlan may be the person to look for to kind of get Impunity over the line in game number 5. Obviously, Mission and Driver have had, you know, up and down performances, right? I think Driver especially has been kind of winning his lane a lot, maybe getting caught out. Mission as well, you know, winning lane and
maybe
kind of like,
caught.
yeah, just struggling in the team fights. But it feels like Atlan, when he gets ahead, is a very safe bet. And I wonder if that's kind of where Impunity will try and, you know, put the eggs in the Atlan basket and see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, we will find out very shortly. Game 5 coming up very soon. Silver Scrapes, I'm very excited. I don't know who's going to take it out, but we're about to find out.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Spring Split Players, brought to you guys by Riot Games Carry Live and sponsored by iHotel. It's been a very long night, but we are finally here. Game 5 of Impunity versus Beyond. Impunity, they just destroyed Beyond in what was the longest 23-minute game of my life. Who do you have winning Game 5?
Oh, wow, you really hit me with that off the bat. I have to say BYG.
Ooh,
I feel like
okay.
just in this series, they've shown a lot more control over each game that they've played. Even the ones that they've lost, I feel like they've shown very good signs of life, whereas Impunity, they've made a lot more mistakes than I would have liked.
Okay, I can kind of respect that, but I think I'm going to back Impunity in game number 5. I'm not sure if I'm just hoping for the driver solo kill showdown that'll go on next week, but oh, Beyond, they choose blue side.
Okay, that's a real... Because we were talking about earlier how we think they were going to pick red, but blue is an interesting adaptation. I'm not too sure what they have in store for that.
Yeah, so they're just going to go and run it back. I mean, maybe they just don't think there was anything wrong with the last draft, or maybe this time instead of first picking the Wukong, they go back towards the Zeri. I mean, that could definitely be it, right? Because Impunity... Yeah, I mean, do they just leave the Xayah and Zeri both up and look to trade them? Potentially. Hey, so Xayah's banned, and I think instead of the Wukong, this time you prioritize that Zeri, right?
Yeah.
You would think.
You would think, but you'd also think they'd pick red side, so
True.
I wonder
We don't
what
know
they're
what's going
for
on in their
there.
minds.
Yeah, maybe we'll time travel yet again. But I haven't hovered anything just yet. My bet's on the Zeri.
Yeah, you kind of feel like it should be. Oh, going towards the Gragas instead, so none of those things.
That
does get locked in, okay.
Yeah, I would have thought, you know, picking blue side, you'd have like a very strong first pick in mind, but Gragas doesn't really tick that box for me. I mean, sure, it's a flex, but...
Yeah, it's like a
just the Gragas.
pseudo flex in a way, because I feel like Kanye wouldn't play it. I mean, I
Right.
guess he can, but I would expect him to be on something with a bit more carry potential. And surely as Impunity, you answer with the Zeri, right? It looks so good in that previous game. And without the Xayah to match it, I mean, do you just take away... Probably don't even need to pick up... Oh, although you can pick up Rakan.
Nature does love himself a Rakan.
Yeah, he's been playing it all series long. I guess it depends if you want that jungle counter or not. I mean, honestly, might even just prefer the Maokai over the Wukong. Alex looked a lot better on it, and while it is giving Wukong to Kongyue, I think there's an argument for it, but maybe it will just be that Rakan locked in again. It will. And Beyond, do they go towards... You know, the answers are normally stuff like the Aphelios. It could be the Varus, but I don't really like it into the lifesteal that can come out of Zeri.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe
Kai'Sa?
yeah, maybe they're going to play the hard engage, so maybe something like the Kai'Sa Nautilus or Kai'Sa Leona could be coming through here.
Definitely excited to see Fing on the Kai'Sa for a change.
Yeah, okay, it is locked in, and you'd think you'd pick... Surely the Nautilus or Leona will be picked up here. I think I'd prefer the Nautilus, even though Leona's probably better for matchup. I think Nautilus versus Zeri, just having that point and click is really nice, and it looks like they think the same way.
Yeah, for sure. It actually is looking increasingly hard for Nature to be able to play out this game on the Rakan. You know, you're countered by Nautilus, somewhat countered by the Gragas as well. A lot of disengage potential and a lot of pick potential as well. BYG feels like they hold a lot of the marbles so far.
And I think they actually will go the way of the Maokai. I kind of agree with them. It looked a lot better, I think, than the Wukong. And you always have the opportunity to ban that out now in the second phase. So it looks like most likely will be locked in here. It's picked up. Okay, so now where do you put your second phase bans? Really depends on what you want to fourth pick. They have been fourth picking top and fifth picking mid every time on the red side. I believe Kennen was the ban here previously. We'll see if they decide to go for that again. I mean, Gragas still exists in that top lane as that neutralizer, and it's much harder, I think, to pick the Jax when that Gragas is available. It's, again, a great neutralizer just all around, but particularly against the Jax. Ahri's a ban instead, so maybe trying to take away some of that follow-up. You'd kind of expect then it to be Ahri LeBlanc bans, stuff that can kind of follow up the Kai'Sa Nautilus. On the other side, I mean, do you just ban away the team fighting mids? You know, the Ori, Talia being the ones we kind of look towards. Sinner's already banned as well, so you don't have to go towards that. Or maybe you do need to ban away the Gnar? We'll see.
Driver on the Gnar has been pretty scary, but it's going to be the Talia ban instead. Okay.
Yeah, so we'd
That
expect
makes
this
sense.
ban to then be LeBlanc, and then probably the last ban to be Orianna. That's my official prediction. If it's not the LeBlanc, I mean, maybe they would go for something like Talia. Yeah, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see, because Tilly obviously does... Or Tilly's banned. I'm out of it. It's game 5, listen.
Yeah,
Okay.
it happens, it happens, it happens.
Surely LeBlanc banned, right?
Oh,
they
Victor.
banned Victor, which is kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't
think
see
it doesn't
BYG
really work that well, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I wouldn't see BYG ever picking Victor in this game. But regardless, does get banned out.
Okay, so do you then just ban the Ori? I mean, Victor is an Oriana counter, so maybe they're just trying to kind of set up Mission to have a really good Oriana game. You kind of feel like with so many mids banned, it's probably good to take away one of the last remaining ones that Mission has played. They banned the Trist instead, and I wonder if that leaves open the Ori for themselves to take. Just not a lot of options overall, and Impunity... I think you could just take the Gnar as the blind, but given the Rally is still up, you have the counter. I think, honestly, take mid here and maybe give Driver the 5 pick. If you take Oriana now, and then last pick either Gnar or the Aurelia, it's looking really good.
Aurelia, I mean, Oriana rather, being hovered for Impunity. Does he get locked in for Mission?
I really like it.
See what BYG respond with here.
I think that means Gragas has to go mid, because there just aren't enough mids left available to counter it. So we're looking at top and jungle. I would expect the Gnar to be the blind, but then you have to play into the Aurelia.
That is really rough to opt into.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the best. I mean, we'll see. Maybe the Gragas does go top, but then what would you pick mid? Looks like they're going to go for the Jax blind instead. I mean, there are, most of the options gone, but Kennen is still up. I guess they can't triple AP topside. And Lee Sin, the last hover here. Will it be locked in? I mean, we've seen very mixed results. All the Pantheon...
Pantheon could be good.
Yeah, Kongwei's looked very good on it before, and when it's all on the line, could be the pick that he turns to. 22 KDA on the champ, as a reminder. Looked disgusting on it. So good. Now, it's going to be locked in. Okay, so last pick for Driver. It kind of needs to be an AD, so I don't think you can take the Kennen. The Gnar is up and available, and it's a, I'd say, slightly advantaged matchup into the Jax, but... still kind of offers you a lot of team fight flexibility, and the way Driver's been playing this series, he's very consistently found the lead over the Kai. So would be very happy to see him opt into that.
Yeah, if this Gnar does get locked in, it feels like both teams have a lot of options for both engage and disengage. So overall, very balanced from both sides, I feel like. This does feel like one of the few games where BYG have a few more tools at their disposal so far in the series, so it will be interesting to see how much they'll be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, other ones that are the aggressors here, and a lot of this will come down to, can they lock down Mission and Atlan and find the kill onto them? There is a reasonable amount of follow-up, right, with all the Gragas and Pantheon, even the Jax damage. I think, like you said, the comps, they're fairly balanced. I'm not sure who I would favor in the champ select. Maybe slight edge to Impunity just for the ease of execution, but honestly, I think that none of the games have really come down to that. It hasn't felt like both teams have had turns kind of playing team fights very well or playing them very poorly. No, we will see. I mean, could we ask for anything more from Game 5? Don't think we could.
You certainly couldn't.
Certainly couldn't. Oh, man, I mean, what a journey it has been to get here.
It has. It really has had its ups and downs. I do think BYG have, shocked a lot of us just by taking this to a 5-game series. Have to see if they can go the full mile and pull off the upset win.
Yeah, I mean, so far, from what I remember, all these series that have gone to Game 5 have pretty much been picked up by the favorite eventually. I guess the one exception being, what was it, Frank CFO? Maybe we thought Frank were going to win that? Depends who you ask.
Yeah, that one was a very even one. I feel like, playoffs, naturally, as they've gone on, teams' power levels have started to even out, but Game 5 for tonight, Impunity coming up against Beyond Gaming. Loser does get eliminated. Winner progresses to verse Frank in the final 4. But it's all on the line tonight.
It really is, and it's kind of crazy. It feels almost a shame to send either of these teams home because they look so strong. Maybe it's time for triple elimination to come through. But unfortunately, it's not to be, and Ghost picked up again by both AD carries. Everything else looking fairly normal. Mission once again. He's got that first strike, so values the scaling. And I think probably, at least in the PCS, this split, Mission has looked untouchable on the Oriana, has played so well on it. And I think one of those champions that he's found, very good success at, not only in the lane, but in the team fights as well. Champ that he's been known for, and what other champ would you want to be on other than your signature pick in game number 5, your elimination match potentially?
Yeah, it does feel like Pretty difficult game to play both Orianna and Zeri entry though. BYG have so much hard CC, a lot of it point and click as well. Definitely going to have to be careful with how they approach these fights. I think Nature especially, instead of looking for engages, definitely going to need to be focusing a lot more on peeling for his carries.
And one thing I want to bring up is that for me in this early game, eyes on Kongyue, who's got the Pantheon point and click into a team that has no cleanses. So there is certainly gank potential that can come out. And honestly, there is gank set up in all 3 lanes for Kongyue, so couldn't really ask for anything more. I have to see which lanes he ends up playing towards and what he can perhaps get done. So often is Kongyue the way that Beyond get into games. He's the one that gets it all started off, and we kind of saw last game when he fell behind, Beyond couldn't find that same access into the game. Maybe we'll hear.
Yeah, definitely the key player to get Beyond gaming.
Yeah. Yeah.
No?
No.
Damn, I thought that was pretty good.
And now level 2 picked up by the Impunity bot lane. Can they do anything with it? Does not really look like, as Kongyue, he's going to path into that top side here. Maybe can look to end his clear and gank Driver potentially. The wave is stacking. He's going to enter the river very early. In fact, could even invade the red buff. Has the top priority. Doesn't have mid prior though. Just looks like he's going to drop a ward and maybe go back to his jungle. And I think that should keep Driver safe. He does just drop that ward there. And he has Alex pathing up to him. So probably wouldn't expect anything really to happen. He's just kind of farming in this mid lane. Spike Gragas having the Comet can just be shielded by the Orianna for the most part. And now it looks like Kongyue will move up towards topside, but it's going to be spotted out on the ward. The question is, oh, okay, so actually doesn't go for the ward is placed and it's spotted on the sapling. Alex turns around just in case there is some sort of dive on this wave, but it looks like it won't happen.
Well, meanwhile, in the bot lane, Keno finds the hook onto Nature, does get rooted up as well. Fighting a lot of damage. Feng, he's popped ghost, both ADCs running, but in different directions. Atlan, let's get the Ignite popped on. I guess they're running in the same direction, but in different, what's the word? Different tones. Different...
Oh, hold on, though.
Kongyue finding the flash stun onto Mission. No follow-up there from 116. Might not have the body slam available yet, or not enough mana.
Yeah.
Not too sure, but Mission is going to escape with his life. For now, without his flash, though, that is going to be a big one.
Yeah, that's pretty important, I think, for both sides. Kongyue loses a lot of aggression with that. And we actually saw this trade come out in one of the previous games. I believe it was actually the last one with the Talia Wukong that, you know, once Kongyue lost his flash, couldn't find any more ganks after that. Mission will obviously have to be careful, especially around level 6. But until then, should feel pretty safe. And he's backed and gone for the Darksteel and the Sapphire. Once again, probably going to skip out on the tier. Is just going to play for a bit more of that early game spike. And I like it. You've already got so much scaling with the Zeri. It's not like... And the rest of your comp as well. Like... Scales pretty solidly. So just being the kind of bridge for your team in the early game, and it's not like Orianna scales bad either, especially against a short range comp will do very, very well. Ooh, Alex.
Oh, Alex?
Not sure you're allowed to be here.
Yeah, this is dicey. Keno's on his way out from bot lane as well. 1116 is going to get it spotted on the ward. Body slam comes out. Hook hits the wall. Keno fumbles the bag. Flashes forward to try and find the auto route, but Alex is going to live to see another day.
That's a tilter.
That is a tilter.
Keno had to feel like that was a guaranteed kill, right? I don't think, even if Alex flashed the hook, wouldn't have been able to get the distance to get over the wall.
He certainly wouldn't have.
No, would have just been chased down. Wow, I mean, that sucks. That really sucks. Keno would be kicking himself over that one. Nature, he's in the river, and he's around mid as well. Doesn't look like it's going to be a dive.
Yeah, support handshake. Let's take a look at how this unfolded.
Yeah, so he spotted out on that Tribush. Oh no, it's so tragic, really. And I think Alex was dead to rights. Even invested the flash and still didn't manage to get him. That's the one you kind of ping your Nautilus and solo queue for.
That's toxic, man.
Just the truth. Now, Alex and Kongyue, they're both topside here. Doesn't look like any dive will be coming out. In fact, Driver just ults the wave to be completely safe. 116 is up here as well, but Driver has TP. Should be completely fine, and this is going to give Mission the opportunity to just shove in that wave, deny a little bit of CS over. So far, Impunity getting through this, what is maybe a scary early game up against the Pantheon, relatively unscathed.
Yeah, even the bot lane as well. Kai'Sa Nort hasn't found too much yet. They did have that initial trade early on, but they were able to save most of their summoner spells. So definitely good looks for Impunity so far. Oh my goodness, Kino taking so much damage there.
Yeah, nice trade onto him. And it's now Nature's 5th game of Rakan, perhaps ever. And we'll have to see how good he is at it now. Dragon is getting started up here by Alex, and with that mid and bot priority currently, should be getting it, but Driver is maybe in trouble. He does not have the flash. I think he could just be dead
Leakai's
here.
looking for it. 116 here as well. Explosive cast is going to knock him back. Dead to rights. First blood going the way of Kongya.
Wow, and that's a pretty solid trade there. First Dragon obviously is great for the scaling, but initially is not the best, and it's actually taking a long time here. It's finally smited away. That's pretty rough, I think, for Driver. Maybe fortunate for him that Kongya was the one that picked it up as opposed to Lekai, but for the rest of the map, that has to feel pretty scary, right? An accelerated Pantheon, not someone you can really mess with.
Yeah, and also helping Lekai secure even more of a lead in this top lane as well. It feels like the Jack versus Na matchup can definitely go both ways, so a little bit does go a long way.
Definitely does. As bot lane here, lots of pings coming out, and Kongya must be very close to 6. All summed are up, but without the cleanse, it still remains vulnerable. I believe Kongya should get 6 off. Okay, he has it now off the Raptors. He's on the red currently. He might look to pick that up and out one of the lanes. Mission's flash is up very, very soon, crucially. Was even a plate picked up mid?
Yeah.
Which is pretty bold by him as well to go for that. Always feels scary up against the Pantheon. Here's Kongya, who leads the player goal currently, and Driver falling a little bit far behind now. It's still within touching distance for sure, but you know, not the way you want to start that matchup.
Yeah, overall though, game state still pretty much even across the board. Small lead for BYG, but nothing to write home about just yet. Kino moving up towards the top side of the map. Same with Fing as well, so dragging both the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. Really looking to try and claim their Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, I wonder if there can be any trade coming out from Impunity. Now that Nautilus shows mid, you'd have to expect their bot lane begins to push. And Kongya, he's starting up the Herald. It is spotted out. So Impunity are aware, but I'm not sure you can contest this. It seems like Beyond's topside is too strong. Instead, maybe just play for the 4-man bot again.
Yeah, I really like this from BYG, actually. They choose to send Fing and Kino back bot lane, and Impunity, they have no vision, so they really, until they've shown up just now, they had no idea where the bot laners were.
I think as well, it's very hard to actually trade the 4-man here because Kongya can just ult to the other side of the map.
Yeah.
They are maybe looking for it, though. Alex, he's getting very aggressive in that jungle. I think he's looking for it. It's just a 3-man, though.
Nature's Grass comes out, but he's walking away.
Yeah, a little bit of poke. I think there they probably felt that because they didn't know where Kongya was, if he had just reset and was pathing out bot side with the ult, it would be absolutely disastrous if they committed to it. So unfortunately, just didn't have enough information to guarantee that play. And so just back away, which I think is still fine, right? I think they probably do have the scaling advantage overall. A lot of damage traded back here. But Kongya maybe is going to look top. He's still on that top side, and I believe Impunity still don't know where he is. There's not really much vision on the map to speak of. Maybe a bit more on that bot side, though. Lots of pings coming out mid, I believe, from Kino, who is pathing there. And Kongya, he will go for his reset. Wonder, does he have the Gore Drinker?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah, I'm really looking to see what Kongya's next play will be with the Rift Herald in his back pocket.
Yeah, you kind of think it should be ulting one of these lanes and looking for the Herald afterwards.
Yeah, any of them, really.
Yeah, there's so much gang set up overall. Everywhere remains very scary. I think gold onto Kai'Sa is probably the most valuable, so if you can succeed bot, that would be good, but, you know, bot lane looks pretty safe as well. They have all their sums as well as a lot of defensives. Maybe you just look to go mid or even free up mid to 4-man bot could be the play as well. As 116, he's in the river. Maybe that's what they're looking for.
Kino on vision for now. Nature actually getting a bit cheeky. Was that ward? Kongya in the area hasn't been spotted out quite yet. The ward and Tribush will see him, but chooses not to go down that path. I wonder what he's looking for here. Maybe just going to drop the Rift Herald and walk away.
Yeah, I think that could be it. Doesn't know he's on a ward here, obviously. Yeah, looks like he will just come through lane, drop the Herald. And I always feel that when this happens, it's not the best usage, honestly, because while it is gold, it's shared, of course, and you also reveal your position to the whole map. And yeah, I mean, it's an okay usage of Herald, nothing to write home about. They will look back towards mid though, and Mission, you know, he's pushing the wave, but always has to be very cognizant of the fact that Pantheon can be here at any moment. Actually gets zoned away from the cannon. Definitely hurts.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Kongya hold his ult for so long. I would have thought that he would have tried to look for something by now, but maybe just, you know, making the most of the pressure that having it up gives for his laners, giving them a lot more space to work around with. Oh, Lika actually looking in on Driver. There's the Pantheon ult that we talked about, finding that kill onto Driver. Easiest dive of my life.
Yeah, as you were just saying, the caster Curse hasn't been using the ult, but now finds it. And 2-0, and I think importantly, putting what is, you know, the star player perhaps of Impunity in Driver behind in Game 5. It's looking very, very good. That matchup is starting to, you know, look very, very tough for Driver, as second drag should go the way of Impunity, but also a 2,000 gold lead for Beyond.
Yeah, it is good for Impunity that they have managed to secure 2 dragons so far. Take a look at what happened in this top lane dive. Likai gets so much damage on the Driver to start off with.
Yeah, oh, so the flash came out actually from the Jax, which just
oh wait, we're going back to live. Kino's been taken out by Atlan. Now it's a crazy skirmish ensuing. Kongya with 116 coming down the river, looking onto Alex, forces the flash. Explosive cast knocks Alex back. Not going to be quite enough damage there to finish him off. Nature zoning off with that grand entrance. Impunity, all members going to make it out alive. Same for BYG.
Yeah, one big thing I want to bring up is that Likai actually TP'd down here, and that's going to give Driver the opportunity to actually bring back a lot of this lead. I think he gets 2 plates for himself and denies a lot of CS. I have some big questions. One, how did Kino get there? And 2, why is Likai there? Why did he TP? Because this gives so much back to Driver and undoes so much of what was good there.
Oh,
so Kino,
no.
I guess he just went too far in, even though the Dragon was already gone. TP came out from Likai to try turn it, but it was very nice, I think, by Impunity to just back away from this. And even with the CC that comes out, there is no flash available for Likai because he invested it topside. And the flash ult even came out here from 1116, and it still wasn't enough as all the Impunity members get out.
Yeah, you know, investing that Jax into your bot side with the TP and coming out, you know, with -1 kills, really not the way you want to be playing. And now Impunity have managed to even it up a lot more. And I think with those 2 dragons in their back pocket, it's looking a lot better for them now.
Top tower is very low though, and that's potentially a regank opportunity for Kongya. If Driver takes some bad trades, you know, it can very easily be dived, and that would be a huge gold injection, especially if you can get it onto the Jax and kind of continue to dominate the side lane. Would feel very, very good about it. Importantly though, it was Atlan on the Zeri who got that kill and now has the shield bow. And we know, we've seen before what happens when Atlan gets these kills. He really runs away with the game. Third dragon in 3 more minutes. Very early into the game, and I think this could be an opportunity for Impunity to look to just trade some gold for it. As top tower might fall here, Mission is moving up towards it. Looks like they are going to get to it in time, as they do swap the lanes around. Might actually be better to let it die, and I think that's what Mission is doing. Yeah, I think he was trying to, because could deny the local gold, and you know this tower is going to go down eventually.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, could not quite. As Herald's been looked at.
Yeah, a lot of members in the area right now. 1116 is passing down bot side, but does have the TP available. Driver isn't going to have his up as well, so potentially an angle for 1116 to try and get some pressure down in the bot lane.
TP does come through out of Mission, so they're definitely committing to playing for this. Ooh,
TP comes out
from the Gragas.
Oh, Nature's Grasp. Oh, Grand Entrance doesn't quite connect. Nature's Grasp will find 2, but lots of members knocked out from the side of Impunity. They do find that turret.
That was the first tower, yeah. It picked up there in the mid one as well. It will be traded by Likai in the top side. A nice little bit of gold onto him. Oh, Alex has taken some chunk ahead of this Herald, and I'm not sure if this is Impunity's. I think you might just want to base spend the gold and set up for that next drag. Probably should give this one to Beyond. If you, yeah, no, surely you can't stop it without the Nature's Grasp. Likai, he gets spotted out, is actually engaged on.
Oh, actually gets knocked backwards. Grand Entrance knocks him up as well. Gonna get dropped very low. Mission finds that kill for himself, and now Impunity might be in the driver's seat for this Riftfield play, but still a little bit scary. BYG, they have a lot of tools still available. Only the explosive cask and the depth charge on cooldown for now, but both teams going to back off, look towards mid-wave instead.
They do manage to force the side of BYG off their Herald, which I think is a big win because that means your mid tower is going to survive for a lot longer. And it also means that Herald can't just be dropped to allow yourself access to that next dragon. And now 45 seconds away, while Impunity probably can scale, I think they're already ready to contest it if they want. And that would give them such a strong win condition here. The Ocean Soul, I think, one of the best, especially if the enemy team isn't building any healing reduction, of which there are currently none to speak of.
It feels like Impunity in this Game 5 have really managed to find their footing. They've played to their team comp, they've managed to drag the game out and pick up a couple dragons on the way as well. The gold lead is pretty much even, and for the side of BYG, like you talked about earlier with the Pantheon, not able to find enough success to build a substantial lead for themselves. This is going to mean that BYG is a little bit stuck.
Yeah, might have some issues, I guess, trying to get onto Atlan and Mission, who have their sums available. TP comes in early here from Lakai, but it is Impunity that hold control of the river. And getting this drag would be so important for BYG. They really don't want to have to play against the threat of Dragon Soul. It's being pulled here by Atlan. His Mission, he's going to go towards that bot wave. I'm not sure if he should be here.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a dangerous spot now, forced.
Yeah, he can't
out.
really regroup with the team. I think this was a mistake from Mission and beyond. They should look to keep Mission out of this fight. Mission doesn't have TP to go mid either. I think massive mistake there. Somehow, Impunity have to get Mission to rejoin the fight. Okay, they chase out the Jax, which means he's going to be able to push. So it's nice there, and Beyond didn't manage to find something with it. Now it's Lakai who might be in trouble. He has the flank though.
Yeah, both teams playing this out so slowly. Nature waiting on the side, looking for any kind of engage, or rather to dissuade any engage from the side of BYG. Kino now walking in, muscling his way in, tanks the Nature's Grasp for his team, but the Dragon is just going to go the way of Impunity. BYG, they're not close enough. They might look for the fight now. Driver is very close to making that depth charge, finds 4. Bleakai copying him with his counter-strike, isn't able to find the stun. Now Impunity, they're looking to try and protect their backline for as long as possible. Allen finds the shutdown. Bleakai now dropped very low, 116. The same fate for him as well. Kino goes golden, but he's not going to live for much longer. 116 gets taken out as well. It's a double kill for Mission. 4 members down for BYG.
4 members down, the Dragon picked up, and things are looking so good for Impunity in game number 5. It was a long journey to get here, but I think they might have just done it with that. Obviously can't quite end the game yet, but now have such a strong lead for themselves. Have the gold lead, have the scaling, have the Dragons. What more do you need at this point? And I think that was just a very clean executed fight from Impunity. As we'll get a replay of it, you'll kind of see here, Driver is marking the Jax flank the whole time, and really nice ult comes out from Mission. And while there's so much engage, it's peeled off excellently from the side of Impunity. The carries are left completely untouched. Alex even survived for so long, and Fang had to ult to kill him. But then is so split from his team that he can't do anything. So just way better played for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, I think Bleakai actually might have cancelled his counter-strike a bit too early before he jumped in, so he wasn't able to find the 4-man stun that he was looking for. And ultimately, that just spells disaster for BYG. Still, Feng doing a lot of damage, but the rest of his team isn't putting up enough numbers for them to find success in that fight.
Yeah, the Impunity solo laners as well. You can count on those two in game number 5 here, doing extremely well, and spikes across the board. 2 items for the Orianna as well as the Zeri, yet to be completed from the opposite side's carries. And 3 more minutes now on the next Dragon. Beyond are pretty much going to have no choice but to contest it. Don't even really have the Baron damage to try to do some sort of flip trade. Maybe there's a lot of pings on the midway. There might just be a fight brewing early.
Oh, Atlan gonna walk on up to the midwave. Has got 2 items completed for himself. Feng doesn't quite have the quick blades for himself yet. Now Impunity very much in the driver's seat. 3k gold ahead at 20 minutes in the game. BYG, they've got to find some way back into this.
And where do you look? Because the carries still have sums. Kino's going to be looking maybe onto Alex.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that. Gets knocked backwards. Finds the follow-up as well. Nature zoning away so many members. Kino left by himself. Is going to find the flash over and is going to survive for now. TP comes out from Driver and Mission actually. Oh, no. Just the one.
Just Driver's TP. Mission can go back towards top here and maybe take that tower. And I think, you know, credit to Nature, I actually think played that pretty well. Did manage to get the initial CT and then also zone out the rest. And I think, you know, despite the fact that Impunity are already so far ahead, they can afford to play slow if they want to, right? Certainly have the scaling advantage, particularly with how fair their carries are already. 2 minutes though, probably will just look to play for that if they can be the ones that have control early, and especially if they have all their sums up. It kind of seems like it'll be real difficult for Beyond. Probably have to find some sort of flash engage onto Atlan or Mission. I wonder, maybe they can grab stopwatches even before that. See what Atlan buys. Has to know that this dragon is the most important. Goes for the Warhammer. Just going for the aggressive option. Probably feels safe enough, honestly, with the flash and the ghost, as well as all the peel that can come through from his team.
Quick Blades now completed for Feng as well. It's going to be a big power spike for him in this upcoming dragon fight, but still, you have to wonder, does BYG even have enough damage? Even if they find the engage, do they have enough damage to be able to burst down Mission and Atlan? It feels really hard.
I'm not sure they do. See, does Feng have the Navori ahead of this fight?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, he's got it already. All right. So 1 minute away. Medjai's once again on mission. Has the most gold in the game, so I can respect it.
If he gets the Medjai's curse again.
And I think one thing, you know, the Playgirl kind of shows is despite all that impact that Kongwei held on the top lane, Driver's the one actually ahead in gold. It's only very slightly. But you were kind of relying on top lane to be a big win condition for you in this game, and instead it's been well and truly neutralized. Hasn't found impact in the side lane or in the team fight. Scuttlecrab now picked up by Impunity ahead of this 4th dragon. 30 seconds remain. Can BYG set up flanks in time? They're going to try push the waves. I think if Driver continues to mark Lakai, though, it feels very hard to get that follow-up. And the carries here from Impunity, they're looking so strong. Really need a miracle from Beyond. Try and find those kills, get those shutdowns, and bring yourselves back into this game.
Yeah,
so
BYG,
much vision set up.
They really need all hell to break loose in this fight. Lots of summoners available on both sides, really. So I'm expecting a lot of action. BYG trying to muscle their way into the bottom side of the river.
Ooh, look, he's found himself a great flank. I wonder if... I don't believe he was spotted out. Okay, I think Driver knows, actually. He's going to try and go find him. I really like that play. Yeah, it does. Really nice from Driver.
Bush. Yeah, able to dissuade Likai off from that engage. Kino actually finds Alex, but Feng drops so low, he gets taken out by Alex by himself. Now Likai looks to see what he can do on the backline. Counter-Strike finds Zero, Mission the target, but not enough damage to follow up. He's all by himself. Atlan and Nature there to back up their mid laner. He's going to go down. Double kill for Atlan, 1116, the only surviving member nowhere near the fight. He's just chilling in the top lane.
Yeah, he actually TP'd out there, I believe, to escape. And 4th dragon picked up, the Baron being looked at, and you kind of feel like Game 5 is all but over. I don't see any way really for Beyond to get back into this, and really it just comes down to those finishing touches for the side of Impunity to put on, and hopefully we get a replay of that, because Feng, he was caught out by an Orianna ult and almost completely one-shot.
Yeah.
And despite being so strong with the Navori, never got the opportunity to deal any damage.
Huge pick there from Mission. He's got a lot of stacks now on his Medjai. Let's take a look at how this dragon fight happened.
And pay attention to this ball over the wall. It catches Feng. He goes so low. And then Alex, I believe, just kills him off the back end. And with the Kaiser gone, that's so much of your damage. And really, all Impunity you have to do from then is kind of chase people down. You can see again, Driver, you know, the man who was targeted so heavily in this game, you know, is having a pretty solid performance. He's doing his job. He's making sure to find out Lakai on these flanks before they start, and then just kind of chasing people down after.
Yeah, and it's looking so rough for BYG to finding the angle back into this, especially with the Ocean Drake providing that little bit of extra sort of region and tankiness. Yeah, they're really desperate to find anything, but this could actually be a potential flank angle, but...
He has Mega and Flash. I don't think they can.
Yeah,
they're still in there. That's the longest flank of all time. They're going for it, though. This is a desperation play. The TP comes in as well. They have to know.
Oh, yeah, they've been spotted up by the minion wave. Now they're the ones being flanked even. Kino flashes forward, finds Alex as well, but it's only him. Now Nature looking to see if he can re-engage on this. Mission in a very safe position. Atlan doing so much damage. Kino gets taken out. Atlan is dominating. Kongya now the next target. 116 on the run. Drop down to half HP.
I think with that, Impunity should be able to maybe even end the game. There isn't a lot of wave clear. The explosive cask has been used.
Oh, flash forward from Alex finds 116. He is going to get taken out. Mission once again adding to his pages on the book. Unstoppable on the Orianna. It's just Feng and Lee Kai now, the last line of defense for BYG, keeping their hopes and dreams alive in this playoffs, but it's such a tall order.
Can he do anything? I don't think he can. The Kaiser's too short-ranged. I think Impunity, they can just turn towards the
Keno's
Nexus.
up now as well, but instantly gets stunned from the Mega Knight ultimate. Feng trying to do his best to deal as much damage as he can, but the Ocean Drake, Alex is taking 0 damage at all. The second Nexus Tower is about to go down. Keno tries to look for something, but Alan takes him off the map. Lee Kai trying to deal with the Baron minions, but isn't even able to take out those. And it looks like it's going to be Impunity taking the win in this best of 5, painting the KDA a little bit. Not finding too much, actually. 1-on-1-6 doesn't have the explosive cask available to knock them into the fountain just yet, but that's the Nexus for Impunity, and with that, the series.
5 games later, Impunity finally do it and will advance to take on Frank Esports. We will get that driver solo kill matchup that we've been looking for, and Impunity, they were down 1-2 in this series and beyond, looking like they were going to take it out, but Impunity, they managed to rally, they managed to turn it around, win those last 2 games in very dominating fashion. Is this a new Nar dance? I think it might be the Mega Nar dance.
Is that it?
I think so.
Doesn't he like hit his chest or something?
Well, we're going to find out. I don't know. This could just be a new one. But, I mean, on the other side, beyond, I mean, they gave us such a good series, and we're sad to see them go. Unfortunately, are now eliminated from the playoffs, but man, they really put their best foot forward and really made this competitive.
Yeah, they were so commanding in those first few games, but ultimately after the game 4, it feels like they lost all their momentum and all their steam, and they kind of just collapsed in this game 5.
Yeah, it's a sad way to go, and again, you can't help but think, you know, would things have been different if the pause and stuff didn't unfold? But ultimately, it does look like on the day, Impunity are the stronger team, and have to see how they do up against Frank. And who are you thinking for MVP of that game? Because there's some pretty solid arguments for quite a few people.
Yeah, I would probably have to give it to Mission, because I think that one pick on Feng really just, like, obviously Impunity were already in a very winning position, but that one was the one that really sealed the deal for them.
Yeah, I think I could probably back that. Trying to think. I mean, I want to say Nature actually did play pretty well in the Rakan in game number 5. I mean, we have kind of been hating on his Rakan all series long, but, you know, has mastered the pick by now and was looking pretty solid. And overall, I think Impunity, they kind of went back to the tried and true in those first few games. They were trying to play that, you know, heavy engage comp, you know, focus everything on killing Feng, and then kind of as the series went on, they go back towards, you know, okay, maybe we just play 2 strong scaling carries in our mid and bot, get driver on something with agency, and I think looked a lot better. So we'll hopefully see them continue to pick that when they come up against Frank, because it's something that kind of has happened to a couple teams in the playoffs, and in fact, Frank being one of them, where they perhaps strayed a little bit away from their play style, and it's really when, okay, they're in that elimination game that they finally realize, like, we've got to go back to what we know.
Works for us.
Exactly, yeah. Because it is always tempting to kind of just follow the meta, right? But ultimately, you do have to play what you're comfortable on.
Yeah, I think the team identity is such an important thing to keep in mind, especially in these important playoff series, right? When you're stretched thin in those best of 5s, it's really just your bread and butter is what's going to take you through it.
It is, yeah. And now, in our second week of playoffs, 20 games. Every game going to 5 games. Do you think it's going to happen next week?
Oh, man, I wasn't expecting it to happen this week, so next week it has to happen, right? The teams are even closer now.
There's some crazy games next week. I mean, I can't wait to see the bracket later on, but wow, it's going to be exciting. I mean, we're now down to our top 4 teams, I guess. So it is Frank, Impunity, as well as PSG and CFO. It's going to be very, very exciting. And I guess obviously to kind of like wrap that series up, Impunity, I think they do still look pretty strong, right? Like, you know, maybe questioned about the start, but I think towards the end, we're looking like the team that pushed PSG to 5 games. And it's still kind of crazy how, again, close the teams are, as we're going to go into a replay and see what happened. And this was the one where Driver did such a great job. We see, was the Counter-Strike? Yeah, I think you're right. It just either timed out or was cancelled a bit too early. To be honest, I think even if had hit that, was kind of just going to be over anyway. I think was just such good marking there by Driver, and the Impunity carry so strong. I felt like, you know, especially after this fight, the gold lead was kind of insurmountable almost, especially when you are at that kind of scaling deficit. But you can see there, it was the side of Beyond that had that lead in the early game. In fact, had a rather significant lead in the top lane, right? Kanye was 2-0, and they denied a lot on the Driver. The tower's very low. But unfortunately, just couldn't make it work. And again, credit to Driver, who in game number 5 gets camped all game long and still comes up big.
Definitely would be my MVP for the whole series. I feel like he's just been so consistently good at just playing his lane out and just being that stable presence for Impunity.
For sure, yeah. Definitely feels like he got the better of Lakai overall. And it's going to be real exciting watching him versus Solo Kill, especially now that they've both kind of gone back to their roots of playing the carries. No more tanks.
Yeah, tanks suck. Yeah.
Now, it will be real interesting, though, and I think as well, you know, kind of coming back to the draft, it was kind of strange for Beyond to pick that blue side, but as you predicted, it was Mission who, with 100% KP and a 5,000 gold lead, did pick up the MVP. Again, I want to say mainly for that shockwave onto Fang that was the game-winning fight and really sealed the deal.
I said this in week 1, I'll say it again, this is a man on a mission.
Certainly is.
He's really looking for that PCS title, and he's not going to stop until he gets it.
He won't, and the Magi Machine, I want to say, picked it up quite a few times in this series, maybe even when he shouldn't. Had that one last game where he bought it and instantly died, but hey, that's the life of a Magi's, man.
That's true. It does feel like whenever you buy it, you're just like 60% more likely to die.
Yeah, it's just a massive target on your back all of a sudden. Yeah, wow. I mean, it was a crazy series once again. I'm exhausted, and I think that I didn't even play in it, you know, and the players especially, I think a pause like that can really take a lot out of you, right? It's kind of a thing to joke about almost, but it's really tough, I think, on the players, right, where you just kind of have to sit there waiting and you're not really sure what's going to happen. You know, the game goes chrono break, you play for 20 seconds, goes to another long pause, and hopefully we don't see another one of those.
Yeah, definitely props to both teams for sticking it out. You know, definitely rough whenever there are long breaks like that. It's tough to sort of get your mindset back into the game. Definitely, you know, extra props to BYG as well. You know, I think they have a few rookies on their team that, you know, this is probably their first big playoffs, and I have to say they've done a pretty good job. They can definitely go home proud.
They can. And, you know, honestly, it's just kind of surprising, right, how those lower seeds in DCG and beyond ended up so competitive, right? The fact that, you know, they were kind of, DCG especially, I think, were a bit of a write-off, but it came in and hard contested. But that is it for game number 5. We'll be going to a quick break before we have another interview with Vincent.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our post-match interview. I am tonight's host, Vincent Lee, and joined here by the Impunity's AD carry player. Hello, welcome. 那欢迎大家收看我们的赛后采访。那我们今天呢，我是长毛。我们今天呢也很高兴邀请到 Impunity 的 AD player 这个 Alan 来接受我们的赛后采访，欢迎。
大家好，我是 IMP 的下路 Alan。
That was a long night. In fact, that was a long weekend. And congratulations on the victory. Tonight is a quite long night, right? How are you feeling right now? 就今天晚上呢，真的是打了很久很久的比赛。那我们要先问一下这个 Alan， 你现在心情怎么样？
我现在就觉得很累，就只想赶快回台南睡觉。
I feel very tired right now, and I only want to go back to our game base to go to sleep. But it's actually in Tainan, so we have to take a 4-hour ride back to Tainan. And actually, your performance is amazing tonight, right? Can you tell us what's the difference? What's the secret? Because you play more aggressive tonight. 就是你今天晚上的表现真的很好，然后你可以跟我们分享一下你的秘诀吗？因为你今天晚上打得特别的有进攻性，然后表现得非常好。
我觉得就是因为我对线的时候发育特别好吧，所以会战的时候就一直往前冲就对了。
Because we had a really good laning phase tonight, so I got a lot of items ahead. I can just go for all in. All right, next question. Let's dive a little bit more into the champion picks. Because you picked Zeri a lot tonight. You picked Zeri a lot tonight, and your support player picked a lot of Rakan tonight. Was that a composition that you decided out of the scrim results, or something else? 就是你今天晚上，我们来继续讨论一下，就是今天的英雄选择。那你今天晚上的杰力选的很多嘛，然后你的辅助的队友其实5场都是瑞控。那我们先讨论一下杰力好了，就是为什么你的杰力今天表现这么好？我感觉比你之前的表现都好。
我觉得就是因为我这几把都玩得很肥吧，然后就是装备也出得不错，所以就会长成这样。
It's actually still the same answer, because I am really fat tonight. I was really fat in laning phase. I think because I'm several items ahead, I can just be all aggressive and don't have to think about defensive choices. So that's why I can do so good tonight. And let's talk about your support, Rakan, because he picked five times. He picked Rakan 5 times straight, 5 times in a row, and that's a lot. So is he trying to become the new Rakan King of PCS, or that's just his personal preference? 就那个辅助 Nature 今天5场全部都是瑞空，然后他是想要当新任瑞空王 ，PCS 新任瑞空王，还是只是他自己今天晚上特别想玩瑞空？
我觉得是因为我们团练的瑞空发挥得很好，然后跟我 AD 的角色也都蛮配的，然后刚好我们队也是需要一个开战的队伍，所以就让他玩的500瑞空。
It's actually because his Rakan did very well in our scrims. And also, I think our team composition, we really need him to do all the engagement. And also, Rakan can do very well dual lane with all my champion picks. So that's why we make him pick Rakan 5 times in a row. All right, that's pretty much it. But before we go, I have a final question for you. Next up, you're going against FAK in your next round. Could you please make a prediction for us? Who is gonna win? 就下一轮呢，你们将要跟 FAK 来进行战斗了。那可以在这边请你帮我们做一个预测，就你觉得谁能够获胜吗？
我觉得谁获胜不好说，但一定要打满就对了，加班加满，
加班加到爆。Okay, I actually don't know who is gonna win, but I think we are gonna play 5 games. Just everybody just goes overtime. Right. Thank you very much. I don't like the answer, but yeah, thank you very much still. That's it for tonight. We're going back to the caster. Thank you. 那我虽然不喜欢这个答案呢，我不是要一直加班，但是呢，非常感谢你能够参与我们的采访，然后回答我们的问题，祝你们下一轮好运了。那我们今天晚上的赛后采访呢，就到这边告一个段落，让我们把镜头交还给主播台。
Thank you to Vincent and, of course, Atlan for that interview. It's funny there that he predicted the 5-game series up against Frank, and Vincent wasn't too happy with that. Look, I'm always down to see more 5-game series.
Yeah, honestly, incredibly basement Vincent. He even said he didn't like the answer as well. I mean, he's definitely not happy. Looking for better results next time. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind a 5-game series as well. I think both teams are definitely up to it.
Yeah, I think now, especially when it's those real top teams coming, all the games are going to be very close, right? Because this was a 5-game series that, unfortunately, because the pause went a bit longer, but, game 4 and 5 were pretty much stomps, right? They actually weren't really close at all. But I feel like now, especially, the teams are going to be so close that you probably won't see any more games like that. And one thing that I really like as the kind of playoffs go on is just how the drafts develop, right? Because you get to see, especially in these long series, so much draft information about what people prioritize, what are they good at, what do they kind of struggle with, and that really gives you such a kind of clear picture of what you want to do as we head into the bracket. So that is week 2 of the playoffs all cleared up. It is Frank, Impunity, CFO, and PSG who advance. Unfortunately, DCG and Beyond, our 2 teams now that have been eliminated. So next week, our first match is that upper bracket, which is PSG taking on CFO. And that will be followed by Impunity versus Frank. And then we will get that essentially 3rd place match, followed by, of course, the grand final.
Yeah, really exciting stuff ahead. I mean, what better way to kick off the week than with PSG versus CFO? I feel like both teams it could be considered favorites depending on who you ask, but I think PSG definitely have a lot to sort of reprove for themselves. I feel like they were such a dominant force during the regular season that seeing them drop 2 games to Impunity was a bit shocking to a lot of people. So we'll have to see if they can return back to the regular form versus CTBC Flying Oysters.
We will, and I think that you probably still consider, at least I do, PSG to be the favorite to win the whole thing, but I'd be very not confident in that anymore. It's kind of like before, at least at sort of towards the end of the regular season, PSG looked pretty much untouchable. Like no matter what happened, somehow they would find a way back in the game pretty much. It didn't matter how far behind they were. But here in the playoffs, they've, series up against Impunity, they've shown that they can be beaten, and I think CFO have also shown that they are on current form extremely strong too. So I'm not even sure, if those 2 teams in the upper bracket are the 2 favorites, right? It kind of feels like right now it's anyone's game with those last 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping for some more banger best of 5s going the full distance like we've seen this week. I mean, it's definitely starting to heat up a lot more than it already has.
Yeah, and it's such a shame as well that only 1 team will go to MSI. It feels like more could be. But that'll be it for us in week number 2. Join us next week to find out which team is going to eventually raise the title.
This time I'll give and